Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's great to see you. Let me just give a few seconds. Oh, there we go. Hello, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. You know what we got to do. Roll the intro. I'm a towel.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the Towel. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Oh my goodness, it's a surprise for Vicky Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a surprise for Vicky Towel. Oh yes, say hello to the kitties. They are Vicky Towel's kitties. What a way to start the day. We first get to see the Towel intro, and then it's the kitties. Holistic Psychology, good morning, my friend. You picked an excellent day to join us. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and those are Vicky Towel's kitties. Look at them. They are adorable. What better way to start the day than Vicky Towel's wonderful Super Towel kitties? Look at them. They are kitties. Look at those adorable kitties. I mean, you could start the day a lot of ways, you know what I'm saying? But if you're going to start the day, one of the best ways to do so is certainly pictures of Vicky Towel's Super Kitties. Oh, yes, and it was a nice surprise for Vicky Towel, and now we all get to enjoy the wonderful Super Towel kitties. I know you're saying to yourself, wow, this is such a treat. We have a long day of jury selection. What better way, what other way would I possibly want to start the day than pictures of kitties? Well, there you go. We are all on the same page. Everyone loves kitties. All right, there they are. Look at the little kitties. All right, they're adorable. They're little kitties, okay? Little kitties. All right, Towel likes the kitties. They are adorable kitties. We have Donna Adelson, not Wendy. Hold on, let me fix it. I know a lot of you are saying, wait a minute, I would love there to be Wendy Adelson jury selection. There is not going to be Wendy Adelson jury selection. Unlike on the first page that said Wendy, it is Donna Adelson jury selection. Oh, the kitties are adorable. I agree, Claudia, my dear friend. Claudia also said this morning, justice and prayers for all those who have been victimized. And I just, want to reiterate Claudia's sentiment because I think that is a wonderful way also to start the day. So if you're just joining us, one, say hello to the Super Towel kitties, okay? They belong to Vicky. They are Super Towel kitties, okay? Look at them. They're adorable. Secondly, we do have the Donna Adelson hearing, okay? So what we're going to do is in the next 11 minutes, we are going to prepare for the jury selection, which starts. The Tallahassee Democrat has the coverage with the pool feed. We are going to be watching that, okay, at 11:15. I have a doctor's appointment at 8:15 a.m. Eastern. I have a doctor's appointment, so from 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock or so, I'll just be watching jury selection with you on my phone at the doctor's, but it will be just on the stream, all right? So any recesses between 9 and 10, it's every other feed's going to have the same thing, which is the pool feed, all right? So you're just going to watch the pool feed. I don't actually know how jury selection works in Florida. I've covered, and I want to be clear, a lot of people have covered this case for 5 years. I've covered it for 1 year, okay? 1 year. You can go back, you can look at when I first started covering the Adelson case. It was mostly interspersed with some of my other coverage, but I've been covering the Adelson case for 1 year. If you are watching this channel a lot, you will also know that I have a propensity to watch testimony over and over and over and over again. So we have watched Wendy Adelson's testimony no less than 6 times from Charlie's trial and from Katie Magbanaw's trial. Now, Donna Adelson's trial, she is the last, it's actually the 5th trial, I believe. I think it's the 5th. There were 4 people tried, and I think Katie was tried twice. And this has to do with the conspiracy to murder Dan Markle, who was a Florida State law professor originally from Canada, serendipitously enough. Hello, Vicky, again. Hello, Irene. Hello, Dark Side of the Moon. So Donna Adelson, okay, is the mother of Wendy Adelson. Now, Wendy Adelson was married to Dan Markle. They had children, and they were going through a relatively contentious divorce. Depending on who you believe, it was either because Wendy was, like, weird and controlling, as was Donna, or it was because Dan was becoming more Jewish, which is fine, but he wanted to raise the children in a very sort of orthodox, not really like orthodox, but very traditional Jewish manner. Observant, I think, is the best word. So they go to temple, they get bar or bat mitzvah, that kind of thing. Okay, some of my family members do that. I understand the reasoning and impetus behind it, but Wendy and Donna didn't like that. So when Dan and Wendy got divorced, and Donna wanted to relocate the children, as did Wendy, to another part of Florida, Dan didn't like that. Dan was fighting it. Allegedly, well, 4 of them have been convicted. Charlie Adelson, Wendy's brother, Donna's son, along with his former girlfriend or something, Katie Magbana, connected with the Latin Kings, Luis Rivera and one other guy, and they contracted those people to murder Dan Markle, which they did. Okay. Now, Wendy exhibited some odd behavior. Wendy Adelson, the wife, in the immediate aftermath of the murder. Like, she went to the house, and there was something about like a TV her brother had installed, and then they like had a party that like relatively after for the father, and it was like they presented him a gift. Like, it was very clear this was a conspiracy to murder Dan Markle. Okay. So the people that got charged were, so far, Charlie Adelson, convicted, the brother. He was intimately involved in this. The middle woman, Katie Magbanawa, was also charged and convicted after 2 trials. And then the shooters, the hitters, the Latin King hitmen, were both convicted as well. Okay, now all this is public. Okay, but Charlie has to serve a sentence in South Dakota because he flipped on the Latin Kings, and I'm pretty sure he's a marked man. I'm not saying anything that's not public. That was reported publicly. Okay, so the whole thing is chaos. This is the 5th trial. I think it's the 5th, because maybe the 6th. One of them was tried twice. But the point is, there's been 4 people convicted. Donna Adelson is the 5th person to be tried related to Dan Markle's 2014 murder. And Donna Adelson is the mother, the matriarch of this family, okay? They were like a dentistry family in Florida, and the only person who's never been tried is Wendy Adelson, strangely enough. Now, Wendy's going to testify under immunity, okay? She's testified in Charlie's trial. We've watched it a lot. She's testified in Katie's trial, Meg Bonowa's trial. And by the way, the court really doesn't like if you use Katie in Florida or like the first names of anyone. You're supposed to say Miss Magbonowa, Miss Adelson. You could say Miss Wendy Adelson to clarify who you're talking about, but the court will correct the lawyers if they use first names. They really don't like it in Florida. You're supposed to use the last name, so I'm going to try to do that too. Miss Wendy Adelson testified during Miss Magbonowa's trial as well, I think both of them, under a grant of immunity. Now, there was a weird circumstance yesterday. There was an emergency hearing that only lasted about 5 to 10 minutes yesterday in the Adelson case, which was leading into jury selection this morning. And what happened was there was a discussion about whether Wendy Adelson could quash a subpoena issued by the defense team, okay? So both the prosecution and the defense subpoenaed Wendy Adelson to testify in Donna Adelson's trial. The prosecution has the power to issue a grant of immunity, which precludes Wendy Adelson from invoking the Fifth Amendment when called to the stand. The defense doesn't have the power to convey a grant of immunity in a criminal trial, so therefore, because the defense issued a compelled subpoena, Wendy Adelson asserted a process under Florida law that allows her to say to the judge, I'm just going to assert the Fifth Amendment to every single question, basically. And therefore, the judge quashed the defense subpoena, which means that Wendy Adelson is only going to provide favorable testimony in the trial for the prosecution. She's not going to provide any favorable testimony at all for Donna Adelson, and that's why Donna looked baffled in her chair yesterday. It was a very fascinating, very interesting situation. So that's what we're doing heading into jury selection in the next few minutes, and the kitties are adorable. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I hope you enjoyed me getting you caught up as quick as I possibly could on what is a very complex case that has been going on for roughly, 11 years. So it's hard to summarize it entirely. I did not intend on summarizing it entirely in a matter of minutes. Yes, correct. The defense, and I want to be clear, the judge did rule, Vicky made a great point here, the judge did rule that on a question-by-question basis, the defense will be allowed to make an argument to the judge that there's no reasonable way that the questions or segments that they're going to ask, questions in segments that they're going to ask, could possibly lead anything to happen where Wendy would invoke the Fifth. Now, here's why this is important. It's extremely prejudicial to have a witness invoke the Fifth. It's one thing if you say you testified under a grant of immunity, because immunity is very common for witnesses, okay? It's a very, very common. It doesn't mean you necessarily did anything. It's just a way to get you up on the stand. Hank Brennan could have... The reason I knew the Karen Reed trial was kind of an to catch people influencing the jury, I was almost sure, was because Hank Brennan could have just given a compelled grant of immunity to Aidan Kearney to force him to take the stand, and he would have won that case night and day, okay? He would have humiliated the defense and Kearney He didn't do it because it was a setup. Okay, it was a setup to catch people interfering with the jury, in my opinion. But here, what happens is Wendy Adelson is never forced to invoke the fifth on the stand. You cannot make a witness do that. It's really, really prejudicial. It's prejudicial to the state's case against the defendant. It's prejudicial to the witness. It's prejudicial under 403. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. It's just fundamentally prejudicial to make someone get up there and say, I take the fifth. It's not a congressional hearing. It's a jury trial. So what the judge does, and what Vicky was correct about, is although the subpoena for the defense was quashed under the Sixth Amendment, the right to confront your accuser means that Donna has the right to cross Wendy, but that balances against Wendy Adelson's right to not have to assert the fifth and the state's right to not have its witness go up there asserting the fifth, which prejudices its case. Okay, so therefore the judge will only allow narrow and limited examination by the Donna Adelson defense of Wendy. That was the ruling from yesterday. So it was a very complex procedural ruling, but if you understood what the judge was saying, like Vicky did, then that you nailed it. So that's exactly what it is. Wendy's going to be a very favorable witness to the state, not a very favorable witness to Donna Adelson, and Donna was left baffled. I don't even know what to tell you. She was literally baffled, right? She was baffled. She was just utterly perplexed. I don't even know what to make of it. Never seen anything like it. Like people in the comments during the stream, when we were one of the few people actually carrying the hearing because it was an emergency hearing, people were just baffled, all right? They were just absolutely, utterly baffled. Now, the other thing is, I don't really necessarily know how this jury selection works in Florida. As I said, I've only been covering this case for a year, but we are going to take it. We're going to take the pool feed. As you can see, we're on a 3-minute countdown, so we're literally expected to go live with this any minute here. I have for you, as I mentioned, the direct pool feed from the Tallahassee Democrat. This is the best version of it that I can get. This is Donna Adelson's jury selection, and as you can see, my name is Grant Smith Elvis. So thanks very much for being with me. Once it starts, I'm turning it over. As I said, I'll stay with you until like 8:45, and then I have to go to the doctor. Then I'll be back around 10. If anything happens between then, we'll be watching on our phones together. This is the pool feed, so it's not like you can go to other feeds and see anything. It's well, maybe other feeds will take it. I think Court TV will take it. But this is the pool feed. All right, I know this is the pool feed because it was the first one up, which means that they're the ones who put the time and effort into getting approval to go down there, and they're from the area. They're going to be the ones that do the pool feed. I know how pool feeds work, and that means everything's going to take the pool feed from them. Now, a lot of the big networks will take the actual pool feed directly from a board in the courtroom. I'm not flying to Florida, so I'm going to take the pool feed here. They have an obligation, whether it's under Florida court. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but they have an obligation, whether it's under Florida court rules or otherwise, to provide an accessible pool feed for bona fide members of the news media. They're literally obligated to do it. It's the court's discretion to afford one camera the ability to broadcast for everyone. Therefore, any bona fide member of the news media really is entitled to pull the pool feed. There are some situations where you can get a better quality pool feed with less lag by going to the courthouse and doing your own drop. I sometimes do that around here, but you don't. I think some of you understand that's incredibly time intensive and resource intensive. You have to bring a piece of hardware to the courthouse. You have to power it, okay? Then you have to provide a stable internet connection because you're not using the court's Wi-Fi. It doesn't. It's like 600 kilobits a second max in most courthouses for upload. You need to provide a stable upload hotspot capable of rendering like 4K video. Maybe you compromise for 1080p, but like a court TV network, they're using like a satellite drop. But the best you're going to get for someone like me is a drop, like an encoded drop, uploading at 1080p to 4K on a hotspot. Do you know how much that costs? Like that alone would cost hundreds of dollars to do that for a trial. So what they're doing, like what some of the big networks are doing to get the best possible quality, is they're paying thousands of dollars to drop a pool feed. All right, and this is the pool feed. Now we are allowed to take it, but this is the pool feed. Here we go. There's no audio yet, folks. There's no audio yet. And here we go.
Not to broach this topic other than what becomes ultimately necessary. That would be our position. Well, as to the directs of any witnesses, Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan, to the extent that it is possible to conceal the defendant's status as someone who is incarcerated, you are to do so if the door is open. Once the door is open, the issue is the cat's out of the bag. But until then, do you need any clarification on them? necessary if those witnesses testify that the state not bring that up. And that was my understanding. Okay. Yes.
No problem, Judge.
I think there are many appellate cases on this issue where it talks about the jury can reasonably infer things. However, to the extent we're going to observe the fact that that is not to prejudice the jury that will be selected in any way, or after they are selected, we are going to observe that in accordance with the law. The jurors, as previously discussed, prospective jurors are going to be given numbers. While they are in this room, we are only going to refer to them by their number. The parties will have lists where there will be names and also address information that will correspond with the numbers. If you need to use the actual name of the prospective juror, please do so only in the room when we are doing the examination of the individual jurors. As far as telling the jurors that go through the individual screening process when to report back, I was anticipating telling them to come back on Thursday afternoon. By that point, I believe for this morning, this afternoon, Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, and potentially also Thursday morning, we will have a suitable number of jurors at that point to move into group voir dire. As far as opening statements, and I believe before when we were discussing this in the context of whether we would have available to us Labor Day or need to work essentially non-standard days, my goal is to have a ruling for you on all outstanding motions before we actually move into the group voir dire process. Obviously, I'm not poking you, but hearing motions up through yesterday has impeded my ability to review the authority you've presented and actually prepare a thoughtful ruling. Until I can do so, we will still remain on track for getting to group voir dire, but if I don't get the ruling to you either today or tomorrow, by latest you will have it before it's actually time to start the group voir dire. Once we have selected a jury, if we are successful, depending on the hour, I believe we will need to move into going into opening statements. Once you have your ruling in hand, you will be able to tailor your openings as need be. I believe for the most part, the only outstanding rulings that remain at this point are the motion to suppress and the portions of the motion in limine that have not been ruled on. Are there any questions concerning these matters?
This time,
Very well. I believe downstairs, Judge Ashtonafi Richardson is qualifying the jurors. Once they have been qualified by her, they will be brought upstairs, handed their numbers. I will ensure that anyone who needs to be excused for statutory reasons is excused before we move into the individual process. Also this morning, after going through anyone who needs to be excused who was not previously, I will give them their instructions concerning not talking to each other, discussing the case, or looking at any materials that are related to the case. I believe the reading material that's here in the room. Okay. Yes. Give them their instructions concerning not talking to each other, discussing the case, or looking at any materials that are related to the case. I believe the reading material that's here in the room. Okay. Yes, provided for our prospective jurors some travel magazines, so they have something to look at while they're waiting to be screened. From there, again, they have their phones, they have their reading material. Other than that, the deputies are to ensure that no one is speaking to each other, and certainly no one in any way is trying to engage with content about the case. Does either party have anything they need to raise concerning this?
But can we go back to Ms. Dugan and I have a difference of understanding of what you said about how jury selection was going
Go ahead.
Start individual voir dire today and the ones that are coming back from their home like Thursday afternoon.
Yes.
I think that's too long.
In terms of what?
I don't think it'll take that long to do individual voir dire. To start.
If we need to tell them to adjust when they need to report on Thursday, that can be easily accomplished. But the goal being, if we need to go through at least 5 rounds of individual screening before we get to 100 or more, that would be the point of telling them to return Thursday afternoon.
Okay, but it could be possible to start group questions Thursday morning.
Once we've hit 100 that have gone through the screening process, then it could be as soon as 3 groups of 50. But hard for me to guess on that aspect. Does everyone understand? What's up? Okay. All right. For the timing of the trial that we will discuss with the jurors and going through the aspect of hardship, again, my expectation is to tell them, including the process of selecting the jury today, that we may need their service for up to 3 weeks. If this changes in any way, obviously we will have to let them know. But we will also have our 3 alternates in addition to our 12 jurors. I think by statute and rule, it's clear this is a 10-strike, 12-jury case. Does anyone have an understanding of the contrary?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Very well. If either party needs to seek additional peremptories, as long as the process that is identified by the cases are followed, with that, a proper ruling will be made. Does anyone have any questions as to that?
Yes, sir.
Right. We will wait then for our jurors to arrive so we can go ahead and get everyone properly seated in the courtroom this morning. Other than the camera operator, I'm going to need everyone who's seated on my left, your right of this room to come over and take the seats that are over on the right side, so that way we are filling these benches with prospective jurors only. For the members of the media that are present, again, I believe we've already gone over this, but no faces are to be disseminated concerning the prospective jurors or the selected jurors. No names, nothing that can identify them. As far as once a jury is selected, of course, you can report on the biographical breakdown, male, female, what their occupations are, things of that nature. But as far as anything that could specifically identify them, that is where the line will be drawn. All right, when you get an update from downstairs, please let us know when the jurors are coming up. We'll get them seated and then we'll get started. We'll have a brief recess until we have our jurors upstairs.
All right, who wants to play some towel trivia? I'm going to keep an eye on the camera in court until we're ready, until they cut the feed. But who's ready to play some towel trivia? If the feed stays on, we're just going to watch the feed. But we have a brief recess while jurors are being brought up. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As you can hear, actually, we might not be able to play trivia because I'm hearing it's going to be a very brief recess. But either way, I'm not going to cut the court audio. I doubt you're going to be able to hear anything, but I'm going to leave it up. That's Georgia. She's the prosecutor.
Judge said 3 alternates. Surely we can bring another chair. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna roll on a chair.
This is probably.
So, or you can just, then I won't have a set, right?
No,
Will I be okay?
it's not.
You guys have a set?
Yeah.
The worst case scenario, I can't do this.
So there's a chance we could all have.
I've never seen anything like this where they just leave the audio on.
Well, maybe we're.
How much further do you expect to be? I mean, I know they reserve those first 2 votes for you.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, assuming, are they? Selection? Yeah, but, just, he did this. You already. Make one. There's no speaker. Right, but I didn't see something. She's gonna go. Okay. That's all it.
Me dizzy. I think the cameraman is having some difficulties. Hello, if you're just tuning in, if you're wondering what's this noise, the Donna Adelson jury selection is about to start, but they left the audio on the pool feed, so we're just listening to the ambient noise of the courtroom. I've never heard anything like this before. It's kind of cool. I like the state of Florida for doing this. Thanks, state of Florida. So, yeah, it's a little weird.
All right, can someone
My name's Grant Smith Ellis.
please text Jason?
Let's keep listening. someone please text Jason and tell him they can hear us? Yes, we can hear you, I assure you. You hear the prosecutor right there?
Yeah. Right here. From the last scene.
Oh, it's done. That was a unique experience. The mic just cut off, though. Oh, it just cut off. How interesting was that, towel friends? We got a substantial amount. I know they literally forgot to cut the audio. I let it. Listen, it's not. I'm not broadcasting the raw feed. It's STS that has Surviving the Survivor as a pool feed, and I was just broadcasting the pool feed, and they left the audio up. So it's not. I don't think it's anyone's fault. There's one. The rules are there's only one pool operator. You heard the judge say it. There's one cameraman. We all have to rely on that cameraman. Somebody left the audio up, and we heard like 10 minutes of it. So I don't really know what to say about that. That's not the best way to start this trial. It's not like the biggest deal. I was listening. We didn't hear anything other than, can someone move that chair over there? Can somebody move that chair over there? Oh, and then after 10 minutes, the prosecutor was like, oh, they can hear us. Can someone please turn that off? She didn't say that, but the prosecutor, Georgia Chapman, I think her name is, said, oh, could somebody text Jason and say the audio's on? I think what happened was they ordered a recess. The cameraman went up to the bathroom or something and left the audio hot. I don't think he did it on purpose, but that's not a good way to start the trial, because if I thought maybe that was on purpose, maybe the state of Florida allowed it. No, that was not permitted by the state of Florida. God bless STS for putting up the Remembering Dan Markle image. But that was not the state of Florida permitting that. Someone just left a mic hot, and we heard like 10 minutes of in the courtroom. Hello, LS. You just missed a very interesting experience. Oh, Vicky Moore wants to see the kitties. Okay, so we'll keep the Remembering Dan Markle up. And remember, I'm only here until 9 o'clock, and then I have to go to the doctor. But we will put the kitties up. They are Vicky's kitties. They're comfort kitties, okay? And if you're just tuning in just minutes, we're standing by for the beginning of jury selection in the Donna Adelson case. Someone left a hot mic. If you just missed it, if you were here, you got quite an experience. You might want to scroll back 10 minutes on the live feed, because I'll tell you right now, we heard, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes of audio from in the courtroom, and not just us, anyone that was carrying the pool feed, because the pool feed didn't mute. So we heard, it's not a big deal at all. No, it's not a big deal. Nothing's actually started, but it was an interesting kind of listen in. Normally you only hear that stuff if you're in the courtroom, so to hear it that way was very interesting. So, jury selection, as you can see, about to start. We are looking at pictures of little kitties. We love the little kitties. Oh, look at the little kitties, ladies and gentlemen. And then, of course, jury selection about to start in the Donna Adelson trial, but we are spending some time looking at the little kitties. All right, look at the little kitty. See the little kitty? He's a little kitty. All right? Little kitty is a little kitty. All right, so everybody enjoy the little kitty while we get ready to start jury selection. They are comfort kitties. All right, we don't have time for trivia, because if we start trivia and then the jurors are just up there in 10 minutes, we don't have time to do that. So we're just going to sit here until 9 o'clock, and then if jury selection doesn't start, I'm just going to throw the pool feed up and go to the doctors. All right, so that is our opportunity to look at little kitties. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're waiting for the start of jury selection in the Donna Adelson trial. I believe it's going to begin almost right away. They're just bringing jurors up. They're organizing seats in the courtroom, and then I think they actually do some of the questioning without using names or showing faces openly. So it's different than Massachusetts, and I think they're going to do it openly. So we are going to be sitting here. We have the pool feed up. We have kitties on the screen. They're comfort kitties. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. So thank you very, very much for taking the time to be with me today. If you missed some of the judge's statements in the opening today, judge will make final rulings on all outstanding motions prior to the beginning of group voir dire. All right, so that should be soon. It's only expected to take 3 days in total to seat this jury. Opening statement, jurors are told to come back Thursday afternoon. The ones that are selected, that's probably group voir dire. Then we get our final jury impaneled, and then on Friday we're expected, barring any mishaps, to start opening statements in the Donna Adelson trial related to the death of Dan Markle. This case will have 30-minute opening statements for each side on Friday, and then we will immediately go into the presentation of evidence. If, for whatever reason, there's a mishap, judge has built in some extra days over the trial schedule to allow for openings to start on Monday. That would lead the presentation of evidence to start on Monday, but it would require some working days related to Labor Day. I don't know. I didn't pay very close attention to that part because Labor Day is not for a few weeks, but judge is already, this is a very good judge on this case, all right? Calm, firm, but fair. You don't mess with this judge, all right? There's some judges that get a little frazzled, not this judge. One of the best judges I've seen, just a great judge, okay? And this case, I can already tell, is going to be very efficient. There's going to be no nonsense. There's going to be no administrative kind of not bureaucratic hassle. It's going to be done appropriately, efficiently, and quickly. And it's not going to waste any resources for the state taxpayers of Florida, I'll tell you that. I get the sense this judge is, as Vicky was saying earlier, firm, fair, in control, and also very like case management focused. Like, we're going to hit our deadlines. This is not like a suggestion, it's a deadline. All right, so you can see right there we have the pool feed up on the court. We're just waiting for jury selection to formally begin. And as a reminder, at 9 o'clock, Little Towels, I'm leaving you because I have to go to the doctor's for an x-ray. A lot of things are going on, but I have to do this today. So I'll be back with you a little after 10. I don't think I have to get what's called contrast today. Have you ever got contrast dye while getting an x-ray or a CT? I think it's mostly for CTs, but I don't have to get it today. If you've ever gotten contrast dye while getting a CT, let me just tell you. First of all, I don't drink alcohol. I stopped when I turned 21. But it feels like drinking the hottest shot. Like, it feels like drinking a shot of liquor that just warms your whole body like a blanket. And it's not a good feeling. I mean, if you like that, I guess, but it's not for me. It's a weird feeling. Then they're like, okay, it won't be that bad, and they put you in the machine, and then they inject you with contrast dye, and then you're like, what the hell is going on? I feel like I have a blanket on me, and then you get the CT with contrast. I don't have to do that today, but I hate those because I'm afraid of needles, and every single time I get needles, like 3 out of 10 times, I will faint. That's with proper vasovagal procedures in place, like me elevated backwards when the needle.
Prospective jurors should
Okay,
say
here we
are
go.
on their way up now.
Hi, 65 CJ5. The jurors are on their way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're about to get started. Thanks very much for tuning in, everyone. I hope you enjoy the little kitties. We love the kitties, Vicky. We love them so dearly. We'll save them and put them back up during the breaks.
By statute.
As a reminder, jury selection, Donna Adelson, starting right now.
All right, bring them up. I'll just address them when they get here. Yeah.
Ron,
Yes, sir.
just wanted to discuss the statement of the case that I will operate on the group that you were just going to be reading the same one that went straight up to this trial.
Just the indictment that has actually been filed, yes.
Well, I'm referring to the statement of the case that the jurors can think about what questions you're going to be asking them about.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
It might be easier if I just bring the transcript up.
It's fine.
That's the beginning.
Just the questions that are highlighted.
And the statement of the case started on the prior page.
You're just asking for this to be read?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trying to see when this was given.
This was in terms of.
Right. But at the point in which it was given. Does someone have this portion printed out? Please. Did they not come up with the rest of the group? Okay. Okay. Are they first 14 in there, everyone else over there?
All right, please rise for our signatures.
All right.
Good morning. Everyone, this way, please. Good morning. You're gonna follow it here. You're gonna go all the way down this. Yes, sir. Good morning. Here too. Right here, please. You're free. Okay. Thank you. Great. Just skip that seat right there next to that gentleman and you'll sit down forward. Right here. Yes, sir. Please. 4, 5, 6, right here, please. Good morning. Good morning. 4, 5, 6. Good morning. 7, 8. Good morning. Good morning. So you're gonna start the go all the way down for me, please. 9. Good morning. Right here.
Am I going?
All the way through here, right here.
Okay. Sorry, may I have a seat?
No, not a problem. You're gonna go all the way around. Good morning. Right here, good morning. I'll get you here, please.
At least these are a little more comfortable than the others. Probably why they suggested grabbing a jacket.
Seats right there. Yes.
Want to use this to warm up for the moment? Waist helps.
Sir, if you can remain quiet for right now,
I do apologize.
thank you. You can be seated. Once the bailiffs have directed you to your chairs, you may be seated. We're still waiting for anyone outside.
About 10, 11 more to go.
Okay.
Two and 15 on this one.
Okay. Everyone can be seated. Tricia, once numbers 2 and 15 have been located, they're just to be seated in the back. We're going to move forward with what we have right now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Okay, not great. Let's start again. I'm giving you a proper greeting, looking you in your eyes. All I'm asking back from you is for the same. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
There we go. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges for the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. You have been summoned here today as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process today that I will be reading to you. It is not that I do not wish to have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but rather any explanation that you receive on the law during this process must be uniform and it must be specific according to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm noting that Mrs. Adelson is present in the courtroom with her counsel. I believe downstairs a few minutes ago, you spoke with Judge Ashenofi Richardson, where she went through the qualification process with you concerning who is actually eligible to serve as a juror in the state of Florida. What I'm going to do, just to make sure that anyone at this point would otherwise qualify to be excused by statute, I'm just going to confirm this information. By a show of hands, is everyone who has been brought up this morning at least 18 years of age or older? Please raise your hands. For the record, all prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative by raising their hand. Are each of you citizens of the United States of America and residents of Leon County, Florida? Please raise your hands if this is so. Again, for the record, the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. Are all of you residents of Leon County? Please raise your hand if this is true. Again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands. Thank you. Do each of you possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Please raise your hands. Once again, for the record, the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. The next series of questions are basically just going to deal with whether anyone should be excused at this point or is ineligible to serve. Has anyone been previously convicted in a state or federal court of any felony crime or a crime of dishonesty and you have not had your rights restored to you? If this describes your situation, please raise your hand. For the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands. Are any of you at this time under current prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? Please raise your hands if this describes your situation. Once again, for the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands. As to matters in which you can be excused by law, is any person here a sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? No hands have been raised in response to the court's questions. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? All right. Sir, if that is, please form a line and I will deal with you momentarily just in the middle. Is anyone present 70 years of age or older? No hands have been raised in response to this question. Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? And by last year, what I'm referring to would be August 19th, 2024 to today. No hands have been raised in response to that question. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and your presence will create a hardship? No one has responded in the affirmative to that question. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending a high school, state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? Right, if you please can stand behind the gentleman in the aisle. I believe we also have one new one by statute. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before the reporting date on your summons, and you're seeking to be excused for that reason? No hands have been raised in response. Right, one by one, if you please can come forward, and I will address the issue in which you responded to your questions, or to the court's questions, I should say. If the attorneys wish to listen to the court's conversation with the prospective juror, you can.
Oh, thank you.
This might sound funny in the courtroom, it's kind of the microphones everywhere, and we try to keep the distance as private as possible.
Hey everyone, it's the COE here. Just want to remind everyone that Joel is on his way to Tallahassee. He'll be live from Tallahassee tonight, so he won't be giving us any inside information in terms of the courtroom and jurors today, but he will be doing that tomorrow. And again, we'll be here all day, so please remember to hit like, subscribe if you're new, and we'll try to pull up some comments here and there, but if there's anything visually, I don't want to block it. But yeah, thanks so much. We appreciate all of you guys, and we're just going to watch this all day. Thanks so much.
now that we've settled the issues of who is eligible to serve and actually remain, we are going to proceed with the process this morning. The first thing that we are going to do is to discuss what you may know about this case, if you've heard anything about it at all. This case has received some publicity, and there also was a related case that took place almost 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you will not need to know what others may already know concerning this matter. However, before we start that questioning, I am going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have actually been discharged from jury selection or jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or the case itself. This includes face-to-face interactions, phone or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This would include tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about the case until you have been excused in this matter. Please avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid any social media or any internet news sites concerning this matter as well. Mr. Zellman, if you still have the statement of case on your computer, I will just read it from that. You may. I'm going to read to you at this time a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markell was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markell's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markell. She has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I have just read to you is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by this statement. It is merely informing you of the accusation that has been made by the state against the defendant. Before we speak with you individually and privately about this case, some of you may be excused. Mr. Zellman, you can take it. I'm also going to read to you at this time the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Once again, the indictment is not evidence, and it's not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. It is alleged in count 1 that on or about July 18, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county, Leon, and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markell, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. Beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. I believe I said this before, but we are now going to speak with each of you individually and privately about this matter. Some of you may be excused during this process. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. The basic questions that you will be asked are the following. Number 1, what do you know about this case? Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on this jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these 5 questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. We are going to discuss one thing with you individually, specifically as it relates to the hardship of serving on this jury. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and potentially go for 2 weeks after that. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today may take up to 3 weeks. We understand that is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty as jurors. Similar to military service, we will have to call on our citizens at times to make sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again for something of this nature to serve in a lengthy trial. I understand for some of you, this may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you are not going to be sequestered during the trial, meaning you will be capable of going home and returning to the courthouse each day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule so it will not disrupt your lives. Please give some thoughts as to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror. Please be patient with us as we will be working as efficiently as possible. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiffs or clerk's instructions. You are not to discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also as well, there is reading material that has been provided by the court in the form of some magazines that are available to you if you would like to read. You also may look at your phones, but you are not to speak to each other or have any conversations about the case or anything else. For this instruction, does anyone have a question? Because I want to clear this up before we get underway. Again, you are not to speak to each other. You are not to discuss the case. You may look at your phones. You are not to look at any material that is related to this case. You also may read the reading material that has been provided by the court. Please do not listen to or read any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. We will begin with the individual process at this point. If the parties please can relocate to the jury room, we will call each of you by your number, and from there we will go through the individual screening. If the bailiffs also can position themselves through the room as need be to make sure the orders are going to be enforced.
Hello, little towels. Grant Smith Ellis here. I have obtained chips. I am back from the doctor. And instead of just having to watch jury selection, we are going to watch some previous testimony from Jeff Lacoste in the Donna Adelson case. Look, I got some Pringles. Actually, these ones have a lot of sodium. The other option I got has less sodium. I'm going to eat one anyway. That was not a pleasant doctor's appointment, but I got through it. I'm a towel. Okay, that was pretty good. Okay, here we go. How you doing? My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're in jury selection in the Donna Adelson case. So, if you are just watching, there hasn't been much going on in any of the feeds because they're in private voir dire. So, you know what we're going to do? We're going to leave this on, okay? But I'm going to shrink it, and we're going to watch Jeff Lacoste's testimony for one of the previous trials, all right? Going to do that while I hang out with you all, and then we'll play some towel trivia after Jeff Lacoste's testimony. So if you want to play towel trivia today, I'm thinking around lunchtime, okay, for towel trivia. I don't want to play in the morning. I'm not feeling great. That doctor's appointment was not pleasant. I have a headache now. And we'll play in a few hours. Okay, so we are going to watch Jeff Lacoste's testimony, all right? I got a request for that yesterday, and I'll do that now. Hello, Judy. Hello, Ruth. It's great to see you all. So, we are going to see, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, we're going to see Jeff Lacoste's testimony, okay? We're going to watch about an hour of it, all right? It's going to go until about 10:40 or 11. Then we'll play some, towel trivia at about 10:45 or 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So it's great to see you, Ruth and Judy. And at about 11 a.m., we are going to be playing towel trivia. So if you're just tuning in, about 11 a.m. for towel trivia. So we won't miss any of the jury selection. But I'm going to bring up Jeff Lacoste's testimony right now. We had a request for this yesterday. We're going to watch this, and then I will be back with you at about 10:45, folks. 10:45 a.m., around 11 a.m., we will play some towel trivia. So if you've been looking forward to playing towel trivia today, don't worry. You did not miss out, little towels. You did not miss out. We are indeed going to play towel trivia coming up at the top of the next hour. All right, so there you go, Jeff Lacoste's testimony. This was requested by Vicky Towel yesterday. So we're going to watch about an hour of this during jury selection. Then we'll play some towel trivia leading into lunch. And then we'll go from there, little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. I appreciate it on this day one of jury selection in the Donna Adelson trial. So as I mentioned, we're going to start this. This is Jeff Lacoste's testimony. It's going to go for about 58 minutes. Thank you to the Trial Channel for archiving the pool feeds. And I will see you all in just about an hour. So 10:45 a.m. is going to be our first round of towel trivia. Mark it on your calendars, mark it on your clocks. 10:45 a.m. And remember, towel trivia is a way to learn, and we like learning. So 10:45 a.m. Eastern, next round of towel trivia. All right, let's begin. This is the Jeff Lacoste testimony from the Charlie Adelson trial.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. Jeffreylacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been with FSU?
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in Tallahassee?
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. Really loved Tallahassee, so when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013. Apologize for my voice. I'll just get a little water.
You can have water.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more
Yeah.
in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson,
Is that me?
I don't know, maybe we need to move it.
Is it okay if I touch the microphone or you want me to?
Right, it's just about the right distance here.
I'm not sure it's you, but
That's not
back it up in here. I know, it's hard to get right.
Yes, sir.
All right, so during the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendy Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markell?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty divorce?
Yes.
During the time that you were dating her, did you become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markell?
I met Professor Markell. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
And were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendy Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation, for sure.
If you know, did Wendy want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up, and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about two and a half months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's...
But that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day?
Definitely was. She left the group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendy Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendy to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
Every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have an occasion to meet her family members in South Florida?
I did. Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right, so you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
That was the evening of March 11th, 2014.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently?
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendy Adelson, and her went to dinner that evening, March 11th.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom?
Yes.
That you had dinner with? Who's that?
That is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table, wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine Magbanua, how was she related to this family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend, essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendy was meeting Catherine Magbanua as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine Magbanua, and that was my impression, yes.
All right, so anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Miss Magbanua mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine Magbanua mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right, what about after dinner? Where'd you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendy Adelson, Charles Adelson was in the hot tub for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right, so Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. He was his roommate, yeah.
All right, and where was Catherine Magbanua at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Judge, objection, motion in limine. Verdict.
May continue.
Let me ask a more specific question. Adelson in the hot tub mention anything about having connections to the criminal element?
Yes, he did. He mentioned having contacts on both sides of the tracks, meaning dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but he also had people he knew that were a criminal element, yes.
And did he get more specific about anything about these people that are the criminal element?
He mentioned specifically, I repeated it to DPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Okay, so he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said,
And
yes.
what was the context of this? Was he just seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendy at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye Coffee Shop to have coffee, just to meet midday, and Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship, and she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right, and we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right, and so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
All right, did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night, and I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to refresh my memory. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you get the movie, or?
Well, it was back in the day. It was Redbox, so I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right, and go over there with the movie and what happens when you arrive.
I walk in the door, and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on, and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that was my first impression.
Kind of like a shatter mark with spiders.
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's, out from that, and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult, or really no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure. I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before, so yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue, and it's her house, her TV, her kids, so I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating. And I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV. And I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like an 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June. Ms. Adelson mentioned that there was a big fight toward the end of June. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the weekend of June 27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight occurred?
We were in Gainesville. Ms. Adelson accompanied me for a work trip, and we had that scheduled for a while. And she accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
And did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts the whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that, that was combined with Wendy promising me the world in June. Talking about me moving in, shouldn't get a Jeep, you should get a car, the kids' car seats will fit in. The kids should start calling you daddy was the most outrageous one. And so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seeing other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't go very well.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold. Is that
It was a
accurate?
roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would string a guy along like that. It didn't make any sense at the time.
All right, so we're in June, like 28th range?
Okay.
Okay, when do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. Now, I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was, but she wanted to ride back with me.
You rode together?
Yeah, we rode together.
All right, so you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markel's house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1.
All right, and was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right, and were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
All right, so when did you see Wendy next after she leaves to go to South, or I guess after you return from Gainesville?
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks. But I see her again on the 13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right, so now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
Okay, tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to her house on Aqua Ridge.
All right, and did she tell you anything asked to tell you anything in confidence that evening?
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about, Danny Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, "Can I tell you something in confidence?"
Objection, Your Honor. Motion eliminated.
Now, Ms. Calhoun, you understand the court's ruling.
I think I do, Judge, but asked to approach.
Please approach. The bailiff is going to escort you out. Mr. Lacoste, you can step down from the witness stand for now.
Okay.
Please step back outside. Everyone can be seated. Bringing up both the motion in limine and the prior order that has been issued on this matter. The ruling that was made as to the defense motion in limine concerned the state eliciting this as a part of its case in chief. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, at this point, Ms. Adelson has specifically denied making this statement. Why is this an improper ground for the state to explore this on impeachment?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor. It's double hearsay. It's not done to...
All sorts of matters that otherwise would be inadmissible can become impeachment.
Judge, if Dr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, made that statement to Mr. Lacoste, and he denied it, he could impeach him. They're impeaching another witness. That's not allowed. That's number one. Number two, I brought up
The
this
impeachment of one witness's testimony through another is not allowed?
but they're impeaching her to go to his statement. They're stuck with her answer. They could have kept on cross-examining her of why they thought her answer was wrong. They can't now backdoor it through hearsay in another witness. That was the whole point of the motion. Similarly, Judge, we brought this issue up first thing this morning, sidebar, because if they were going to be allowed to do it, I was going to ask Ms. Adelson other questions on this issue. They said they weren't going to do it. So I didn't ask her those questions. And I didn't ask her those questions because I didn't want to open the door to it. And I can't call Ms. Adelson back as a witness because she has a Fifth Amendment right and I can't give her immunity. I brought this up for this very reason. She denied the statement yesterday. That's why I brought it up today. They can't backdoor a double hearsay statement based on a denial by that witness. Can't do it.
Ms. Kappelman.
It's not hearsay, it's offered for impeachment. Ms. Adelson was specifically drawn to the time and place of this statement, and after she made it, she denied it. This witness heard her make the statement. It's now admissible for impeachment testimony.
This is not an insignificant fact or an immaterial one. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you wish to find some authority, I will give you 5 minutes to look if you have anything to argue as to this matter. Ms. Adelson has denied making the statement. She can be impeached through other witnesses regarding this matter.
Judge.
I will give you an opportunity to find some authority. If there's something more specific you can point me to other than what you're arguing right now.
Judge, I brought this up this morning so that I could front it with Ms. Adelson, and we were told, you were told, that they weren't going down this path. If I'd been told something different, I would have done something different that I can no longer do. It's precisely why I went sidebar first thing in the morning.
What is your response as to that portion of the argument, Ms. Kappelman?
That's a legal argument. I was asked if I was intending to offer double hearsay. I said I would never be offering hearsay without an exception.
I assume he's making this on fairness grounds, which goes to this would have changed his strategy of how he examined the witness.
I don't know what to do about that, so I can't help Mr. Rashbaum have better strategy. I was real specific with the witness to get that denial, so I'm not sure why the issue wasn't raised at that point.
Judge, I was really specific this morning that the double hearsay related to my motion to eliminate related to Jeffrey Lacoste. You knew what I was talking about.
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have to raise your voice. Make your argument, please.
Everyone, sidebar, knew exactly what I was talking about. And we were told, Ms. Kappelman told you as an officer of the court that she was not going down that road. And so when Ms. Adelson was on the stand, I stayed away from it, not to open the door to it. She knew exactly what statement we were talking about. If you tell me you didn't know what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. I was very specific. I was very specific that it was the double hearsay statement related to Jeffrey Lacoste that we filed our motion to eliminate on. I was very specific that it applied to this and also the Juvia dinner. Those were the words specifically out of my mouth back there, because when she asked the questions of Ms. Adelson, which were completely appropriate, I thought she might be going down this path. And so the first thing in the morning, we went sidebar so I could stop the charade, so that if the court were going to allow it to come in, I would handle it. She stayed silent. And I've been jumping up and down to try to prevent any possible mistrial twice, and still no mention of it. It's completely unfair, completely improper, and it denies him his constitutional right of due process.
Again, that's why I raised the issue. This goes to the fairness aspect of it. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. If you have any authority you wish to present, I will entertain it further. Everyone can be seated. Unless either party has additional argument, I am prepared to rule at this point.
I did have one thing I wanted to raise, but I'm not sure it was clear before. Ms. Adelson is still under the state subpoena, so I think she could be brought back for whatever additional questions need to be asked.
As to that point, Mr. Kappelman, the ability to extend immunity you have, Mr. Rauschbaum does not, calls her as a part of her, as a part of the defendant's case. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I mean, we're still in the state's case, so.
Well, the defense can't call a witness within the state's case.
I know, that's a good point. I just wanted to point out that it's still under my subpoena, so if the state created it, that might be a solution. I don't know. It hasn't been proffered what questions would be asked that weren't asked. I don't know what that is, but maybe there's something that could be worked out if that was Your Honor's ruling, is that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609 Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny, and what I said before.
Very well. The court's ruling is as follows. The defense's motion in limine went to the state's ability as a part of its case in chief to present testimony from Mr. Lacoste that would be hearsay within hearsay. The motion in limine was granted on those grounds. However, the motion in limine and also the court's ruling did not discuss or limit in any way state's ability to present this information as impeachment. Ms. Adelson, at this point, she has testified, she has denied the statement taking place whatsoever. However, as it goes to fundamental fairness grounds, which are also a part of the ruling that has to be made, the defense did earlier at sidebar ask if this was going to come up in some way. As it related to substantive evidence, I believe the state responded it was not. The state did not make any representations concerning impeachment. I will find that this did affect the defense's ability or their strategy, at least in examining the witness, as the witness also can invoke her Fifth Amendment right and through a separate pleading has stated through counsel that she will invoke any Fifth Amendment right unless she is being granted immunity for that testimony. The ability of the defense to address this matter is compounded by the constitutional right of the witness and their inability to call her. On fundamental fairness grounds, I'm not going to permit the impeachment on this topic. You may proffer the testimony from there, and if the state is intending to recall the witness at that point, the issue of impeachment may be revisited. Does everyone understand?
Yes, may I make one clarification for the record?
Go ahead.
It's already on the record. We were at sidebar. What I was asked, my understanding of what I was asked is, was I intending to introduce any hearsay within hearsay through Mr. Lacoste? And my answer was that I would not introduce any hearsay within hearsay without exception. I think it was clear what I was intending to do was set up an impeachment through Ms. Adelson by drawing her attention to the specific date and time of the statement and asking her specifically if she made the statement, which she denied. I find it hard to believe that that doesn't alert the defense in fairness that that's what I'm intending to do, and that's what I did in the last trial successfully, which the defense in this case was in attendance at. So I think it's unfair to the state, but I understand Your Honor's ruling and we'll be ready to proceed.
Please bring in the witness so we can go through the proffer. Our words are stock and trade. If you are uncertain, Ms. Kappelman, as to what Mr. Rauschbaum was raising, we probably should have clarified it at that point. Please bring in the witness. Also, so we don't have to go through this again, Mr. Rauschbaum, as it pertains to the other rulings in the defense's motion in limine that the court has previously addressed. Although they may not be, certain rulings pertain to the state's ability to present as substantive evidence. You understand this does not affect their ability to present it as impeachment as it pertains to all of the items that have been ruled on previously. June and Chimda, meaning everything that we've been previously addressing through these motions.
Well, they still have to follow the extrinsic evidence rule, collateral evidence rule.
My point being, something that cannot come in substantively can still be impeached with. You understand this?
Can, yes.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen.
Right.
But so we're not doing this song and dance about any other matters. All right. If we need to have sidebars and you're attempting to clarify something, if you're asking specifically as to impeachment, you need to be specific as well.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan, please bring in Mr. Lacoste. You may be seated, Mr. Lacoste. Ms. Kappelman, you may finish your sequence of questions on the topic you were starting.
Mr. Lacoste, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendy Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Danny Markell problem, including hiring a hitman, and that it would cost about $15,000. I revised them out. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confident it's true.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50.
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50. She said one or the other.
She said one number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and later thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
Well, she asked to speak to me confidentially. She was dead serious about it. It was a chilling statement. I had a reaction to it. My stomach flipped. It was scary, a little weird. So it was a very serious statement she's making.
So clearly not a joke.
No, it was not a joke. There are other jokes in that domain. This was completely distinct and discrete from any joke. This was not funny.
And this statement was made within 5 days of Mr. Markell's murder by a hitman?
That's correct.
And was this said in any way in the context of the relocation issue?
Well, what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee, and she stated that the only way to leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just repeated.
All right.
To you.
Thank you. That's the proffer, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
Sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The statement was chilling and serious, right?
Yes,
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't alert the police the next day, that night.
I did not,
Why not?
because it was a past tense statement, and I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer. I did not know there was a present case, a present instant threat. I did not know Hitman had visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out and you say, all right, not gonna call the police. Hey, Wendy, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who would verify that I made that statement before the murder, and she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out, and we decided I decided after talking to her it was past tense, so probably not that dangerous, and we were really wrong. Maybe I should have called the police.
So, Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today. A heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, the dispute's no longer about relocation, but yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendy Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right?
That's the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it. And I consulted with a friend, bounced it off of her before the murder. And neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that probably is so dangerous that I should have called the police. Yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendy Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
It's hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you referred to the next night, the next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendy Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me, I don't know. But
okay. Well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
Your testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you, when she is avoiding you, when you have just been caught going through her phone and her
how's she avoiding me?
Mr.
Well,
Lacoste, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her, which the record will show you were during this time period, that she confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer. And if you've reached the end of your cross-examination in the proffer session, we do need to move on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Lacoste, or actually Ms. Kappelman, the court's ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to this subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it.
Yes, sir.
Please bring back in the witnesses, or the jurors.
Before you bring the jury back.
There is the celebration dinner. I'm sure that's the next one.
Is it the same ruling in reference to the celebration dinner?
Well, one moment, because I don't know what the celebration dinner is all about.
It's in the same motion to eliminate, Judge.
Bring it back up. Number 2, I believe this just concerns statements. It doesn't say anything about celebration.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
One moment.
Back up.
Where is the celebration dinner covered in your motion?
It's in the same motion in limine regarding the hearsay statements. There were several of them. The first one was the statement that we just discussed, and the second one is that Charlie Adelson said that he went to dinner with, that she told him that Charlie Adelson said it was a celebration dinner. It's in the same motion in limine.
However, this statement is being directly attributed to your client that was heard by the witness.
No.
Mr. Lacoste, please step down again.
It's the same exact issue. It's Wendy Adelson telling him what Charlie Adelson said.
Kappelman responds.
Yes, sir. I asked Ms. Adelson about the dinner. She acknowledged there was a dinner. She did vomit at the dinner table, but denied calling it a celebration dinner or hearing Charlie Adelson call it a celebration dinner. I anticipate this witness would indicate that it was referred to as a celebration dinner.
Rauschbaum
It's the same issue, and you ruled on this issue. It's the same motion in limine.
I'm looking at the line now. All right, Ms. Kappelman, I believe we find ourselves in the same position unless you have an argument which differentiates the television from the celebration dinner.
I think I understand what you mean, Judge. I don't have any additional argument other than this is offered for impeachment. It's not hearsay, not covered by the motion. The appropriate grounds were laid, and it's admissible as impeachment.
Do you wish to proffer the celebration dinner by Mr. Lacoste as well?
No, sir. I think my preference at this point, assuming your ruling will be the same on the celebration dinner, is to have Mr. Lacoste step off the stand, proceed with another witness, and revisit this issue after the lunch break.
Very well. Please bring the jurors back in. You may end your examination in front of them, and then Mr. Rauschbaum will have his opportunity. Well, actually, Mr. Rauschbaum, how long do you believe your cross-examination of the witness would take?
I'm a little
in
confused.
front of the jurors.
I'm a little confused. Are you?
The ruling is the impeachment as the celebration dinner is going to be excluded on the same grounds for now. If we need to revisit later, we will, but as to your cross-examination that will be taking place in front of the jurors on the subject matter that's already been covered, how long do you think that's going to take?
Oh, she's going to stop asking questions of this witness.
I believe she just indicated she would.
Okay. For the issues that we've dealt with just now,
prior to any proffers and sending the jurors out.
I'm not really sure, Your Honor. Probably maybe 30 minutes.
Right, let's bring them back in. You can start your cross. We'll take the lunch break and then pick up from there. Please bring back in the witness.
All rise. You're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Bailiff, if you can please instruct Mr. Lacoste to come back in. State have any further direct examination for this witness?
No further questions at this time.
You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Lacoste, good morning.
Good morning.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendy took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with kids that she taught.
Yeah, we went to Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner, you said you had dinner on March 11th of 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine McBanawa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit, but she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Well, was she trying to get Miss Adelson to talk about her ex-husband?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendy Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't. It's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either. It was just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved your client. They weren't. So I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder, and I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for Miss Kappelman to ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation, right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
Let's just stick with the family situation.
Okay.
So Catherine McBanawa was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him, yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD, yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendy Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview.
Okay.
It took me some time to process.
You're aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave him a statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
No, I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacoste. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD the statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey, Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendy and Jeff. "Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I could tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really 1 in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon." Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new girlfriend's brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendy seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give I was polite rather than honest, let's put it that way. I mean...
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
No, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you, or did you text him?
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendy Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said it was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that Wendy was a wreck. Hold on 1 second, sorry. One moment, Your Honor. I've lost my place. You testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendy, you testified that Wendy was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether it is what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendy Adelson in March 27th of 2014 where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of her reactions to the entire situation. But I know I was sending that email, yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time, yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions, not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings?
No,
in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Wendy's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendy saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markell asked Wendy's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did. Now, do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markell's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendy Adelson, so most of that content, that was,
Sir, I'm just asking you for a yes or no question.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
Okay.
I know you have an
Yes, I told police that, yes.
Okay. So, you told the police that Wendy wasn't concerned about Professor Markell succeeding with that motion.
No, she was highly anxious. She was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markell's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendy Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion, to clarify. But yes, that's true. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then. And let's see if it refreshes your recollection. One moment, Your Honor. You don't recall being recorded where you said, and I quote, Everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment. At 2 o'clock on 7/23/14, interview part 1, at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014, interview part 1, and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out this situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element? Okay, let me rephrase it. Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine Magbanua, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you were hanging out with a criminal element in that regard?
No.
Nothing further.
Because you may step down, you may be recalled at some point. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage or discuss the matter with any friends or family. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right, friends, we aren't taking a lunch break. We're going to play some towel trivia, but before we do, a few things. One, we got a very cool chart from Hot Coffee Chats, which we are going to look at in 1 second. I have the Google Drive. I managed to get it on Google Drive, which is kind of like a sandbox environment that's good for the stream. So there is Donna Adelson's husband, Harvey, the patriarch of the Adelson family. He was creepily waving at the Tallahassee Democrat still photographer during the hearing yesterday, according to Surviving the Survivor. Oddbirds, the whole flock of them, says Surviving the Survivor. But yes, thank you so much to Hot Coffee Chats for sending along this PDF. Now, while we take a look at the image right there, we're going to play some towel trivia here in just 1 second. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for being with me. While we take a look at that, which is Harvey Adelson creepily in court yesterday, there is ongoing jury selection in the Donna Adelson trial. That is private. It is not public for the public. That, of course, makes sense. It's redundant, but it makes sense. So we're going to take a look at the chart while you all creepily look. Well, you all look at the creepily acting Harvey, the patriarch of the Adelson family. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we're going to play towel trivia for a little bit. Then we're going to watch some more testimony. Then we'll play more towel trivia. Then we'll continue to watch testimony, and then we'll get caught up as the jury selection continues in Donna Adelson's trial. So I want to begin by thanking Hot Coffee Chats for putting this together. All right, Towel is putting a Google Slides presentation together. It managed to isolate it. Not isolate it, runs it in a sandbox, which is very helpful. All right, Charlie Adelson. Harvey Adelson. Thank you very much for your time on our screen. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this helpful chart from Hot Coffee Chats. So thank you very much for putting this together, Hot Coffee Chats. All right, so give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Here we go. All right, there it is. Ready for the chat? Who's ready for the chat? All right, it's running in a nice sandbox. Towel likes sandboxes. Do you know what a sandbox is? It's a computer environment that's isolated, so you can make files run in an efficient manner no matter where they come from. All right, so here we go. This is a nice Google sandbox. I appreciate Google for providing such a sandbox. Now, this chat is put together by Hot Coffee Chats, and here it is. There's a chat. All right, who loves a chat? All right, everybody loves a good chat. All right, so there's Dan Markell. All right, Dan Markell was the victim in the case. Dan Markell was Wendy's ex-husband, so Wendy is the ex-wife of Dan Markell. Now, Jeff Lacoste, who we just listened to testify, was Wendy's ex-boyfriend. Now, Wendy's mother, who is on trial, is Donna Adelson. Harvey Adelson, who we just saw a picture of, is the father. Now, Charlie Adelson, who we just watched testimony from his trial when Jeff Lacoste was testifying, is Wendy's brother. Now, Charlie's ex-girlfriend is Catherine Magbanua, who was already convicted for her part in this murder, who hired the man, Sigfredo Garcia, who, it's hard to see his last name, Tuto, who's the former partner of Catherine, and then the hitmen were Luis Rivera and King Tato. All right? So that is the chart. Okay, it's a great chart by Hot Coffee Chats. Excellent job, Hot Coffee Chats. Super towel star for you. So you can see it right there. Great job. Great job. So, Hot Coffee Chats has put together the chart of all charts. We love the chat. Now, if you want to see something cool, I heard I can do this. Ready? Watch this. All right. Now, some streamers do this. I'm not a big person to do this, but watch this. Ready? So, if we take the chat, and I'm over the chat, right? I heard you can do this, okay? You can just make the chart take up the whole screen. Ready for this? Look how much of a professional streamer I am. I should be on Kick. I'm so good at what I do. All right, see what you do here? All right, hold on one second. Hold on. You got to get it perfect. All right, so you do that. All right, then you do this. Now, look at me. Look at me. It's me in the chat. Look at me. I'm on the chat. I'm a professional streamer. Oh, look at me. Look at Little Tout. Listen. I'm a chart. I'm part of the chat. Oh, I can make myself even bigger. Look at me. Big towel. Look at Big Towel. You want me to get Peep Towel? Peep Towel, have you ever wanted to be part of a chart? Peep Towel is very pleased. Peep Towel, we are now officially part of a chat. I've always wanted to be part of a chart. This is my life dream come true. Peep Towel is thrilled. Peep Towel, is there anything you would like to say to the polity of the world now that we are officially part of a chat? He would like to say he hates communists. Damn commies. Absolutely. Look at me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm part of the chat. All right? This is what you do when you're a professional streamer. You become part of the chart. You see what I'm saying? Look how professional I am. Send me to streamer games. I should be on Kick. I'm clearly a professional streamer. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I at least can do this. How many other people can do this? Just make themselves part of a chart. It's like magic in real time, ladies and gentlemen. And Pete Bunny Towel is now part of the chat. All right, you see what I'm saying? Chart. No, it's a chart. See? Chart. Pete Bunny Towel. Chart. Pete Bunny Towel. All right, this is clearly the best use of my very excellent technological skills, putting myself on a chart with Pete Bunny Towel. All right, it was like the other day when Pete Bunny Towel and I were on Judge Doolin's bench while they were at Sidebar. And I was like, look at this efficient use of my technical skills. I'm clearly a professional towel. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, me and Pete Bunny Towel have always wanted to become professional streamers. You see what I mean? I wouldn't exactly say we know what we're doing. Pete Bunny Towel is offended. He says he always knows what he's doing. He's trying to court Toffee Towel. Okay, Toffee Towel is a bunny. All right, it's Allie and Rue's house bunny. Pete Bunny Towel wants to court Toffee Towel. We're working on it. All right, little towels. I am Grant Smith Ellis. Let's play some towel trivia. Who wants to play some towel trivia? Ooh, I wonder if we can do it this way. That would be super cool. All right, hold on. I got a plan. I'm the man with the plan. You ready for this? You ready for this? Watch this. We're going to play towel trivia behind me. I'm going to be on the board. Oh, my goodness. Listen, we are evolving, ladies and gentlemen. We are evolving. It's towel trivia time. It's the moment you've all waited for. If your name is Allie and Rue, you should wake up from your slumber, your dogmatic slumber. It's towel trivia time. All right, I've always wanted to play towel trivia. I am a towel. All right, ready for this? Watch how we're going to do this. Thank you again to Hot Coffee Chats for their excellent chat. All right, I've always wanted to be a chat. And I even got to be part of a chart. I lived my life goal. I found my eudaimonia, or my summum bonum in the ancient Greek or the Latin, depending, and I became a chat. All right, now how about this for towel trivia? You want to see something cool? Oh my goodness, I am just the entire board. Okay, we are just going to have the towel trivia board as the screen, and I'm going to be on it. All right, there you go, professional streamer towel. All right, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? I have to find a way to get your chat on the board. All right, but I'm just going to be on the towel trivia board. All right, it's just going to be me. Okay, it's just going to be the trivia board and me, and then your chat. Hold on one second. There's your chat. All right, see what I'm saying? Look, we're just on the board. I'm just in front of the board. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Haven't you always wanted to do this? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I am living my towel dream right now. You don't understand. I am just part of the towel trivia board. All right? Now, if you want to play towel trivia, you know... Ooh, I dropped my keyboard. you know how towel trivia works, all right? There's going to be questions that go up on the board. We're going to play 3 or 4 rounds before lunch. Then we're going to watch more testimony from either Charlie or Donna's trial, or Katie's trial, or one of the other trials. If you have a specific testimony you'd like to watch, please request it in the comments. However, we're going to play 3 to 4 rounds of towel trivia, and the way that this works is a question will go up on the screen. It will go up on the screen, all right? You'll have an opportunity to answer the questions. If I get the question right, all right, you can get 1 point. If, according to the towel phone, you are the first person to get the question right in the chat. If I get the question wrong, however, all right, sorry, let me repeat. If I get the question right and you're the first person to get it right in the chat, you get a point. If I get it right and you're the subsequent person to get it right after the first person, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, however, and you get it right first, you get 2 points, and any subsequent right answer will get you 1 point. That's a regular round. For a double bonus round, regular answers, if I get it right, same scoring applies. If I get it wrong in a double bonus round, however, and you get it right, you can get 4 points. If you get the question right first, 2 points if you get it right subsequent. Has to be a double bonus round. Those are rare, and they're normally about stuff I know a lot about. Oh, Julia, you have a great time at work. Don't worry about it, my friend. And, of course, you don't have to play trivia. You can just hang out with us. But towel trivia is starting right now. Rue and Allie have arrived. I hope Steph Towel's doing all right. Let us get ready for towel trivia. So the way this is going to work, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to start off with our daily challenge category. This is a hodgepodge category. Now, when we do our daily challenge category, the way that this works is that there is no selected category, obviously. We're going to get 6 random questions. This is the warm-up round. Then we'll move into selected categories. So it looks like we're going to do the daily challenge and then 3 regular rounds. So getting ready. Here we go. Towel trivia starting in just the next 15 seconds. So if you're ready to play, join right in. You don't have to play. You can just hang out. So, oh, by the way, I think we know exactly how we should signal people for towel trivia. Vicky, you have a great afternoon, my friend. You come back anytime. But I think we know how we should signal people for towel trivia. All right, we all know what's coming. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella may be otherwise occupied. That's fine. We know exactly what we're doing. Okay, we're playing the theme song. All right, so if you know this theme song, then you know as soon as it goes up on the board, it's time for towel trivia. So tune in, get your Peep Bunny towels, prepare, and let's listen to the song.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you knowledge junkies, go grab your wrench and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got lots of questions, so we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the top community and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitties 1993 is not too far behind. Tater, Bug, and Dewdrops are smart and so kind. One family, we're family. Ruth and Captain know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but Bunny does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deb Fodder's on the ball. Sometimes we grumble when our scores get called. Now Harvard Yard keeps guessing answers that ain't up on the board. Don't ask me how, but she just scored. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. That's alright. That's what they every day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Town trivia time. Town trivia. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know, you know. Ooh, towel pride.
Yeehaw. Gotta love it. That's the way to whip it up, whip it up, whip it up. That's the way to whip it up. All right, so we're going to play some towel trivia. I got to figure out where I'm going to go on the screen. I think this is good. Hold on, we got to figure this out a little better. I think that's good. All right, so daily trivia category. Daily challenge. Here we go. Pete Bunny. Pete Bunny Towel is getting the contact cigar fumes. Pete Bunny Towel, how you doing? He says he's doing good. He's giving me a little bit of a glare. I think he's trying to communicate that he wanted to say hi to Toffee Towel, and all right, fine. All right, hold on. You want to make yourself nice and impressive for Toffee Towel? Listen, I don't know how bunny towels do their little communication, but here you go. All right, Bunny Towel. What would you like to say to Toffee Towel? Yeah. I don't think Toffee Towel likes communists. You enjoy spaghetti? I think you're thinking of the movie 101 Dalmatians. It's a completely different movie? Oh, I understand. Are there any movies about bunnies that you would like to suggest as an appropriate allegory? That's quite an exhaustive list. I didn't really realize there were that many movies about bunnies. It's all part of the courtship process. I understand. All right, Pete Bunny Towel. I'll convey the message. All right, got the damn commies. I understand. All right, so Toffee Towel. I think Bunny Towel wants to let you know that there's movies about bunnies, and sometimes the bunnies eat spaghetti. I told him he was thinking about a movie about dogs eating spaghetti, like 101 Dalmatians. He argued with me. We got into an argument. It ended with us both agreeing we hate the communists. All right, so in short, but listen, Toffee Towel is flattered. Are you pleased? You're going to go eat now. Okay. All right. He's going to go eat lunch. He's pleased. All right. Everybody's pleased. Here we go. Damn commies. All right, little towels. Let's do it. You know how this works. I got my towel phone up. We are going to start the daily challenge. Let's do it. No, thank you, holistic psychology. Here we go. Bob Geldof, known for his humanitarian work with the charity Band-Aid, first became famous as the lead singer of which band? Bob Geldof, known for his humanitarian work with the charity Band-Aid, first became famous as the lead singer of which band? Was it Joy Division, the Sex Pistols, the Boomtown Rats, or the Rolling Stones? Joy Division, the Sex Pistols, the Boomtown Rats, or the Rolling Stones. It's either the Boomtown Rats or the Joy Division. I'm going Joy Division. Oh, I had a 50-50 chance. I got it wrong. Ruth Lang, however, got 2 points. First person up on the board. Ventriloquist towel. Ruth Lang, first person up on the board. Not an easy question to answer, little towels. Not an easy question to answer, but the answer was indeed the Boomtown Rats. I don't think most people have heard of the Boomtown Rats. Jill, it's great to see you. Jill, first podium position finish of all time yesterday for Jill. Hold on. There I am. I had to refresh. It's going to stutter for a second. Hold on. It'll reboot. Give it all of 5 seconds. Give it all of 5 seconds. Hold on. Come on, little towels. There we are. Sorry, I had to reboot the background. Bunny Towel also picks up a full point. All right, so we're still here. Your screen should have only spun for 5 seconds while it rebooted the background. All right, here we go. Next question, little towels. Next question. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thanks very much for joining us for Towel Trivia. Excellent job to those of you who got it. I did not get it. I've never heard of it either. Which I Am Sam actor founded the J.P. Haitian Relief Organization, now called CORE, to help rebuild Haiti after the 2010 earthquake? Was it Tom Hanks, Brad Pitt, Dustin Hoffman, or Sean Penn? Which I Am Sam actor founded the J.P. Haitian Relief Organization, now known as CORE, to help rebuild Haiti after the 2010 earthquake? Tom Hanks, Brad Pitt, Dustin Hoffman, Sean Penn. I'm going Sean Penn. Sean Penn, indeed. Little towels. All right, let me check the phone. Oh, goodness. All right, hold on. Colleen Henry was the first one to get it right. Colleen and Buck grab a full point. Allie and Rue grab half a point. Jill grabs another half a point. Flurry of points up on the board. Ruth Towel, our leader so far, picks up half a point. Vicky, hello, my dear friend. Vicky picks up half a point. Holistic Psychology picks up half a point. Right, and Bunny Towel picks up another half a point. Good job, folks. That was a hard one to get. Next question. Into what body of water was it rumored that Muhammad Ali tossed his 1960 Olympic gold medal in anger at racial injustice? Into which body of water was it rumored that Muhammad Ali tossed his 1960 Olympic gold medal in anger at racial injustice? The Ohio River, the Mississippi River, the Hudson River, Lake Michigan. The Ohio River, the Mississippi River, the Hudson River, Lake Michigan. He was from like St. Louis or like the middle of the country. Oh, it could have been the Ohio or the Mississippi. Who got the Ohio River? Oh, a lot of guesses just like me with the Mississippi. I thought it would make sense. It would be the mighty Mississippi, but it was the Ohio River. 2 points up on the board for anyone who knows it was the Ohio River. A lot of people thought it was Mississippi. Some people thought Lake Michigan. A lot of people knew it was the middle of the country. Very few people knew it was the Ohio River. This was like when we found out the Southern Ocean was named another name for the Antarctic Ocean. It induced cognitive dissonance. All right, little towels, how's everybody feeling after that question? Do we all learn something? No, there's no such thing as feeling upset about getting something wrong. The only way to learn is to get it wrong first. All right, we're going to the next question in a second. I'm just getting a towel cigar. Towel needs his nicotine. That's probably the one thing outside of prednisone that keeps me from having to go into the hospital due to colitis. So, God bless all of you. Towel's going to get lunch soon, by the way. And if you want to donate to Lindsay Catani's fundraiser, this public information service, givesendgo.com/GEFJ4. If you want to send towel donations, you can do that as well. You can do that via this new link I just put up on the chat. So if you want to support this public information service, just scan that little link up on your phone and you can say, towel, here's some money for lunch. And then I can, during the next testimony, go to Wendy's because otherwise I can't do that until the 21st. I love Wendy's. I want to get chicken. All right, here we go. Next question, little towels. Yeah, we're all over the place on towel chat today. Yeah, exactly, a cigar puff. Next question. Which actress activist celebrated her Cambodian citizenship in 2004 by getting a large Bengal tiger tattooed on her back? Which activist celebrated her Cambodian citizenship in 2004 by getting a large Bengal tiger tattooed on her back? Nicole Kidman, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, or Jennifer Aniston? Nicole Kidman, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, or Jennifer Aniston? It was Jolie. I've seen a picture of the tattoo. Towel has 2 points. Jill, first one to get it right, full point. Who else knew? Colleen, Henry, and Buck, of course they do. Bunny Towel nailed it for half a point. Hold on. I saw Colleen. I saw Jill. Ruth Lang. Hold on. Ruth was actually the first one to get this one. Ruth Lang gets the full point. Jill gets half a point. Hold on, I'm going to get this right. Colleen gets half a point. Holistic Psychology gets half a point. I have to do it in order. The chat goes really fast. I got admerked too. Even I can get admerked on my own stream. All right, hold on a second. I got to bring the chat back up. I got admerked. It's not your fault. I got admerked. All right. So hold on, I got to go back. It's nobody's fault, but when I get admerked, it refreshes the chat. All right. So Ruth Lang was first. Jill got half a point. Colleen got half a point. Holistic Psychology got half a point. Allie and Brew got half a point. Bunny Towel got half a point. And Vicky Moore got half a point. All right, everybody's caught up. I got admerked on my own stream. Still got everybody caught up. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks so much for playing Towel Trivia. No sodium. Oh, she did adopt a child from there as well, Angelina Jolie. I think I knew that. No sodium for Towel today. I'll get a low sodium meal. Maybe I'll get a cheeseburger. How about this? I don't mean to normally do this, but I got to get to the 21st before we're all right. If I get a lunch donation of around $15 to $20, I'll get a Towel cheeseburger. All right, that has low sodium. Next question. I'm a towel. Just try to go day to day. Which international humanitarian organization has won the Nobel Peace Prize 3 times in 1917, 1954, and 1963? Which international humanitarian organization has won the Nobel Peace Prize 3 times in 1917, 1944, and 1963? The UN, Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, the WHO. The UN, Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, WHO. All right, it's not Doctors Without Borders, they weren't around. It has to be the Red Cross. Excellent job. Ruth Lang grabs another full point. Jill comes in and grabs a half a point. Excellent job, Jill. Colleen, great guess. Holistic psychology, also a good guess. Both of those were around, at least the UN, but I don't think they won the Nobel as many times as the Red Cross. So, excellent guess, Vicky, my dear friend, half a point. Allie and Bo pick up half a point. Bunny Towel picks up half a point. Nailing it. Excellent job, Bunny Towel. All right, good job. Hey, you got to guess wrong sometimes to be right in the future, folks. That's the only way to learn. All right, we're going to go to our next question. We're plodding through here. We're going to do 4 rounds of towel trivia. And thanks, as always, by the way, to the folks who just want to find a way to support this public information service. The best thing you can do to help the video and the algorithm is react in any way possible. Those are considered the most valuable. It costs you nothing, just a heart react, laugh react, whatever. That promotes the video. Subscribing to the channel while you're watching live helps. Liking the video, all ways to help out Towel Channel while I'm preparing my towel siga. Oh no, the person who was reacting realized that by doing so they were helping the algorithm and they stopped doing so. But what if I was trolling you and I just didn't want to look at the laugh reacts? You know what I'm saying? Now I'm really in your head, Brad. You know what I'm saying? I have fun with that kind of thing. All right, next question coming up. Thank you so much for the heart reacts. Maybe they really liked the heart reacts. All right, next question. What is wrapped around the candle in the logo of Amnesty International? What is wrapped around the candle in the logo of Amnesty International? A snake, a chain, roses, a barbed wire. Is it a snake, a chain, roses, or a barbed wire? A chain, barbed wire, roses, barbed wire. Yep. I knew it was, first of all, roses wouldn't really wrap. A snake is for the Doctors Without Borders. A chain doesn't really reflect like Amnesty. Barbed wire reflects what their goals are, though. All right, so Towel got a point. Hold on, I gotta look at the chat. Who got number 4 first? Ruth, you are just kicking butt and taking names today. Our leader by far. Nunya, it's great to see you, my friend. Good guess. Jill, nailed it again. Jill picking up points like it's Jill's job. A vocation, really. Vicky Towel, nailing it. Vicky Towel's a force in Towel Trivia. Excellent job. Vicky Towel, half a point. Holistic psychology, excellent. Oh, sorry, Vicky Towel, I got that wrong. You didn't get half a point. I just saw the number wrong. Holistic psychology and Vicky both guessed roses. Good guess, but that was not right. Vicky, good guess. Allie Towel and Rue pick up half a point, as does Bunny Towel, half a point. All right, there we go. Everybody's fully sorted. Hi, Nunya. Sorry, Vicky Towel. I thought you got it right at first. You can't blame me. I haven't eaten my towel lunch yet. Nanya, we're so glad to have you. Nanya, did you see your towel Twitter famous now? I made a nice video about stochastic sort of discursive manipulation because we were having that fun conversation yesterday. I had a lot to say. Ruth is a towel trivia expert. All right. Steph is an expert, and so is Ruth. All right. That was the last question of that round, as it were. All right, let me get you your scores. All right, we'll take a look at scores from yesterday, scores from today, and then we will go right into the next round. All right, 4 rounds before lunch, then Towel is getting some lunch. All right, hopefully Towel can convince someone to send a donation. It's really not my fault. I had to pay for classes, and school starts next week, and Towel doesn't actually get his disbursement from YouTube for a few days, so Towel just needs some lunch money, and if not, I'll make like chips downstairs. I don't really care. could lose. You serve to lose a little more weight anyway. All right, take a look at yesterday's scores. We had Steph Towle wearing the crown going into today, ladies and gentlemen. Towle also was tied, but Steph Towle was really wearing the crown. Jill with her first ever podium finish yesterday. Congratulations, Jill. And then Dale in his first ever trivia game. He's at work now, but Dale and Elijah Towle both rounded out the podium. Excellent job. We also had some great showings from a bunch of other wonderful Towle friends. Jeff, Peggy, Allie, and Rue, Nancy, Bunny, Towle, Julia G, Elizabeth, Nunya, and Colleen all made the leaderboard. As of today, you want to see your scores right now? Now, Towle didn't do great in the beginning, but he caught up at the end. All right. I got 4 out of 6. Yes, indeed, I did. All right. Now, here's our leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Bunny Towle has actually, at the last minute, jumped forward all the way up to the podium. All right. And then, hold on, that's still right. Vicky and Holistic. All right, here we go. Your scores for today, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, hello, Paula Towle. It's great to see you. Nunya, you should definitely take a look. It's at the top of my Twitter feed. But take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, the superstar of the day so far, the greatest Towle of the first round, Ruth Towle, 5.5 points. You see me pointing to Ruth Towle's name? I'm your Towle, Vanna White. Excellent job, Ruth Towle. First place, 5.5 points. Second place, he's fighting for his little Towle life. You know him as Little Towle. He's Little Towle. That's me. 4 points. Second place, Little Towle. Third place, serendipitously enough, although the competition is indeed ferocious even after the first round, Bunny Towle, serendipitously enough indeed, third place, 3.5 points. Right below Bunny Towle, we have a two-way tie. It's Jill Towle coming fresh off her first ever podium position yesterday, and a persistent, ever-present force on the podium, Allie and the future mayor of Boston. If you have problems with Michelle Wu, don't worry, you can vote for Rue. All right, Jill and Allie Towle in fourth place with a tie, 3 points apiece. In fifth place, it's Colleen, Henry, and Buck, ever-vigilant guardians of the Midwestern part of the United States, protecting us from Canadian invasions, clearly. Colleen and Buck Towle, along with Vicky Towle, the potential. Vicky Towle will never invade America. Vicky Towle can come to America. We love her dearly. She'll never invade America. Now, Steph, I think, wants Detroit. And our maple syrup, it's a long story. That's how Canadians power their cars. Don't tell anyone. Anyway, Colleen, Henry, and Buck Towle, along with Vicky Towle and her wonderful kitties, they are in 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth place, two-way tie, 2 points apiece. In sixth place, the position of honor, holistic psychology. So great to have you playing with us, my dear friend. 1 point, the position of honor, sixth place. All right, heading into the next round. All right, let's do it. What category do we want to see? Type out your category suggestions. Next Towle trivia category, I'm going to do the one from yesterday, which was art. Next Towle trivia category, and we'll do our normal vote. Art is the first option. Who's got other options? Can I have everything outside the atmosphere? I don't know if I can give that to you. I think you're going to have to talk to some of the aliens. I'm not even sure who owns space. I don't think we should necessarily demarcate ownership of property in space. It's also a void, so I don't know how you demarcate it. You'd have to have some kind of property boundaries. Imagine the case law about it. I don't think the aliens would like it if we tried to assert subject matter in personam jurisdiction over property in space anyway. They probably would not accede to our contractual stipulations. Flowers, there's a good category. So art is the first category. Flowers is the second category. 2 more categories before we can do our Towle vote. What are you interested in learning about today? I have to give like a 20-second delay because that's how long it takes for the stream to catch up to the comments. Mottos, great suggestion. One more suggestion. We can have more later, but one more. One more, ladies and gentlemen. One more. All right. Van Gogh. All right, that's a form of art. But here we go. Vote away. Vote away. The poll's up. We'll do our normal quorum. I suck at art. Well, you might not be great at art, but you might know things. So the choices are art, flowers, mottos, or Van Gogh. All right, very interesting selections. Vote away. We'll do our normal quorum. It's normally like double the number of people playing. That's the quorum, but we'll see how many people are here. Takes a second for my Towle chat to catch up. Flowers in the early lead, ladies and gentlemen. Flowers with the very early lead. Oh, Bunny Towle has provided Towle with Towle lunch. Oh, I'm so happy. God bless you, Bunny Towle. God bless you, Bunny Towle. This cheeseburger shall be for you. But seriously, Towel also appreciates you, my dear friend, and you are a bunny towel. It's true, bunny towel's a Pete bunny towel. All right, here we go. The vote we have a tie. We have a tie. We have a very close tie. I might have to flip a coin. All right, we're flipping a coin. Ladies and gentlemen, after a very short vote, I ended it early. Normally I would let it go to double the number of players, but I ended it early. The choices are flowers or mottos, okay? Now, heads is going to be flowers, tails is going to be mottos. Here we go. What is it going to be, little towels? Heads, it's flowers. All right, so mottos will go back into the deck for a next potential category. The winner was flowers based on a coin flip. All right, next towel trivia category is flowers. And if anything goes wrong, you know what to say. Don't blame Rue, blame Mayor Wu. All right, that's the theme of the day. Don't blame Wu, don't blame Rue, blame Mayor Wu. Is there a competition of some sort? I just got back after KR benched me. I guess it's a competition. We kind of play for points, but the points are made up and nothing really matters. It's just more a matter of, who wears the crown into the next day. Like Steph Towel's wearing the proverbial towel crown right now, so. And then we all try to take each other's crowns. So each day that someone has the crown, like the next day, we're not really competing. We're just trying to take the crown from that person. And it goes every single day that we play. So the crown's always up for grabs. Nobody holds it for more than a few days. Except for that one time I didn't play for a week and then people got mad. So then I started playing again. All right, here we go. Round beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2. It just says flowers. That's I only put in what wins the vote. What won the vote is the word flowers. So here we go. Not what Nanya suggested. I'm not falling for that, Nanya. I'm too smart. Here we go. Which bloom is known for its striking variety of colors? Which bloom is known for its striking variety of colors? Is it a rose, a daisy, a lily, or a tulip? Is it a rose, a daisy, a lily, or a tulip? Shout out Holland. Oh, come on. Tulips have a bright variety of colors. I demand satisfaction. The Dutch have been forsaken. Ladies and gentlemen, someone call the Prime Minister of Holland. What is that? This is a travesty. This is a sham. This is a mockery. It is a Travis sham mockery. I object. Okay, with everything in my body, I vociferously object to the answer to this question. I demand satisfaction. All right? I don't know who's going to give it to me. I invoke the code de duello, and I demand satisfaction. We all got it wrong. Every single one of us. We should all demand satisfaction. Does anyone object to me demanding satisfaction from the game by way of invoking the colo de duello? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do so. We're all pouting. Paula says we're all pouting. All right, well, I'm pouting too then. All right. Next category. Next question. I clearly am already upset. Next question. What type of flowering plant produces seeds in cones? What type of flowering plant produces seeds in cones? Is it a moss, a cycad, a fern, or a conifer? Is it a moss, a cycad, a fern, or a conifer? Show me a fern. No, come on, I don't even know what a conifer is. You're a conifer. How dare you? Oh, how did you all know this? Oh, goodness. 2 points for Ruth. Excellent job. 1 point for Jill. Excellent job. 1 point for Nanya, who is a towel. 1 point for Paula Towel, who's on the board. And 1 point for Allie and Rue, who are always on the board. Perpetually on the board. Holistic psychology. Sadly, I don't speak German. I wish I did speak German, so then I could be like, here's that translated into German. I have no idea what a conifer is, not to mention I can't translate it into German. The only thing I really know in German is Achtung and Ich bin ein Berliner, and then also Sprechen Sie Deutsch, and that's about the extent. I did take German once, but I wasn't really paying attention during the class. It was really hard. I didn't understand what they were saying. I just wanted to read Kant in the original German. That's never going to happen. I have no idea what he was saying in the original German. It's complex. They compound a lot of words, you know what I'm saying? Schadenfreude. Every single German word is a compound word, basically. I'm baffled. Anyway, I like German people. They speak a very fun language. I just don't know how to be as intellectual as them or hardworking. Germany's an industrially productive nation, especially in the Rhine. Anyway, okay, we don't need to talk about the Christian Democratic Union and the rise of AfD and all that other stuff. Towel knows a lot about Germany. I know a lot about a lot of countries. I like to wake up and read the papers. Der Spiegel is very insightful. You don't understand. All right, next question. Here we go. I think I was just somewhat frustrated that question was such that I had no idea what a conifer was. Next question. Hare Jones. All right, here we go. Which spring blooming flower is often associated with the Persian New Year? Which spring blooming flower is often associated with the Persian New Year? Is it a crocus, a tulip, a daffodil, or a hyacinth? Is it a crocus, a tulip, a daffodil, or a hyacinth? I don't know. I'm going with the first one. Nope, it's hyacinth. I have no idea what that is. I know what a tulip is. I know what a daffodil is. I don't know what a crocus or a hyacinth is. All right. Ruth. No, it was not crocus. I guess that as well. Nanya nailed it. 2 points. Good job, Nanya. How do you know what that is, Nanya? I've never heard of that. Jill picks up a full point, as does holistic psychology. Excellent job. Tough category. Tough category. Allie, crocus is how it's said. Crocus. Allie and Bro pick up a full point, as does Vicky Towel. Full point. Great job, Vicky Towel. Hyacinth. Hyacinth. Never heard of it. Never heard of a crocus. Never heard of a hyacinth. I'm sure they exist. Kind of feel like I heard of a crocus once, but I don't know what it looks like. Bonnie Towel comes in, picks up a full point. All right, excellent job. Hyacinths are very fragrant. Saffron comes from the crocus, and Iran is a big producer. That's why I went for that. Ruth, I love it. So Ruth wants to let us know that saffron, and this I think is great information, saffron comes from the crocus, and Iran is a big producer. That's why Ruth went for that. I know we both got it wrong, but I love that piece of knowledge. And Ruth says hyacinths are very cool as well. All righty, here we go, little towels. Here we go, next question. This is a fun category. What flower has a name derived from the Latin word for sword? What flower has a name derived from the Latin word for sword? Is it Freesia, Calla lily, Iris, gladiolus? Is it Freesia, Calla lily, Iris, gladiolus? I'm thinking 3 or 4. Gladiolus seems to be the Latin word, though. Yep. Anything with an IOUS is probably going to have a Latin root. Ruth nailed it. Excellent job, Ruth. Who else? Nanya Towel picks up. So Ruth gets a full point. Nanya Towel gets half a point. Good guess, Jill, but it was number 4. I almost went with Calla Lily, but I thought gladiolus sounded a little more Latin. Paula Towel picks up half a point. Who else? Oh, good guess. Holistic psychology. Yeah, the gladiator part 2 made me think of it. Great answer, Vicky Moore. Vicky Moore picks up half a point. All right, little towels. Great job so far. Towel only's gotten 1 right so far. You all are picking up points left and right off me right now. Excellent job. Bonnie Towel comes in, picks up half a point. Excellent job, Bonnie Towel. All right, next question. Here we go. Let me click this, and then here we go. What flower's common name translates from French as lion's tooth? Which flower's common name translates from French as lion's tooth? Is it a dandelion, a peony, a fritillary, or a lupine? Is it a dandelion, a peony, a fritillary, or a lupine? It has lion in it. God help us all if it's not dandelion. It's dandelion. Oh, God bless us, ladies and gentlemen. It was dandelion. Ruth Lang picks up another full point. Jill picks up half a point. Nanya, and then Allie and Bo pick up half a point. Excellent job, Nanya, Allie, and Bo, half a point each. Paula Towel, Holistic Psychology, and Vicky Moore all pick up half a point. So Holistic, Paula Towel, and Vicky all pick up half a point. Bunny Towel picks up half point. She's Bunny Towel. She's got Pete Bunny Towel in her corner. Excellent job. All right, next question. Little towels. Je suis known in France. Which flower is known for its nocturnal bloom and strong fragrance? Is it the black-eyed Susan, the marigold, the moonflower, the hibiscus? Which flower is known for its nocturnal bloom and strong fragrance? Is it the black-eyed Susan, the marigold, the moonflower, or the hibiscus? Well, I mean, I'm inclined to think it's the moonflower, but I don't know much about either of these, so I'm going moonflower. Moonflower was right, ladies and gentlemen. Towel picks up a full point. No, good guess, Ruth. I almost went with hibiscus. Jill picks up the full point on the last question of this round. Allie and Bo pick up half a point. Paula Towel picks up half a point. Excellent job, folks. Vicky picks up half a point. Bunny Towel picks up half a point. All right. Some more testimony. Selection in the Adelson case. All right. Donna Adelson, of course. Let me shift around your scores. All right, we got some new players on the board. We got Vicky Towel charging up the board. I got to go get my sandwich after this. We got a lot of players moving around. Very interesting, very tight competition today. Here we go. You want to see your scores? I got them for you. There you go, little towels. The scores for round 24. 1 second. Come on now. What's going on? There it is. The scores for round 24 are as such so far, little towels. We have, in first place, absolutely blowing away the competition, making us all look like we need to learn a lot more to play towel trivia effectively. It is Ruth Towel coming in with 8.5 points after 2 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, Ruth. Excellent job. First place, going into round 3, Ruth Towel, 8.5 points. Second place, you know him as Little Towel. He's a Little Towel. He's fighting hard. He's still within striking distance of Ruth Towel, but he's still falling behind. Towel with 7 points. In third place, rounding out the podium, she had her first ever podium position finish yesterday. She's in third place on the podium today after 2 rounds. Jill Towel, 6.5 points. Excellent job. So our podium after 2 rounds, Ruth Towel, and Jill Towel, 8.5, 7, 6.5 respectively. But look at this, folks. Look at this. Right outside the podium by just half a point in a tie for 4th. We have Bunny Towel. You know, Pete Bunny Towel's in her quarter. Pete Bunny Towel hates the damn commies. Pete Bunny Towel loves Bunny Towel and Allie and Rue, and he's courting Toffee Towel, all right? He's saying, good job, damn commies, Towel needs a sandwich. Are those things all related, or are you just saying I look hungry? Oh, he says I look hungry. Okay. All right, so I must be acting. I'm not acting grumpy. I'm having a good day. I just want a sandwich. All right, so in 4th place with a 2-way tie, Bunny Towel, Allie and Rue Towel. If you don't like Mayor Wu, vote for Rue. 6 points apiece, 4th place. In 5th place, Vicky Towel standing all alone, just outside the podium, only 2 points off, 4.5 points. Vicky Towel, excellent job, my dear friend. 4.5 points heading into the next round. Excellent job, Vicky Towel in 5th place. In 6th place, you know them as Captain Nunya of the good ship Nunya, heading to Russia with Bunny Towel and Pete Bunny Towel to get the damn commies. Nunya coming in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place, 4 points. Excellent job, Nunya Towel. 7th place, we have a 2-way tie, Holistic Psychology and Paula Towel. Excellent job, Holistic Psychology, translating from English to German. Still getting 2.5 points, coming in a 2-way tie with Paula, 2.5 points each, 7th place. And in 8th place, the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen. You know Buck Towel loves defending the honor of Colleen Towel. 8th place, 2 points, the position of honor, Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. Wait a minute, Taterbug. Did I hear there's a Taterbug sighting? I heard there's Taterbug sighting. Oh, Taterbug. Oh, Peggy, Taterbug's coming later today. I heard Taterbug might pop in later today. Peggy Towel, it's so good to see you. You came right in time. Don't worry, you're going to charge up that leaderboard. You are a ferocious competitor. By the way, speaking of charging up the leaderboard, it's double bonus round time. Now, you know what we do during double bonus rounds, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited to tell you that during double bonus rounds, we get to do a category that Towel knows a lot about. Now, part of what we do when Towel does a category he knows a lot about is this, okay? What I do is I'm going to go over to this, all right? Now, we're going to do, what category are we going to do? We are going to do the Iranian Revolution of 1979, okay? And we're going to do a quick primer on it, all right? I'm going to get an educational video. We're going to watch a quick overview of the Iranian Revolution of 1979, okay? And after that, right, if Steph were here, we're all screwed. We're going to watch a quick video. I want to do just a quick intro video on the Iranian Revolution of 1979. And that, in turn, ladies and gentlemen, will allow us to get ready for our double bonus category, which will come right after that. So let me just see a quick overview. So I just want a quick summation so we all can be on the same page. I don't need a long overview. Okay, here we go. I found a crash course in world history. It's only 10 minutes. That's a little bit longer than I wanted, but let's do it. Crash course in history about the Iranian Revolution. This will be our double bonus category. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I might get some of these questions wrong. You might get some of them right just by paying attention to this. It's going to play behind my head because it's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Get ready for it.
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're talking about Iran. Oh, Mr. Green, I know that country. It's in the Middle East. It's with Egypt. Nope, me from the past. We're going to talk about Iran. I used to be you, so I remember when you would look at this part of the world and you would be like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And in your case, that thing extended more or less from, I guess, like Western China to like Poland. Then you'd make a bunch of broad generalizations about that area and no doubt use the terms Arab and Muslim interchangeably. But as usual, me from the past, the truth resists simplicity. So today we are going to talk about Iran, and just Iran, specifically the 1979 Iranian Revolution.
Just fast forwarding.
First, So the 1979 Iranian Revolution and its aftermath are often seen by detractors as the first step in the creation of an isolated fundamentalist state that supports terrorism, and you might be surprised to hear me say that there is some truth to that interpretation. That said, the way you think about the Iranian Revolution depends a lot on which part of it you're looking at, and regardless, it's very important because it represents a different kind of revolution from the ones that we usually talk about. So the 1979 uprisings were aimed at getting rid of the Pahlavi dynasty, which sounds like impressive, but this dynasty had only had two kings, Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Shah. Before the Pahlavis, Iran was ruled by the Qajar dynasty, and before that, the Safavids. The Safavids and Qajars were responsible for two of the most important aspects of Iran. The Safavids made Shia Islam the official state religion, starting with Ismail I in 1501, and the Qajars gave the Muslim clergy, the ulama, political power. So most of the world's Muslims are Sunnis, but the Shia, or Shiites, are an important sect that began very early on, around 680 CE, and today form the majority of Muslims in Iran and Iraq. Now, within both Sunni and Shia, there are further divisions and many sects, but we're just going to talk about like the historical difference between the two. Shia Muslims believe that Ali should have been the first caliph. Sunni Muslims think that Abu Bakr, who was the first caliph, was rightly chosen. Since that disagreement, there have been many others, many doctrinal differences, but what's most important is that from the very beginning, Shia Muslims saw themselves as the party of the oppressed, standing up against the wealthy and powerful, and hearkening back to the social justice standard that was set by the Prophet. And this connection between religious faith and social justice was extremely important to the Iranian Revolution in 1979, and also to previous revolutions in Iran. This is really crucial to understand because many historians argue that the Iranian Revolution represents what the journalist Christian Carroll called an odd fusion of Islam and late 20th century revolutionary politics. But actually, in the scheme of Iranian history, it's not so odd. Because 1979 was not Iran's first revolution. The first major one was in 1906. It forced the ruling Qadrs to accept a constitution. It created a parliament and supposedly some limits on the king and made Shia Islam the official state religion, but it also protected the rights of minorities in Iran. It ultimately failed partly because the clergy withdrew their support, partly because the Shah worked very actively against it, and maybe most importantly because the Russians and the British worked to keep Persia weak so they could continue to try to dominate the region. Which reminds me that most people in Iran are not Arabs, they are Persian. And most people in Iran don't speak Arabic, they speak Farsi, or as we often call it in English, Persian. So after World War I, European rivalries really heated up because of the discovery of oil in the Middle East. The British established the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which would later come to be known as BP. They also extracted a bunch of concessions from the Iranian government, in addition to extracting lots of oil. And they helped to engineer a change in dynasty by supporting the military commander Reza Khan in his coup in February 1921. Reza Khan became Reza Shah, and then he attempted to turn Persia, which he renamed Iran in 1935, into a modern, secular, Western-style state, kind of like Turkey was under Ataturk. But Reza Shah is perhaps best remembered for his over-the-top dictatorial repression, which turned the clergy against him. Okay, so during World War II, Reza Shah abdicated, and his young son Mohammad Reza Shah became the leader of Iran, which he remained mostly until 1979, when he definitely stopped being the leader of Iran. So after World War II, the British allowed greater popular participation in Iran's government. The main party to benefit from this openness was Tudeh, the Iranian Communist Party. Mohammad Mossadegh was elected prime minister in 1951 and led the parliament to nationalize Iran's oil industry, and that was the end of the democratic experiment. Now, most history books say that in 1953, the British and the CIA engineered a coup to remove Mossadegh from office. And that is quite possibly true. It is definitely true that we tried to engineer a coup. It's also true that Mossadegh quit and fled Iran following demonstrations against him. But we also know that the Shia clergy encouraged those demonstrations. That's a bit of a weird decision for the clergy, considering that Shia Islam traditionally takes a radical stance against oppression. But it's important to remember that Mossadegh was supported by the Tudeh party, and they were communists. Nationalization of the oil industry was one thing, but a further shift toward communism might mean appropriation of the land that supported the clergy, maybe even a rejection of religion altogether. So now we've seen two occasions where the Shia clergy's support helped facilitate change, right? In 1906 and again in 1953. So let's flash ahead to 1979. The Shah was definitely an autocrat, and he employed a ruthless secret police called the Savak to stifle dissent. In 1975, the Shah abolished Iran's two political parties and replaced them with one party, the Resurgence Party. You'll never guess who was resurging: the Shah. There was a huge round of censorship and arrests and torture of political prisoners, signaling that autocracy was in Iran to stay. But before those events in 1975, say between 1962 and 1975, by most economic and social measures, Iran saw huge improvements. In 1963, the Shah had tried to institute what he called a white revolution, top-down modernization led by the monarchy, and in many ways he was successful, especially in improving industry and education. Oil revenues rose from $555 million in 1964 to $20 billion in 1976, and the Shah's government invested a lot of that money in infrastructure and education. The population grew, infant mortality fell, a new professional middle class arose. But the white revolution wasn't universally popular. For instance, it was opposed by one particular Shia cleric, the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Khomeini spoke out against the white revolution from the religious center of Iran, Qom. One of his main complaints was that the reforms would grant more rights to women, including the right to vote. But he also attacked the government for, quote, the rigging of elections and other constitutional abuses, neglect of the poor, and the sale of oil to Israel. And in general, Khomeini felt that a king's power was inherently un-Islamic and that Shia tradition was to fight that power. That noted about Khomeini, the 1979 revolution didn't start out to create an Islamic state. At first, it was a pretty typical uprising by dissatisfied Iranians to overthrow a government that they perceived as corrupt and unresponsive to their needs. In spite of, or arguably because of, oil-fueled economic growth, many Iranians weren't enjoying economic success. The universities were turning out more graduates than there were jobs, and the mechanization of agriculture had the predictable result of displacing farmers who moved to cities, especially the capital city of Tehran, where there weren't nearly enough jobs for the number of people. So I think it's unfair to say that a majority of the demonstrators who took to the streets in late 1978 were motivated by a fundamentalist vision of Islam. They were dissatisfied with economic inequality and political repression and a corrupt regime. So why do we generally remember the 1979 revolution as having been motivated by Shia Islam? Well, let's go to the thought bubble. So the initial demonstrations did begin after an Iranian newspaper on January 7th, 1978 published an article that was critical of Khomeini. By the way, at the time he was living in Paris. These initial demonstrations were pretty small, but when government police and army forces started firing on demonstrators, killing some of them, the protests grew. Each time marchers protested against the violent treatment of demonstrators, the government would crack down, and their violent reaction would spur more demonstrations. There was also a lot of criticism of the West tied up in the revolution. According to one woman who participated, American lifestyles had come to be imposed as an ideal, the ultimate goal. Americanism was the model. American popular culture, books, magazines, film had swept over our country like a flood. We found ourselves wondering, is there any room for our own culture? The Shah never understood why so many people were protesting against him. He thought that they were communists or being supported by the British. He also thought that merely bringing prosperity would be enough to keep him in power. It wasn't. On January 16th, 1979, he left Iran. He eventually ended up in the U.S., which had unfortunate consequences for diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Iran. But the point here is that the first part of the Iranian Revolution was relatively peaceful protests followed by a government crackdown, more protests that eventually led to the collapse of the monarchy. And that looks kind of familiar, especially if you've studied like the French or Russian or even the American revolutions. And most historians argue these protests weren't about Islam, but rather the discontent over living conditions, pay cuts, and the threat of unemployment fused with the general disillusionment and anger with the regime. The government that eventually replaced the monarchy was the second and in many ways much more revolutionary revolution. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So the new Islamic Republic of Iran was based on Khomeini's idea about what an Islamic government should be, a principle he called Velayat-e-Faqih. Mainly, it was that a Sharia law scholar would have ultimate authority because he was more knowledgeable than anyone about law and justice. There would be a legislature and a president and a prime minister, but any of their decisions could be overturned by the supreme ruler, who from 1979 until his death was Khomeini. Now, if democracy is only about holding elections, then the new Iran was a democracy. I mean, Iran has elections, both for president and for the parliament. And for the record, despite what Khomeini might have thought in the 60s, women can vote in Iran, and they do. They also serve in the parliament and in the president's cabinet. And in the referendum on whether to create an Islamic Republic of Iran, the vast majority of Iranians in a free and open vote voted yes. Now, governance in Iran is extremely complicated, too complicated for one crash course video. But in one sense, at least, Iran is definitely not a democracy. The ultimate authority written into the constitution is not the will of the people, but God, who is represented by the supreme religious leader. And the actions of the Islamic Republic, especially in the early chaotic days of 1979, but also many times since, don't conform to most ideas of effective democracy. Like, one of the first things that Khomeini did to shore up his support was to create the Islamic Revolutionary Guards and Hezbollah to defend the revolution against coup attempts. Although initially there were opposition parties, their activities were curtailed by the new revolutionary courts that applied Sharia law in a particularly harsh fashion. Like, it's estimated that by October 1979, several hundred people had been executed. And under the new constitution, Khomeini was given extensive power. I mean, he could appoint the heads of the armed services and the Revolutionary Guard and the national TV and radio stations. He also approved the candidates for presidential elections and appointed 6 of the 12 members of the Guardian Council that approved legislation from the parliament before it became law. So structurally, Iran's government looked kind of like other governments, but as Michael Axworthy points out, it was different because, quote, above and beyond stood the faqih with the power and the responsibility to intervene directly in the name of Islam, indeed with powers greater than those given to most monarchs in constitutional monarchies. By 1979, Iran already had a long history of clerical involvement in protest and dynamic change, but it also had a long history of pushing for constitutions and liberty. The current end result is the Islamic Republic of Iran, but it's worth remembering that both those threads of history are still part of Iranian life. Like, we saw that in 2009 and 2010 with the so-called Green Revolution, where there were huge protests after an Iranian election. Those protests involved young people arguing for more rights and liberties, but they were also led by and encouraged by reformist Shia clerics. In the U.S., we mostly remember the 1979 Iranian Revolution for its burning of American flags and taking of hostages in the American embassy. That belonged more to the second phase of the revolution, the chaotic period when the Islamic Republic was being born. Life in the Islamic Republic of Iran remains highly repressive. I mean, for instance, Iran's still executes a very high percentage of criminals. But it's inaccurate to say that Iran is merely a dictatorship or that it's merely repressive. And one of the challenges for people in the West trying to understand Iran is that we have to disentangle the various aspects of the revolution rather than simply relying on the images that have defined it for us. I hope this episode can help a little. You can find more resources.
Excellent from Crash Course History. Thank you so much to them for that great video. So we are going to do our double bonus category now. Some of you are going to do really, really well. This is Tell Trivia, of course. The double bonus category is the 1979, ladies and gentlemen, Iranian Revolution. The 1979 Iranian Revolution. Now, some of you are absolutely going to destroy this category because you just got a 10-minute crash course. Some of you are going to be utterly baffled. First question coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. First question. What event sparked widespread protests in Iran during 1978? What event sparked widespread protests in Iran during 1978? Is it the Apollo 11 moon landing, the completion of the Berlin Wall, the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, or the death of Mohsen Ovasi? Okay, that's hilarious. It is clearly none of the first three. What do you mean the moon landing? They were upset about the moon landing? Okay, all right. I mean, I could see that. Great answer, Ruth. I don't think we needed to watch that whole video to know that they weren't upset about the moon landing. But you know what I'm saying? Like, full point for Ruth, half point for Nanya, half point for Jill, half point for Allie and Bro, and half point for Vicky, and half point for Paula. I don't think any of us really needed the video to get that one right, but, you know, nice, easy question to start off, all right? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to learn that the Iranians did not revolt because of the Treaty of Versailles, the Berlin Wall, or the moon landing. The Apollo 11 moon landing in 1978, apparently. They were really pissed about us going to the moon, I'll tell you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fun question. Here we go, next question. What was the outcome of the leadership change in Iran in 1979? Was it the establishment of the Islamic Republic, the formation of a parliamentary democracy, the return of the monarchy, or the annexation by the Soviet Union? Okay, so we just got one that's going to make this hard. Was it the establishment of the Islamic Republic, a democracy, the return of the monarchy, or the annexation by the Soviet Union? I'm going with the establishment of the Islamic Republic. Technically, there was a monarchy for like 3 months before it was the Islamic Republic, but you got to think broad here. You got to think broad. This was a trick question. Ruth gets it right. It's technically the monarchy came back first and then the Republic, but this is a very broad question. Ruth gets a full point. Jill gets half a point. Vicky gets half a point. Paula Towel gets half a point. And Allie and Bro get half a point. Nanya thought democracy came to Iran in 1979. I'm very sorry, Nanya. I'm sorry to tell you that there is no democracy in Iran. You probably shouldn't go there. It's very possible they would stone you to death. You probably should not go there. Who knew Iran had freaking communists? Damn commies. All right. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. What ideology primarily influenced the revolutionary movement in Iran during 1979? What ideology primarily influenced the revolutionary movement in Iran during 1979? Was it fascism, Islamism, communism, liberalism? Fascism, Islamism, communism, liberalism. I'd love to blame the damn commies. I want to blame the freaking commies, but it's Islamism. I'm telling you, I would love it to be the commies as well, you know what I'm saying? None of you pick the commies just because they don't like the damn commies. Ruth got it wrong. No, Ruth got it right. Ruth got it right first. Then Jill. I thought Ruth got it wrong first, but Ruth got it right first, so Ruth gets a full point. Jill Towel gets half a point. Allie and Bo get half a point, as does Vicky Towel, half a point. All right. Some good answers. None of you really wanted it to be the damn communists, I'll tell you. I feel that. Joe Perry just posted on Facebook to Ernie Bach Jr. that he's going to need a new roof because New England is going to be excited or going to blow the roof off the Wilbur tonight. LA Connection is excited to see Aerosmith. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, LA Connection, you should drive down Comm Ave, you know what I'm saying? Take a visit to the apartment, really get in the mood, go to a bar, have a Bud Heavy, smoke a Marlboro Red, pretend it's the 1980s. If you're going to go to an Aerosmith concert, you may as well time travel to the 1980s, you know what I'm saying? Bud Heavy, Marlboro Reds, Boston Bar on the corner near Fenway down there, and a visit to the Commonwealth Ave apartment. That's how you do the Wilbur. Do Boston right, pretend it's the 80s. I didn't say anything about anything else that was done in the 80s. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, next question, little towels. I'm hilarious. I can even talk about things without talking about them. I'm hilarious. All right, here we go. Next question. What was the name of the Shah who was overthrown in the 1979 Iranian Revolution? What was the name of the Shah who was overthrown in the 1979 Iranian Revolution? Was it Mohammad Moghazada, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Ali Khamenei, or Reza Shah? I think it was Reza Shah. Show me Reza Shah. No, it was his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Oh, goodness. I didn't pay attention to the video and I cost myself 2 points. Oh, it's a double bonus round. Ruth Towel gets 4 points. Excellent job, Ruth Towel. 4 points to you. 4 points to Ruth Towel. 2 points to Jill Towel. 2 points to Vicky Moore. Excellent job to the people picking up points. 2 points to Allie and Brew. That's how you pick up points in a double bonus round. Oh, it's the Joe Perry Project, guys. LA Connection says she'll be right up front under Joe's crotch. Well, more power to you. That LA Connection said it. I'm just saying good for you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, silly me indeed. How could I mistake Reza Shah and Mohammad Reza Pahlavi? I mean, come on now. What a rookie mistake, ladies and gentlemen. All right, excellent job to Ruth, pulling 4 points. And congratulations as well to Jill and Vicky and Allie and Bro for getting 2 points each. Next question. Which organization, led by Albo Hassan Banishdashir, played a significant role during the Iranian Revolution? Was it the National Front, Mujahideen-e-Khalq, the Turda Party, or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I don't know. I don't know if it's the IRGC or the Tuda. Oh, go Tuda. Oh, it's the National Front. If any of you get this, I'm jumping out the window. How? Oh, nope. A lot of people went Tuda. A lot of people went Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Watch Ali and Rue come in and steal the points. Watch them. Watch them. I'm telling you, they're ferocious tactical competitors. Watch them steal the points. Wait for it to happen. We're monitoring. We're waiting. I'm a towel. We're playing towel trivia. Where'd you go? Allie and Brew stole the points. I told you. I told you it was going to happen. 4 points to Allie and Rue. You got to play tactically, ladies and gentlemen. You got to play tactically. Excellent job. Excellent job. Excellent job. Excellent job, Allie and Rue. Screw Michelle Wu. Vote Rue. All right. Here we go. I don't have anything against Michelle Wu. I just want to vote for Rue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the only one to get that right was Allie and Rue. All right, next question. What date marked the official dissolution of the monarchy in Iran, see what I'm saying, following the 1979 revolution? What date marked the official dissolution of the monarchy in Iran following the 1979 Iranian Revolution? Was it April 1st, 79, March 30th, 79, February 11th, 79, January 16th, 79? Oof. Oh, I almost went with April 1st, too. I just guessed. I knew it was one of those 2 dates. They really screw you on that one. You have to. Allie's going to pick up the points again. Allie's going to screw us all. Allie and Rue. Paula Towel picks up the 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. 4 points to Paula Towel, ladies and gentlemen. 4 points to Paula Towel. 2 points to Allie and Rue. 2 points to Allie and Rue. Thank God that Thank goodness that double bonus round was over. I was getting screwed. I was getting screwed to the wall, ladies and gentlemen. That was the hardest thing I've done so far. I lost like 3 in a row there. I gave up points like it was my job. April Fool's Day indeed. Little towels. All right. We got people moving all over the board. Vicky Towel has jumped up so many points, I don't even know how to explain it. We got a very oh my goodness, Vicky Towel is on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, Vicky Towel is on the podium. There are your scores. We got one more round to go before we take a lunch. Well, it's on a lunch break. I'm going to play some more testimony from one of the earlier Adelson trials. There are your scores heading into our last round for the morning. We'll play more towel trivia in a few hours, an hour or two. Ladies and gentlemen, going into our 4th round of the day, look at those scores. Look at that woo-hoo. It's Rue indeed. It's Ruth, Allie Towel, and Rue in first place, tied 15.5 points each. Absolutely dominated the double bonus round. Allie and Rue Towel, along with Ruth, tied 15.5 points each. Excellent job. Tied for first. Allie and Rue Towel jumped up that scoreboard, and look at that. We have a 2-way tie for first. In second place, we have a 2-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. She is back on the podium for the 2nd day in a row. It is Jill Towel. She's jumping ahead of Towel. It is Jill Towel and Towel, second place, tie, 2-way tie, 10 points apiece. Excellent job, Jill Towel. Excellent job, Towel. Second place. In third place, you know her as Vicky Towel. Her little wonderful Super Towel cats are hiding on the side of the screen. Look at them. There they are. Vicky Towel is right next to her Super Towel Kitties. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, Vicky Towel is on the podium, third place, 8 points, ladies and gentlemen. 8 points for Vicky Towel and the Super Towel Kitties. 8 points. Great job. Oh, hello, kitties. You hang out. Third place, Vicky Towel. So the podium is 2-way tie, Ruth and Allie Towel in first. 2-way tie for second, Towel and Jill Towel, or Jill Towel and Towel. And then third place, all alone, Vicky Towel on the podium after 3 rounds, 8 points. Now, in fourth place, you can see how ferocious this competition was, ladies and gentlemen. Right outside the podium, it's Paula Towel, 7.5 points. Ladies and gentlemen, 7.5 points. Excellent job, Paula Towel. Right outside the top 3. In fifth place, Bunny Towel coming in with 6 points. Excellent job. Excellent job. Excellent job. Bunny Towel. Pete Bunny Towel is very proud of you. 6 points. Why you bang? Oh, you're hungry. He'd bang his head off the microphone because he's hungry. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In sixth place, you know them as Captain Nunya. They're taking Bunny Towel and Pete Bunny Towel over to Russia to get the commies. Nunya Towel in sixth place, 4.5 points. Excellent job, Nunya Towel. In seventh place, Holistic Psychology, still hanging on, 2.5 points. Strong performance today, 2.5 points. And in eighth place, Colleen Towel with Buck Towel bringing up the position of honor, guarding Colleen's honor, 2 points. Excellent job, folks. One more round before we go in, of the morning at least, before we go into more testimony from prior Adelson cases. Here we go. Nunya's so cool, they're basically the underside of the pillow. All right, last round of the day. We are going to do one of our selections from the prior vote. No, you know what we're doing? We are doing American capitals. So the capitals of American states. All right, we're doing the capitals of American states. Everyone from around the world, I'm so sorry the Americans are going to run this table on this one, but maybe you'll do it too because you like America. Here we go, the final category before we, and by the way, if you have any testimony requests, if there's any testimonies from the prior Adelson cases you want to watch, now's the time to put the request in, all right? So any testimony you want to watch, we need about an hour or two of testimony while I eat lunch. You put in the chat, we'll watch it as soon as this round's over. The last round, ladies and gentlemen, of the morning is capitals of American states. American state capitals, ladies and gentlemen. American state capitals. We hate the damn commies, but we love America. American state capitals, ladies and gentlemen. American state capitals. Here we go. Last round of the day, little towel of the morning. Then we're going to watch more testimony. Here we go. American state capitals. Not a double bonus round, just a regular round. Here we go. American state capitals. I love this new setup. What city serves as the capital of Texas? Oh, my goodness, bossy Texas Chickabella. What city serves as the capital of Texas? Is it San Antonio, Austin, Dallas or Houston? Is it San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, or Houston? Oh, goodness, little towels. What is the capital of Texas? I think it's Austin. Austin, Texas, Stone Cold Steve Towell. Stone Cold Steve Towell, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Lang got it right again first, followed by Jill. So Ruth gets a full point, Jill gets half point. Nunya knew the capital of Texas. Excellent job. Dale should have been here. Dale Towell would have got this one right. Vicky Moore. Vicky's not even American. Vicky gets the question right. Damn right, Vicky. Let's go down to Texas way. You know what I'm saying? Allie Towell and Bo, they want to go down to Texas way. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Paula Towell, I know that feeling. Steph knows that feeling as well. Great job, folks. You all knew that when you go down Texas way, you got to go down Austin if you want to see the capital city. All right, next question. American capitals is the category. What's the capital of California, ladies and gentlemen? What is the capital of California? I beard Nunya as we do this. Is it Los Angeles, San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco? Is the capital of California Los Angeles, Los Angelinos, San Diego, Sacramento, or San Francisco? It's Sacramento. Now, you wouldn't know that that's where the capital city is unless you really know, but we have people who know. Ruth Towell knocks it out of the pack, gets the full point. Jill Towell picks up half a point. Nunya, clearly been out California way, picks up half a point. Paula Towell picks up half a point, been down California. Vicky picks up half a point. Hello, Barbara Towell. Barbara Towell jumps on the board, picks up half a point to start the day. That's the way to start your day in Towel Trivia, picking up half a point. Excellent job. American capitals is the category. Last category of the morning, but we will be playing more Towel Trivia after our next segment of testimony from prior Adelson cases. Here we go. Next question. Don't lie, Nunya. I know you worked at El Toro on the B2. Which city functions as the seat of government for Georgia? What city functions as the seat of government for Georgia? Is it Atlanta, Savannah, Augusta, or Columbus? What is the Georgian capital in America? Is it Atlanta or Terminus? Is it Savannah? Is it Augusta? Is it Columbus? Oh, goodness, little towels. I'm leaning Atlanta. It's Atlanta. Terminus, as it was originally called when it was first made a city. That was the end of the railway lines in America. Paula Towell picks up the full point. Ruth comes in, picks up half a point. Excellent job, Ruth. Nunya, good guess. Barbara, good guess. Vicky's basically American now, picks up half a point. I know Allie and Rue are going to nail it. Come on, Allie and Rue. I already gave you half a point. You have to get it right now or I'm going to have to take the half a point away. And right on time. Oh, no. Oh, don't worry about it. Allie and Rue, where have you gone? I've taken your half a point away until I see your answer in the chat. Maybe they were just playing. Maybe they went to get dinner. I don't know. I feel guilty. Maybe the tablet's being a little slow. There it is. You might have to go to 2x speed, Allie Towell. Allie and Bro redeem themselves, get half a point. Next question. Which metropolis acts as the capital of Indiana? Which metropolis acts as the capital of Indiana? Is it Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Evansville, or South Bend? Is it Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Evansville, or South Bend? Show me Indy. It's Indianapolis, Indiana, ladies and gentlemen. Indianapolis, Indiana. Ruth picks up the full point. Jill picks up half a point. Nunya picks up half a point. Paula Towell picks up half a point. Vicky Moore knows American capitals like the back of her hand, even though she's Canadian, half a point. Excellent job, Vicky Moore. Excellent job. All who knew the capital of Indiana was Indianapolis. 2 more questions left before we go back to testimony, and then I go get my towel cheeseburger. Thanks to Bunny Towel. God bless you, Bunny Towel. All right, folks, waiting for Allie Towell and Rue. I already know their answer is going to come in about 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, and I'm going to give them... Oh, no, I got ad-merked. You got lucky, Allie and Rue. I got ad-merked. I got ad-merked on my own stream. Bunny Towel's back. Bunny Towel's back, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny Towel picks up half a point. Bunny Towel knows the capital of Indianapolis, Indiana. I hope your food is delicious, Bunny Towel. I'm about to go get my towel cheeseburger in 2 more questions. I'm so excited, can you tell? Anyone has testimony requests, get them in now, by the way. Here we go. Which small city is in the Midwestern United States is the capital of South Dakota? What small city in the Midwestern U.S. is the capital of South Dakota? Is it Rapid City, Sioux Falls, Fargo, or Pierre? Is it Rapid City, Sioux Falls, Fargo, or Pierre? Oh goodness, I think it's Fargo. It might be Sioux Falls though. Pierre, I had no idea. Who got it? Ruth Towell. I've only heard of the movie Fargo. Is a trick question. Ruth Towell, 2 points. Jill Towell, full point. Paula Towell, full point. Allie and Bro, full point. Vicky Towell, full point. Bunny Towell, full point. Bunny Towell making up ground. One more question in this round, ladies and gentlemen. One more question. That is a good movie. Here we go. Here we go, little towels. What northeastern city, known for its colonial architecture, is the capital of Delaware? What northeastern city, known for its colonial architecture, is the capital of Delaware? Is it Bridgeville, Newark, Wilmington, or Dover? Is it Bridgeville, Newark, Wilmington, or Dover? Oh, it's either Wilmington or Dover. I'm going with Wilmington. Dover. It's Dover. I kind of remember Dover, Delaware. I literally switched at the last second. Did any of you do that? Towel gets a full point. Who picked number 4? Jill. Excellent job, Jill. The full point goes to Jill. Ruth right in behind with half a point. Paula Towell picks up half a point. Who else? Who else got number 4? Vicky Towell. Vicky's basically American now. Half a point. We'll give Bunny Towell a second. Not a problem, Allie Towell. You made a good guess. You made a good guess. You can never go to the state of Delaware now. They know. Yeah, the first state. I remember getting a Delaware quarter. All righty. Bunny Towell comes in, grabs that much needed half point. All right, let me rearrange the scores. All right, we've had some movement. We've had a little bit of movement, a little bit of shuffling. All right, stumbling, mumbling, shuffling around. No Richard Green's in sight, thankfully. All right, here we go. There's your scores. Hold on, I got to change this way the scores displayed because I don't have enough room because new people played. All right, hold on. There we go. There's your scores. Look at that. Heading into our afternoon break. Remember, we'll be playing more trivia at about 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30, depending on how long the next testimony we rewatch from the prior Adelson cases is. Deb H, it's just going to be, it's all in camera right now. They're just doing it, the questions to the jury without audio or video. So we're playing towel trivia and rewatching old testimony. But if there's anything that comes up, I will try to alert the chat that there's something going on in court, but nothing right now. So Vicky's like, I pledge allegiance to the towel of the United States of America. Close enough, Vicky, close enough. Oh, Canada, our home and native land. We love our Canadian towels. All right, anyway, here we go. Here we go. First place, ladies and gentlemen, after the morning rounds. We're done with 4 rounds. We got 6 more to go later today. 4 rounds done, maybe 6 more later today. Ruth Towell leads the way, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Towell leads the way. She is wearing the crown, 21.5 points. Excellent, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Faith, don't you worry, my dear friend. I'm going to get some lunch, but you will have a chance to play towel trivia around 1:30 or 2 p.m. You join right in. You select numbers 1 through 4 in chat. You'll do really well, I have no doubt. In first place, though, wearing the crown heading into morning break until we play more towel trivia in a few hours, Ruth Towell, 21.5 points. Second place, you know who it is. That's Allie. It's the person you should vote for if you don't like Mayor Wu in Boston, because his name is Rue. You don't like Wu, vote Rue. It works. Allie and Rue Towell, along with Toffee Towell, who Pete Bunny Towell is trying to court. I'm pretty sure Pete Bunny Towell is like intent on taking Toffee Towell to Europe and things like that. Portofino and France and, you know, England and Amsterdam. I think Pete Bunny Towell like has a plan and he's going to effectuate it. How exactly do you plan on effectuating this plan? And first of all, how are you going to get Toffee Towell a passport? Bunnies don't need passports. Well, what humans are gonna? Oh, no. Bunny Towel wants Nunya to take them, the Toffee Towel and Bunny Towel, on their honeymoon, and I said no. Nunya is going to go fight the commies. Nunya can't do it. We will, maybe Allie Towel will go with you. I will pay for it. You have. Bunny Towel says that he's a bunny of means, and I can't pay for the honeymoon. All right, that's enough out of you. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, we do have a lot of fun. It's so true. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Allie and Rue Towel and Toffee Towel, who's apparently going on a honeymoon with Bunny Towel now at some point in the future. Listen, Pete Bunny Towel, that's between you and Toffee Towel. Second place, Allie and Rue. In third place, you know him as Little Towel. He's been fighting for his little towel life all day, barely holding on. Tell Peep Toffee is a fluffy lion head. Okay, so I have no idea what this means. But Allie says that Toffee Towel is a fluffy lion head. Okay. I understand. So first class only. Oh. All right, well, Pete Bunny Towel says he only flies first class, so he understands that Toffee Towel is a diva, and she should appreciate that he likes to fly on the upper level of double-decker planes. So there you go. Everybody's happy. In any event, the poll positions are Root Towel, Alley Towel, Towel, first, second, and third, 21.5, 18, 15 points respectively. Excellent job. Right outside the top three, fighting for a second poll position, second podium position, finish in 2 days. Jill Towel, 13.5 points. Excellent job, Jill Towel. Pete Bunny Towel, Toffee Towel is very pretty. You're more about analytical reasoning, but you'll take it. All right. He says he's not necessarily a looks bunny. He's more of into someone's analytical reasoning or some other bunny's analytical reasoning, but he'll take it. Fourth place, Jill Towel, 13.5 points after our morning rounds. Fifth place, the Canadian hero, the person who will soon be an American citizen in an honorary capacity, Vicky Towel, right behind Jill Towel, just a few points off the podium, 11.5. Fifth place, excellent job, Vicky Towel. Bunny Towel is a peep. Yes, he's a peep Bunny Towel. Peep needs 2 seats. Yes, Peep Bunny Towel needs very big seats on his airplane. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth place, Vicky Towel, 11.5. Sixth place, Paula Towel. Excellent job, Paula Towel. 11 points. Very much in the mix. Only 4 points off the podium. Paula Towel in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth place with 11. Seventh place, Bunny Towel, 8 points. Excellent job, Bunny Towel. Beat Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel's in 7th place with 8 points. She was eating. How'd you know she was eating? You're omnipresent, omniscient bunny. Oh, all right. He really wanted some of your food, Bunny Towel. I told him you already ate it, and that's why you missed some of the trivia rounds. And then he said he knew you were eating because he's an omnipresent Bunny Towel. So there you go. You think very highly of yourself, Pete Bunny Towel, clearly. In any event, in 7th place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place, Bunny Towel, 8 points. Excellent job. In 8th place, right behind Bunny Towel, Nunya Towel, on their way to fight the commies in Russia, with Pete Bunny Towel and Bunny Towel, ironically enough, serendipitously enough. Nunya Towel in 8th place, 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 9th place, ladies and gentlemen, holistic psychology, the most wonderful German holistic psychology we know of all time. 9th place, 2.5 points. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, it's Buck Towel, it's Colleen Henry. Buck Towel protects Colleen Henry's honor. They're super towels, 2 points. Oh, holistic psychology, we just finished up for the morning rounds, but in 2 hours, so about 2 p.m. Eastern, we will be playing more towel trivia, maybe an hour and a half. In 11th place, right behind Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, in the position of honor, Barbara Towel grabbing half a point before we ended our morning round, getting on the scoreboard. There you go, folks. So we got 4 rounds down, 6 rounds to go today, but we're about to watch some more previous Adelson case testimony. And as a little towel, I'm going to go get some lunch, all right? So here's what we're doing. Great job so far in Towel Trivia. We'll be playing more rounds. Let me get all of this set up. We'll be playing more rounds, ladies and gentlemen, in just a little bit. I'd say 2 hours or so. All right? 2 hours or so. So let me just get rid of this. All right, there we go. I'm a towel. Let me go back to my regular towel positioning. Let me grab the chat. There's the chat. There's me. I'm a little towel. See me hanging out? Look at me. I'm a little towel. All right? See, that's me. That's you below me. I'm a little towel. All right. Toffee's only good for arm candy. All right. All right. What are we going to watch? Ruth is my heroine. I love it. What are we going to watch? We're going to watch some testimony from one of the prior Adelson cases. If you have any requests, just throw them up now in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to pick something for us to watch because I have some stuff I want to get caught up on from those trials. So, if there's any specific testimony you want to watch, I think we're going to watch Katie Magbana's testimony from her trial. Katie Magbana testimony. I think it was Charlie's trial. All right, so we're going to watch Katie Magbana's trial. Ruth is awesome. All right, I got it. It's 1 hour and 57 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the announcement is thus. Next towel trivia round. All right, let me get everything set up here. Next towel trivia round. I'm going to put it up in the chat. All right, everybody's going to get their update. Hold on. Everybody wait. Everybody pause. I'm a little towel. Your next towel trivia round is going to occur at precisely, so about 1 hour and 57 minutes. We're going to watch this until about 2 o'clock, okay? Maybe 2:10, all right? So 2 hours from now, next towel trivia round. If you're getting your day prepared, you got other channels you want to hang out with, that's great. We're going to watch Katie Magbana's testimony from Law. This is from Law and Crime, and this is from, I believe, Charlie Adelson's trial. Yep, Charlie Adelson's trial. So Katie Magbana's testimony. That's what we'll be watching. And then next towel trivia round, if you want to get ready, is going to be around 2 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. All right? So let me unpin this, and then let me do that for the chat. Next towel trivia round starting circa 2 p.m. Eastern time. Excellent job. Everybody did really well in the morning round. We need a bit of a 2-hour break, though. I had that x-ray this morning. My head doesn't exactly feel wonderful. I just want to eat some lunch. So 2 hours from now, Super Towel Trivia coming back up again. I'll look forward to playing with you around 2 p.m. Eastern. Let me update that as well in the chat. I mean, in the descriptor. And then what are we going to watch now? We're going to watch... I still have the Wendy Adelson jury selection thing up. Now, Katie... I don't want to spell Magbana wrong, so give me 1 second. This is a hard name to spell. Give me a second. All right, so Katie Magbana's testimony from Charlie's trial. She has kids with hitmen. That's horrifying, Vicky. That is horrifying. So this is Katie Magbana's testimony from Charlie Adelson's trial. Okay, and then later towel trivia, and then obviously thank you so much for all your support for Lindsay Gattani, folks. You can find donation information for Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Please remember, all funds donated to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser between now, ladies and gentlemen, between now and September 3rd are 100% matched by Little Towel. I can't do it until then, but 100% matched by Little Towel, so please consider doing that. If you want to support this stream, you don't have to donate to Lindsay. I know some people said, "Oh, I donated to Lindsay. Can I still donate to you? Can I send you another donation?" Yes, unrelated to Lindsay. That's fine. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm saying you can't donate to me at all right now, which I by accidentally said yesterday, and someone was like, "Oh, well, I don't want to donate now." You can donate to me for lunch, like Bunny did. That's perfectly fine. I'll go day to day. I love that. Paula used to do work for the Animus Foundation. I love it. All right. Faith, lollygagging and procrastinating is great. I'm going to go get a towel cheeseburger because Bunny Towel sent me a wonderful donation. Thank you, Bunny Towel. Towel loves you very much. Pete Bunny Towel, are you excited that I'm going to get a towel cheeseburger? Do you want some of my towel cheeseburger? Oh, you love Bunny Towel. I love Bunny Towel too. You want me to get you some lettuce? He loves lettuce. All right, Pete Bunny. People are like, why do you have that? Well, I got it from my mom for Mother's Day 4 years ago. It's a very big stuffed animal bunny. It's like 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet tall. It's way bigger than any stuffed animal needs to be, but I got it with flowers. It just came with the flowers. So I got it, and my mom was like, will you please save that? Mom asked me to save it. And I said, what do you want me to do with it? And she said, well, don't you have a bookshelf in your office? Well, yes, I do. So I brought it up to my office, and I put him in this place of honor on a little bunny chair on my bookshelf for 4 4 years. He's still like clean as the day I got him. He just has never moved from that bookshelf. One day, Bunny Towel started playing trivia, and I said, you know what? I have that stuffed bunny over there. I saw him out of the corner of my eye. I went and grabbed him, and I have this little nightstand next to my computer in my office. And it's not like very big, but it has enough room for his bunny chair. And so I put him on the bunny chair on the nightstand. Now, every time I want to bring him on screen, I just grab him because he's right here. It's great. He is a Peep Bunny Towel. Yes. All right. So this is Katie Magbanow's testimony. Sorry for the slight delay there. I wasn't delaying on purpose. Oh, there you go. I don't want to watch it like that, though. I was like, why is it the full screen? It was because I had been using that for trivia. This is Katie Magbanow's testimony in Charlie Adelson's trial, and as I mentioned, we're going to watch this until about 2 p.m. Eastern, okay, and then we're going to wrap up, not wrap up, we're going to play more towel trivia. And this is from Law and Crime, and my name is Grant Smith Ellis. So we're watching the Law and Crime stream. This was their coverage of Charlie Adelson's second trial, I believe. Maybe I can get this to look a little bit better out of theater mode. Hold on. Theater mode's okay for when we're watching on some of, like on a 6:9 resolution, but this one I think is better in a 4:3. So let me just get it into the right box. This is Katie Magbanow's testimony, and just remember, Little Towel is off and getting lunch, but only for like 20 minutes. And then I will keep an eye, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'll keep an eye on what's going on in court, and just take a look at the top right of your screen. Any developments that, of course, occur in court in the Donna Adelson case, if jury selection changes at all, you're going to see that screen flip over. You're going to hear the audio, right? But for now, we're going to watch Katie Magbanow's testimony from Charlie's trial, and I'm only gone for 20 minutes to get my towel cheeseburger. I'm not having it delivered. I'm saving money, and I'll be back with you. You'll see me pop up on the screen literally eating my cheeseburger in about 20 minutes. All right, God bless you, towel friends. Enjoy this testimony. Thanks for being with me on day 1 of 3, potentially, of jury selection in the Donna Adelson case, with opening arguments expected to start Friday morning, this Friday morning, August, let's see, 20th, 21st, 22nd, I think it's, so Tuesday, Wednesday's the 20th, Thursday's the 21st, Friday's the 22nd. I think August 22nd is when opening arguments should start, with presentation of evidence starting in the afternoon. So see you around 2 o'clock or so, 2:10 for more towel trivia. And this is Katie Magbanow's testimony in Charlie Adelson's trial.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanoa, KATHERINE MAGBANUA.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody for?
The murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers,
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that true?
No, ma'am. It was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson, and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Overruled, Ms. Kellerman. Make sure you use any questions.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am. It was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved.
Yes, ma'am. He was.
So why tell the truth now?
I believe that the truth needed to come out now so that the family can get some type of closure.
Why didn't the truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that?
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
But you didn't take us up on that?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Because you thought you could get off completely?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am, he didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
I wasn't promised anything, but I wasn't promised anything.
Go ahead, finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
I thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so did you know Dan Markell?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially.
So not as a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting the objection, please.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, but your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Well, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for your part?
Yes,
How much
ma'am.
did you get paid?
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
Do you know what month?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Show you what are marked as states 48. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it
Is
is.
that when the two of you were taken, when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 48.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
48 is admitted.
Do we have that for publication? So was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markell?
Charlie.
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around Halloween or on the actual?
On Halloween, yes, ma'am.
All right. What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And At the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
It wasn't the best.
But he was the father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating
No,
Charlie?
I was only dating Charlie.
Okay. And so he meaning the defendant, initially said, "Do you know anyone that could harm someone?" Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
I just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night. I don't
Did you
so.
know who he wanted harmed? At that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Had you become aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his his mom and dad was stressed, and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until, I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay, so even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed?
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this person, if not by the name Dan or Danny Markel?
Wendy's husband.
Okay. So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed was Wendy's husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him? He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot custody-wise with his sister. Right, and when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom.
Meaning what?
That his mom hasn't been sleeping, his mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the best health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
All right. And the reason she wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have to do with this ex-husband of Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names.
And why is that?
Because Sigfredo was the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings about the defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right, and is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vice versa, you're not going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it true then that you were sort of walling these two off from each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never said it out loud.
There's one phone call between, I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, the father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right, so you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred where you and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face-to-face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember was that jet ski accident.
Accident?
Or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids, and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
All right. Did you say he cut you off? Do you mean in traffic?
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right. And when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us. So Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street and confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay. Were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right. So Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014, the plot is already underway to do this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the murder for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge, he might have had an inkling about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay. The killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass over.
So you didn't relay that information to them that it had to do with a lady and her kids?
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. So if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, I guess, were you intentionally trying to characterize this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson?
I believe so, yes.
Is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. You mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right. And when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the paper.
The content of it, yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
One moment. Mr. Rockford. Ms. Kappelman, please use open-ended questions.
Tell us how you came into possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house, he had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office. Printed it probably from another office, and basically give that paper to the other person.
All right, and who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right, this defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope, and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office.
All right, and what about licking the envelope?
And that he didn't lick the envelope.
He said he did not lick the envelope?
He did not lick that.
And what was the purpose of that?
I guess his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told him, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life. So he popped up. He literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants, and left.
Okay. In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Can you tell us about that? What was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100.
So this thing started back in October of 13 and doesn't get done until July of 14. Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting this seed in my head that this needed to get done, this needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay. And when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Will you publish 35, please? Is this you on the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Right. And was this picture, where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the Icon?
I don't think that was the Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
Okay, so a different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the first time you'd ever met Wendy, or had you already known Wendy before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this was the second time you'd met her.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendy ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
All right, and the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from
Yes,
the Adelson
ma'am.
Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right, and did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Okay, explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic, and he had a gun in his hand, and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right, but he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Charlie, phone off, please.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So.
All right. Can you tell the jury whether the excitement that he was showing had to do with the murder or something else?
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
Okay. How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
They were $100 bills, and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. Okay. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the following morning.
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money? He already had it when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Judge, maybe you could sidebar.
You may continue with your examination.
Did you, the night that you went to get the money, did you threaten Charlie Adelson in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you try to extort money out of him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
The money that he gave you, is that something that had already been discussed or agreed upon in reference to this homicide?
Well, I believe yes, because it was going to be payment for this.
You weren't, well, were you sent with a message from Sigfredo to tell him he better give it up or else?
No, ma'am.
Did you relay to the defendant that his family was in danger if he didn't give you whatever it was you were asking for?
No, ma'am.
How did Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera get paid for their part in this murder?
That morning, when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. So I drove back down and I was trying to look for Sigfredo and having a hard time that morning. And then eventually I made it to the alleyway of where Luis's building was.
Was that on North
Miami?
Yes.
In like 135th.
Where he lived with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just waiting in the car, and all of a sudden Sigfredo just like popped up and got inside the passenger seat.
All right, so they got their money from you?
Yes, ma'am. Sigfredo did.
Going back over to the Adelson case, 1 second.
State exactly that, you will be discharged for the evening. As much as possible, we're going to try to stick to an 8:30, 5 o'clock day if you are selected as a juror. We may have to make exceptions on certain days, but that is the goal. Any other questions before you are dismissed? Yes, sir.
If we are currently here, we expect to return Thursday.
Okay. That is correct. Thursday at 11 a.m. Any other questions?
You said 11.
Yes, ma'am.
You said 11 a.m.?
11 a.m. on Thursday, report downstairs where you started off today. Okay. All right. I will see you Thursday. Oh, one more?
No, yeah.
Go ahead.
So if we're not the actual jurors that you guys are choosing, we just it won't relate to that until after that. So if I need to address it, then now I can address it now. It's work related, but I know with y'all with support that would be
say it with the Thursday.
Okay.
Believe me, we'll get it out.
Yes, sir. No, sir. No problem.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just to reiterate for my clarity, so this.
State and defense on Thursday.
Okay.
You are not a juror right now. You are still a prospective juror. You've just gone through the first round of screening.
Okay.
Don't read anything. Don't watch anything. Anything else? Have a good lunch break. See you Thursday.
Yes. Give me your numbers.
All right, little towels. We'll see if there's any more developments, obviously, in the Donna Adelson jury selection. You just saw a judge say that there's at least some jurors picked. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. And we're going to go back to Katie Margbana's testimony as I prepare a document for us to review.
Rivera got paid as well, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
All right, I want to draw your attention to what we're calling the bump. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After the bump and the subsequent conversations were occurring, Did you have any contact with any other Adelson about the bump other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't talk to Wendy about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Didn't talk to Harvey or Donna about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the Dolce Vita meeting, do you recall what meeting I'm referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that a restaurant that you and Charlie had after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing.
And by Tato, you mean Rivera?
Luis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
So he was supposed to be looking into it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether...
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed what I had marked for you as State's Exhibit 111, the Dolce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When the defendant described the bump to you, strike. When you were speaking with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
Kind of just piggybacked with what Charlie was speaking to me in code, so I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work, so I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative A. Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right, and it's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment to and the ones in red are the ones used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Will you review this exhibit and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what the code means?
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to make use of State's Demonstrative A.
Yeah, I see it.
actions.
Very well. You can go ahead and make those now.
Maybe if I can borrow a Sharpie from the clerk. May I publish?
You may.
All right, so the first one we have is $65.70. And again, jury hasn't heard these calls yet, but when you were talking to Supervisor Garcia about $65.70, were you referring to the undercover phone number?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, and then when you're talking to Charlie about an agent, were you talking about, it seems like you're talking about real estate agent, but are you talking about the undercover agent that approached his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right, and the CD, was that reference to a recording that the Adelsons made of their contact with the undercover?
A recording of their contact with them?
Yes.
That they were being recorded?
No, that they called the undercover phone
Yes,
number
ma'am.
and recorded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then the client, there's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the false lead or the phishing, what is that? What did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about, I hope it's just somebody phishing. You remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just going to object to the leading.
Please rephrase your question, Ms. Kappelman. Sustained.
About the listing or the properties, what did that refer to?
About the paperwork. That's pretty
Like
accurate.
looking into a listing.
Yes, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing. Oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What did the good and what might the good of can't talk. What might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead?
If it was a blackmailer
Yes.
that you could pay off.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we talked about the two scenarios. The paperwork, what was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay. Did he give you a phone number off of that piece of paper?
He did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right. The 6570.
At any time after, I know we talked about the night of the money, that you got the money, but at any time after that, did you ever blackmail Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you relay any threats on behalf of Sigfredo Garcia?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did anyone ever make you extort any money or other favors out of Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Before the murder, had you bragged to Garcia and or Rivera about my new rich boyfriend?
I didn't even know he had money like that.
Well, I mean,
he had a good job and, you know, he had a nice house, but I wasn't aware of how, you know, how much money he has.
Okay. But he definitely had more than Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And did you brag to Garcia like, oh, I got a new, better guy?
I'm pretty sure he saw that I was happy and I was, you know, going out to dinners and hanging out with him, so.
Okay. But did you tell them specifically he's got a lot of money?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them specifically he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband?
I believe I mentioned it. Yes, okay. I did.
And when you talked to them about he's got this issue with his sister's ex-husband, was that in the context of hiring them to do the murder, or just in
general?
Okay, so they were aware that he had this issue.
Well, Sigfredo was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Rivera about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when you talked to Sigfredo about it, did he ever say, well, I think I'll just drive to Tallahassee and kill the guy, or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Is that something he would have mentioned to you if that was his idea?
Sigfredo doesn't say a lot of things to me, and he likes to keep a lot of things away from me. So he would have never asked me that or told me that.
Okay. But in this case, I guess, okay. So is it possible that Sigfredo and Rivera came to Tallahassee and did this killing without any communication from you or Charlie Adelson, just on their own?
No, ma'am.
And then extorted Charlie Adelson through you to get money because they had killed the guy?
No, that'd be impossible. How would they have any information?
Well, they could have seen it on the internet.
No, I don't think so.
When you were talking about Wendy's husband and the problems with him to Sigfredo Garcia, I know you've already said this, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say the name Dan Markel?
No, ma'am. I never knew Dan Markel's name.
How was the name Dan Markel, the location and name of the target for this killing, provided to the killers?
I believe it was all the information that was given to Sigfredo, which I got from Charlie, was all in that paper.
Paper provided by this defendant?
Yes, ma'am. Inside the envelope.
May I have a moment to confer? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were arrested and charged with the murder of Professor Markell on October 1, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
Almost immediately, the state talked to your lawyers and offered you full immunity, a get-out-of-jail-free card, right?
I don't know if that was immediately.
Pretty soon after you got arrested, you were offered to cooperate against Charlie Adelson and the other Adelsons, and you would get to go home to your kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyers told you about that offer.
Yes, sir, they did.
You also saw an interview on TV while you were in jail in which one of the prosecutors mentioned this immunity offer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 kids who are your world, right?
Yes, sir.
If you took the state's deal, then you would have been let out of jail immediately, right? That's what your lawyers told you.
If I took their deal? Yes, sir.
But you didn't take the offer.
No, I didn't.
Instead, you stayed in jail for 3 years before your first trial, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail through COVID after your first trial hung.
Yes, sir.
You still didn't cooperate. The deal will open, right?
Well, the deal was to give up Charlie.
And you couldn't do that.
Because in order to give up Charlie, I had to give up Sigfredo, the father of my children, so I couldn't do that.
So while you're in jail, sitting in jail, during COVID, you knew there was still a deal possibility open for you, right? You could still take a deal. Your lawyers told you that.
Before COVID, after my mistrial?
Yes.
I believe so.
And you still didn't take the deal, right?
No.
Charlie Adelson didn't force you to take the deal, not take the deal, right?
No, I had no communication with Charlie.
He didn't pay for your attorneys.
He didn't pay for my attorneys, but there was word that my brother declined him paying for my attorneys. Ma'am, it had anything to do with him.
I know you have an agenda here, but just answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did Charlie Adelson pay for your attorneys?
No, sir, he did not.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay for your attorneys?
No, sir.
Did anyone in the Adelson family pay any money to your kids?
No, sir.
You had nothing to do with Charlie Adelson, right? After the bump?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, the real reason you didn't cooperate, and you made it clear, is because Charlie Adelson had absolutely nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markell. Isn't that the case?
I didn't cooperate because in order to give up Charlie, I'd have to give up Sigfredo.
Well, let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. And don't worry, we're going to get to your proffers as well.
Okay.
But let's talk about the testimony in your first trial. You were asked, did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this? Answer, do I have information? I don't have personal information. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't recall saying that in your first trial?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you like to see a transcript of it?
Yes, I will.
I'll direct your attention to page 2800, lines 1 through 5.
Please read to yourself, ma'am.
The
Does that refresh your recollection that that's
Yes.
what you said?
Yes, sir, it does.
During your second trial, do you recall being asked, Charlie didn't ask you to do anything weird? Answer, no, ma'am. Like get someone to get a hitman and commit a murder of his ex-brother-in-law? No, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and that answer?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because you could implicate Charlie, you went to trial. The first trial, isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks before your second trial, Charlie was arrested.
Yes,
Isn't that the case?
Yes, sir.
Waited you to cooperate.
Sir.
So you went to trial the second time, and this time you were convicted.
Yes, sir.
And you were convicted of first-degree murder and other charges, right?
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after your conviction, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus another 30 years. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred from the jail in Leon County to the state prison where you would spend the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Away from your family,
Yes, sir.
away from your children.
Yes, sir.
And you realize that there are only two ways to get out of that prison, right?
What are the two ways?
Well, one way was in a coffin, right?
Yes, sir.
And the other way was cooperating against Charlie Adelson, right?
No, sir. I wanted the truth to finally come out.
What are the only two ways that you can ever get out of prison, Miss Magbanowa?
My appeal?
Oh, well, we'll get to that too. You have an appeal pending right now, right?
Yes, sir.
That claims that you're innocent.
Yes, sir.
Let's just make this clear to the jury. Ms. Kappelman has called you as a witness against this man who's presumed innocent. You've just testified that you did a murder, and you have an appeal pending right now in this county claiming your innocence. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And lo and behold, weeks after you were convicted and sentenced to life with no parole, you went in and met with the state, right?
Yes, sir.
Met with them not once, but twice.
Yes, sir.
And you met with them for hours.
Yes, sir.
Combined total of around 6 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to get into that and all the lies that Ms. Kappelman didn't go through with you that you made during those interviews. Let's go back to the first trials first, okay? In each of those trials, you took the stand for your own defense, right?
Yes, sir.
And took the same and look different jurors the same way that you look today, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your second lie for you?
No, sir, I did not.
Isn't it true that you were caught on a recording in the prison in which you were going to have Sigfredo Garcia come into your trial, your second trial, and say he did the murder with Charlie Adelson all by himself?
No, sir.
You never were on a recording of that
said
fact.
that.
Your plan at your second trial wasn't to have Sigfredo Garcia testify on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware that your lawyer opened up on that plan
No,
in her
sir.
opening?
No.
Well, did you sit through the trial?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you sit through the trial when she said to the jury, you're going to hear from Sigfredo Garcia, who's going to say that the murder was between him and Charlie Adelson, and that you're just a victim of having bad taste in men?
He never came up.
He refused to come and testify, right?
I don't know if he refused. He was never called.
Are you aware that you and your lawyer subpoenaed him to come down to Leon County to testify on your behalf?
He was subpoenaed, but he just never showed up.
And he didn't show up?
Never took the stand.
Right. He was subpoenaed by you, correct?
Yes, sir.
and you got on the phone with him, you were caught, because you're not supposed to talk to each other, right?
Yes, sir.
But you guys talk to each other because what you do is you call his mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And he calls his mom. Is it not what you all do?
At that time, yes, sir.
Yeah, you call each other so that you could talk to each other through the mom. And during one of those calls, you asked him to come testify on your behalf. Isn't that what you did?
No, I did not ask him.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to some other lies. During your first trial, you were asked, you didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids back in Tallahassee. Answer, no, ma'am. You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markel. Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions and answers?
Yes, sir.
You were asked, well, back then, did you know someone by the name of Dan Markel? Answer, no, ma'am. In 2014, you learned that Wendy Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right? I learned that in court. I didn't know it before. Do you remember those words? Those were lies, right?
Yes, I lied in my trials to save myself.
We'll keep going. You lied when you said that Charlie told you that Professor Markel had been in an accident, right?
I lied that. Say it again, sir.
Well, I'll ask you the questions. Do you remember having a conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident? Does that sound familiar to you? It sounds familiar, yeah. That was a lie, right?
No, that's what Charlie said.
He told you that he was in an accident? He'd tell you that there was a murder?
No, he told me he was in an accident.
So you didn't know about the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th? Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, not at that time.
When did you find out about the murder of Dan Markel?
It was later on.
Oh, really? So the money that you brought to the guys that Miss Kappelman brought up on opening, the money you brought up to the guys on July 19th, it was because Dan Markel was in an accident?
I didn't know that was Dan Markel. Like, I didn't know his name.
Oh.
But there was a murder that happened, yes.
At the March 11th dinner that you had with Mr. Lacoste at Yardbird, Dan Markel's name wasn't mentioned?
No, sir.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Lacoste has testified to the opposite of that?
No, I haven't seen his testimony.
At your first trial, you were asked, did Charlie mention anything to you about a murder out of Tallahassee? So now it's not Dan Markel. It's just a murder out of Tallahassee. And your answer was no, ma'am. Question, did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered? Answer, no, ma'am. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And those were lies, right?
Yes, I told you I lied. I lied in my trials to save myself.
I understand. Please let me keep going through them. There's a lot of them, so we'll take our time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said you never saw any cash at Charlie's place. Do you recall that at trial?
He had cash, but I didn't know how much he had. I know he keeps cash in his safe.
But I thought you just testified moments ago that you never saw cash at his place. They didn't keep cash at his place. That supposedly his parents had to bring the cash. Isn't that what you just told this jury about 18 minutes ago?
An abundance of cash.
Have you seen his safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen it open?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he keep a lot of cash that he collects on the top of his safe?
I mean, I'm not looking in it, but every single time we used to go out, he used to grab some money from the safe and then take it with him.
Repeatedly during both trials, you said you worked at the Adelson Institute. You never worked at the Adelson Institute,
No,
right?
sir, I did not.
Now we're going to hear about a Lexus.
Yes, sir.
You said you paid for that Lexus. You never paid for that Lexus. Isn't that
I
the case?
paid Charlie cash for that Lexus.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think the state might disagree. Has the state disagreed with you on that point?
About me paying him cash? Yes, because there was nothing that was coming out of my account, but I paid him cash. I had the cash on me.
during the trial, the first trial, you were asked, do you know why it is that Charlie chose you out of all of his ex-girlfriends to call? I don't know why he called me. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, let's get to the second trial. Just like you're lying here to save yourself, right?
I'm not saving myself. I'm telling the truth this time.
Right, because now, all of a sudden, after 8 years, you have developed a conscience. I think that's what you told the jury.
No, it's because the father of my children was on death penalty at that time on my first trial, so I couldn't give up. If it was just Charlie, like I said from the trial, go ahead and arrest him. Nobody ever did.
He didn't get the death penalty after the first trial, and he was convicted, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the time of his second trial, you had no reason to protect him anymore. He was done.
No, sir. He was under appeal.
Okay, just like you're under appeal now.
Yes, sir.
So what you said to this jury about 20 minutes ago is you said to this jury, I'm here today to tell the truth, and I want to get your exact words.
All right, towel friends, we are breaking
Because
in.
I want to do...
I know Charlie's lawyer is getting up to his big crescendo, but that's not what we're doing right now. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There will be more, apparently, Donna Adelson jury selection after lunch at 1:45 p.m. Eastern, but that's not what we're doing. We have a new letter, well, it's from August of 2025, released by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. It was actually her office, and it was sent to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. So, Little Towels, what we're going to do is I have that letter right here, okay? I have obtained it. I made it into PDF form. We're going to read it together. You know why? Because I'm a little towel. All right, so good to see you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We'll go back to Katie Magbano's testimony very soon. For now, never hit watch so fast. Just saw your post. You are streaming. I have a meeting until 2:30. We'll watch after. Oh, yes. Well, let me just show you the new letter that was just released from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office. Ladies and gentlemen, it is coming up on your screen right now. We're going to go into Super Towel mode. So if you know what Super Towel mode is, what that means is, hold on one second. I got to do this. All right. You got to get your, where's your chat? All right, I got to get your chat above it. All right. And then I got to get the Venmo. So if you want to donate and support this stream, I think I'm the first person who's going to read this and explain it. A lot of people are confused about what this new letter from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley means. Okay. So just give me 1 second. Let me have it take up our entire background of the screen here. All right. We have the capacity. We have the ability. We can make it happen, Little Towels. All right. So we're going to make it take up the whole back of the screen there. All right, I just want to have the Venmo. Oh, all right. I want to have the Venmo actually go a little bit further down. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Little Towels. I have a plan. All right, so here we go. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. We're going to read this new letter here. This is from August of 2025. God bless you to Selma as well. Thank you so much for your support. And if you're wondering, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm hanging out with you. I made the letter as large as I can make it. And let's take a look at the new letter from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office released in the context of the Brian Walsh case. It is a letter from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office to First Assistant Lisa Beatty of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And the letter talks about, and it really requires some context. Remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. I am a towel. None of this is legal advice. But it really requires some context to understand because it's like a speaking letter, and it's a letter that has a lot of odd undertones to it. I read it a few minutes ago, so I understand what it's talking about. And in general, what the letter says is, in order to effectuate the prosecution or help the Norfolk DA prosecute the cases involving Brian Walsh and some of the other criminals because of the, quote, serious nature of the charges, in order to facilitate compliance with Rule 14 discovery obligations, the the U.S. Attorney's Office under 28 CFR 26.1 is going to facilitate the release. Personally, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley is going to facilitate the release of documents related to Michael Proctor from the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. However, What the letter also then goes on to say is what they will not give, what the U.S. Attorney's Office will not give. And by the way, this letter confirms that the probe of John O'Keefe's death by the federal government is over in the last page. We'll get there. But what they're not going to give over, says U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, is they're not going to give over material from Michael Proctor's grand jury testimony, the federal grand jury testimony. Now, they give two reasons for it. One, it would violate federal law for the U.S. Attorney's Office to do that. And then, second of all, they argue that it's redundant because Michael Proctor testified under oath in Reed's first trial, so therefore all of these defendants seeking Michael Proctor's grand jury testimony don't really need it. Third, the U.S. Attorney's Office states that the only material in Michael Proctor's grand jury testimony relates to the Reed case, if that testimony even exists. They're being a little wishy-washy about how they talk about it. So therefore, there's no grounds for them to release it to any of these other defendants, the Brian Walsh defense, or some of these other defendants. And then furthermore, the U.S. Attorney's Office says that the other defendants have no standing to intervene in the protective order that currently exists related to the Reed case material via federal court. And therefore, two things follow from that. One, if a state court issues an order compelling the Norfolk District Attorney's Office or the U.S. Attorney's Office to turn over protected federal grand jury material related to Michael Proctor, then the U.S. Attorney's Office will move under the relevant section of the law that I just referenced to move the matter to federal court. That is basically a message telegraphing to all the defense attorneys, don't do that, and none of them are going to do it, because it will get immediately removed to federal court for the purposes of confirming that the state court order attempting to provide Michael Proctor's grand jury testimony to the feds would violate federal law, and so they could get the federal court by the U.S. Attorney's Office removing the matter to federal court could basically quash the order to compel production of the federal grand jury material. Furthermore, the U.S. Attorney's Office also says in this letter with regards to that grand jury material, if a party is aggrieved by the release or by what U.S. Attorney Foley's office chose to release under 28 CFR 26.1, then the appropriate remedy is for them to file a TUI request. Okay, this isn't being released pursuant to a TUI request, which is enumerated under Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual, which is itself an interpolation of U.S. Ex Rel 2 v. Reagan from 1985. Now, this has to do with what happens if parties to a state court criminal case want to obtain documents from a federal court, a federal investigation that's ongoing, in the context of discovery obligations, for example, due to the defendant in the state court case. So, as such, U.S. Attorney Foley's office concludes the letter by saying, well, basically, you have a remedy at law here, the defendants, attorneys in some of these other cases, Brian Walsh and others. You have a remedy at law here, which is you can invoke the Administrative Procedures Act after filing in due course and appropriately a TUI request under U.S. Ex Rel 2 v. Reagan. And then if that TUI request is insufficient or inappropriate, then you can appeal it under the Administrative Procedures Act in federal court. What you can't do is try to do an end run around U.S. Ex Rel 2 v. Reagan by getting a state court to compel production of the grand jury material, the federal grand jury material involving Michael Proctor. And then you also don't have standing to intervene at the U.S. District Court in Boston to get the protective order either amended in scope or changed, and the U.S. Attorney's Office isn't going to accede to the request by these defense attorneys to move to amend the scope of that still ongoing protective order, even though the Reed and O'Keefe federal probe is over, in order to facilitate the transference of these federal grand jury materials. So how do you interpret all this? We're going to read it, but I already read it, so I just told you what it says in lay English, basically. So how do you interpret all this? Well, basically what it means is that the U.S. Attorney's Office doesn't want any of these defendants, these state defendants, Brian Walsh and others, to be able to get away with what they did because Michael Proctor has this bad reputation, and so the U.S. Attorney's Office is going overboard to facilitate reciprocal discovery compliance by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to ensure those cases can't be dismissed on procedural grounds or whatnot due to failure to comply with discovery obligations. But the U.S. Attorney's Office is then foreclosing the ability of those defendants to argue that the absence of the Proctor federal grand jury testimony justifies dismissal of their state court cases by layering into this letter a bunch of stuff that basically makes it clear that there's nothing in there that's going to help those defendants. And furthermore, if they move to try to get these materials at all through any process other than the TUI process and or an appeal via the Administrative Procedures Act, the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to rain all hell down on them by removing the case to federal court if there's a state court order compelling production of those federal grand jury materials. Does that all make sense, ladies and gentlemen? So that, yes, Selma, it was great to see you. Glad you were able to pop in. But that's what we're dealing with. Let me pull out my telephone in case you have any questions. I'm going to read the letter for you in full, but that's what the letter means in lay English, in my opinion. You really have to know what you're reading to understand it. You have to be an expert, for example, in U.S. XREL, 2 EV Reagan, and things along those lines. So in order for you to do that, ladies and gentlemen, what I suggest is that you listen to the explanation that I just gave, and then as I pull up the comments here, give me 1 second. I want to be able to watch along with you. I want to watch my stream. There it is. I want to be able to read along with your comments because this is not the easiest thing in the world to understand. So if you're just tuning in, we're going to go over the letter. I just gave you what's called a primer. All right, so a primer is an introduction to that kind of thing. The trial is an introduction to that kind of thing. So, actually, let me be very clear. Somebody was getting upset at me. Sorry, somebody trolled me. They were getting upset because Kate Peter got caught doing something bad, so I had to block them. I'm not going to let you distract me right now, by the way. So the block button, not in the comments, it was on Facebook. The block button is my best friend right now. So we're going to talk about this. And by the way, the work that I do, this is a public information service, and, you know, for example, I try to help in different ways. That doesn't mean I always talk about it, but this is first and foremost a public information service. So God bless each and every single one of you for supporting this public information service. Thank you very much. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for tuning in with me today. No matter what slings and arrows people throw at me for doing this work, I don't care what coverage we're talking about. I don't care what interests are involved that get frustrated about it. I'm going to keep doing it because my commitment is first and foremost to the people who are interested in the power of cogent public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government. So, all right. I should not read people trolling me on Facebook. All right. Here we go. Dear First Assistant Beatty, as you are aware, in response to a joint TUI request by the parties to Commonwealth v. Karen Reed, docket number 2282, CR0117, Norfolk Superior Court, my office, this is from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office, it's the first assistant, or not the first assistant, it's an assistant U.S. attorney who writes the letter. My office produced certain federal records, the quote confidential materials, to the parties in that matter. Now, when they use confidential materials, that, like, see how it has two quotations there? What they're saying is that's referring to what's in the immediate sentence before, certain federal records, okay, which will hereafter be called the confidential materials, to parties in that matter. The confidential materials are subject to a protective order issued by the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts, and that order provides the parties to destroy those records upon completion of the Reed matter. As you are aware, the trials in that matter, including testimony regarding communications about the defendant, Karen Reed, by now former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. You have advised my office that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is prosecuting other cases Proctor investigated, quote, other matters. Because the protective order only permits the parties to use the confidential material in the Reed matter, and you believe that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office may have discovery obligations under state law to produce some of the confidential materials in the other matter, you have asked my office to seek an amendment to the protective order to allow, one, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to produce from the confidential materials any statements by Proctor to the defendants and their counsel in the other matters. And 2, so like the Walsh case, etc. 2, assisted district attorneys prosecuting the other matters to sign the protective order, review the entirety of the confidential materials, and produce any other of the confidential materials to the defendants and their counsels in these other matters that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office would be required to produce under the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office criminal discovery obligations. Okay, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see what the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, which was asking for basically in response to prodding from the defense attorneys in those other matters investigated by Proctor. And so that is what the U.S. Attorney's Office is responding to. It's a letter to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the context of the Norfolk DA being able to comply with their discovery obligations under Rule 14 in these other criminal cases that Proctor investigated. Now, please note here, this was sent on August 5th, 2025, so this is recent. We're only talking 2 weeks ago. And in the world of letters from the federal government or to the federal government that are by officials, this is a quick release. It came out in Discovery, I think. Dee Dee posted it over on Twitter, and I reposted it. It is serious, folks. So, pursuant to 28 CFR 1621C, which permits the United States to produce federal records to any law enforcement agency in the absence of a TUI request. Now, so do you see what this, it's actually 1621C. I said 16.1C earlier or whatever it was. It's 28 CFR 16.21C. I might have said 21.1C or whatever. So, pursuant to 28 CFR 16.21C, which permits the United States to produce federal records to any law enforcement agency in the absence of a TUI request. So remember, the Norfolk DA is a law enforcement agency. What this is saying here is U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, and if you read 28 CFR 1621, it does say this, okay? We've shepherdized this before. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But if you read it, and we can take a look at this. So let me just show you what U.S. Attorney Foley's talking about here, okay? So I think it is appropriate to at least make some contextual sense. So let me bring up the 28 CFR 1621, okay? I'm going to bring 28 CFR 16.21, all right? So we're going to take a look at this part, and I'd like to get it from the DOJ themselves. Yep. All right. Hold on. Yeah, the Gov site is fine. All right. So here's the relevant law that we're talking about. All right. Before U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office starts going into it, let's take a look. All right. So there we are. We're taking a look at 1621. All right. And we're looking at specifically C. All right, so the real premise of this is this subpart sets forth procedures to be followed with respect to the production or disclosure of any material contained in the files of the Department of Justice, any information relating to materials contained in the files of the Department, or any information acquired by any person while such person was an employee of the Department of Justice as a part of the performance of that person's official duties or because of that person's official status. In all federal and state proceedings in which the U.S. is a party, and in all federal and state proceedings in which the U.S. is not a party, including any proceedings in which the DOJ is representing a government employee, solely in the employees of individual capacity when a subpoena, order, or other demand, hereafter referred to as a demand, of a court or other authority is issued for such material information, and then B, for purposes of this subpart, the term employee of the DOJ includes all officers, etc. Now, this is the relevant part. Nothing in this subpart is intended to impede the appropriate disclosure in the absence of a demand of information by the department law enforcement agencies to federal, state, local, and foreign law enforcement, prosecutive, or regulatory agencies. So this is where it comes from. Remember when U.S. Attorney Leah Foley went on Dan Ray's Nightside and said that she couldn't confirm or deny the end of the federal probe into John's death, but that it was routine for federal DOJ authorities to release to state and local law enforcement partners that certain information about investigations? This is it. Unprompted, without a TUI request, nothing in this subpart is intended to impede the appropriate disclosure in the absence of a demand, a TUI demand, of information by the department, law enforcement agencies to federal, state, local, and foreign law enforcement, prosecutive, or regulatory agencies. So basically, the U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office is saying, you don't even have to submit me a TUI request. I'm just going to give you this material, some of this material, pursuant to my authority under that section of the federal regulations. That's what that sentence is referring to. So now take a look at where the sentence goes from here, okay? So pursuant to 28 CFR 1621C, which permits the United States to produce federal records to any law enforcement agency in the absence of a TUI request, I am producing to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office all of the Proctor communications previously produced as part of the confidential materials. Now, you would say, okay, that's everything, but it's not. It's like 98%, because listen to where it goes. Given these records are produced pursuant to 1621C, they are not subject to the protective order, right? So there's the protective order from the District Court in Boston. U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's kind of doing an end run around in an authorized way to release certain material that is simultaneously subject to the protective order, but now also being released in line with federal law and the existing protective order under 16.21C, which gives U.S. Attorney Foley's office, although I'm pretty sure it has to go like all the way up the chain to Main Justice in D.C., the authority to unilaterally disclose certain information, notwithstanding an existing federal protective order under 16.21C. Everyone following along here? It's very convoluted, but if you know what you're reading, it makes a lot of sense. All right, so here's where we're going next. Given these records are produced pursuant to 1621C, they are not subject to the protective order, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office can use them as appropriate in the other matters. So the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, to comply with Rule 14, this is what it's saying in other words, can release these matters now because even though they're subject to the protective order, because U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office released them under 16.21C, they can be used in those other criminal cases. As you will see, most of these statements are already reflected in the Reed trial record, and none appear to concern defendants in the other matter. So that's a step. I mean, the judges in those cases are going to be like, okay, so it doesn't even pass. There's two standards for relevancy, okay, 401 and 403. This doesn't pass the basic relevancy analysis under 401, not to mention getting to the probative value or sort of the balancing test under 403 relative to the relevance balanced against the prejudicial impact, or we don't even get to step 2 of the analysis. Just under the basic relevancy test, this statement from the U.S. Attorney's Office renders all of these arguments, whoever that lawyer was, Rosemary or Walsh's lawyers, it just kneecaps them. This is a tactical kneecap by the U.S. Attorney's Office, who clearly does not like criminals, because this office is kneecapping all of these defendants, all right? Notwithstanding what Proctor did. The U.S. Attorney's Office right here is being like, don't even try. Nothing in there is relevant. We're putting this on record, sending it to the Norfolk DA, who's going to turn it over to the judge in discovery. Don't even try. And they're telegraphing, and watch, it gets way more brutal in the end of the letter, but they're telegraphing to these defense lawyers, don't do it. Don't do it. And you can sense, like, I didn't know this was coming, but I could have told you before I even read the letter, that's exactly the position this office would have taken, in my opinion. I don't know them. I don't talk to them. Not that office. But what I'm saying is that's the way, in my opinion, that you would directly start this letter. Okay, you would basically say, listen, we're going to turn this over, and what you're doing is you're not helping the defendants. The letter says right there, there's nothing in these statements about any of those cases. They're doing it so the defendants in the other matters can't use it as pretextual, apparitions to try to get their cases dismissed or cause public furor. I think this was a response to that Rosemary, or whoever that lawyer was representing some of the other Proctor defendants. They were making a lot of noise, okay, but this is the U.S. Attorney's Office saying, well, make your noise about some of the other stuff, the search warrants that Proctor was withholding from Lally, whatever. But don't make it about the federal probe, or we're going to come down and crush you. And that's exactly what this letter goes on to say. So, here we go a little bit more. Let me see if I missed any questions. But anyway, so just to focus more on this letter. All right, so we get to the next part of the letter where it says that, as you will see, and this is a letter to the Norfolk County DA's office, but it's really to the defense attorneys. As you will see, because remember, it's the Norfolk DA who has the discovery obligations under Rule 14 that could cause, if they don't fulfill them, the defendants to get the case thrown out. And the DOJ here is favoring the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and saying, like, no, those defendants are not leveraging Proctor's involvement with the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John's death to get their cases dismissed or anything like that. That's what this is. And so to continue analyzing this, as you will see, most of these statements already are reflected in the retrial record, and none appear to concern defendants in the other matters. My office is nevertheless producing them to facilitate the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office prosecution of the other matters. It doesn't say so they can comply with Rule 14 and the defendants can't make the argument to get the case thrown out, but that's what that sentence means. Okay? Now, next paragraph. To the extent the confidential materials contain federal grand jury, this is the caveat. And you can tell here that this is not, like, there's a limitation under 16.21c, and it either has to be due to the interpretation of 16.21c or its precursor language by the court in U.S. Ex Rel 2 E.V. Reagan in 85, or it has to do with, like, the U.S. Justice Department Operations Manual and Section 25 of that manual in particular, and there must be a balancing of authority related to the disclosure of non-federal grand jury material and grand jury material pursuant to 1621c, which tells me that the protections for federal grand jury material are stronger than the unitary authority of the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's offices throughout the country and in Washington to disclose material unilaterally pursuant to 1621c. That is some serious stuff, and it makes sense because grand jury testimony is actually being taken in the name of the court. The grand jurors are charged in the name of the court. That's also why what Jessica Leslie did, the grand juror leaker related to these cases, was such a big deal, little towels. All right, so do we understand where this is all going? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley under 16.21c can release a bunch of confidential material from the now confirmed disclosed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death, but what U.S. Attorney Leah Foley cannot do, even under 16.21c, is release protected federal grand jury material. So here's where this comes up. Now watch how circumspect this letter is just about that federal grand jury material. To the extent the confidential materials contain federal grand jury testimony by Proctor, and without confirming or denying that such testimony exists or was among the confidential material. I roll my eyes at that, but I loved it. My office would be prohibited by federal law from disclosing that testimony for use in the other matters absent a court order. Now, that would say, okay, so they'll just get a state court order. No, listen to where they go from there. Moreover, my office would not have a sufficient basis to move the U.S. District Court for a disclosure order under the circumstances. Remember, we're talking, they disclose the other non-grand jury stuff, but the federal grand jury stuff from Proctor, they won't even admit exists. And if it does exist, they're not turning it over. And here's, not only are they not turning it over, they won't go to federal court. The U.S. Attorney's Office won't go to federal court to amend the scope of the existing protective order to facilitate the transference of this grand jury material. Now, here's where we go next. Moreover, my office would not have a sufficient basis to move the U.S. District Court for a disclosure order under the circumstances. My office's investigation pertained to the circumstances underlying the Reed matter, and therefore any grand jury testimony by Proctor in the confidential materials would not have addressed the other matters. That means, according to this, there is nothing related to the other matters, the other criminal defendants that were investigated by Proctor, nothing that he was asked about in his grand jury testimony. And in fact, it says the office pertained, the investigation of the O'Keefe and Reed probe pertained to the circumstances underlying the Reed matter, and therefore, and it doesn't say only, but it says to the circumstances, and therefore any grand jury testimony by Proctor in the confidential materials would not have addressed the other matters. So that's just another reason under the relevancy test to say, first of all, you're not getting this material, and second of all, it's not relevant to you 6 defendants, so you're not getting it. Let's see. Yes, Michael Proctor is trying to get his job back. He has a public hearing in front of the Civil Service Commission on August 27th. All right, next question. Next question, I thought we were playing trivia. Now, furthermore, assuming arguendo, which means they say, assuming arguendo, for argument's sake, that the confidential materials contain, I want him to say arguendo, come on. Arguendo, like, let's set the standard. That office wanted to say it. It must be like a little too formal. They would say arguendo in a motion, maybe not in a letter. But furthermore, assuming for argument's sake, which the Latin phrase for that is arguendo. Furthermore, assuming for argument's sake, and they know that, they probably wrote arguendo there first, but then someone was like, well, it's a little too formal. That's my opinion. They're very smart at that office, I believe. Furthermore, assuming for argument's sake that the confidential materials contain Proctor's grand jury testimony, Proctor testified at the first trial in the Reed matter and would have been subject to impeachment with that grand jury testimony. The trial testimony from the Reed matter, therefore, would be more than a sufficient alternative to assess Proctor's bias. It's the least It's like the least burdensome alternative means if they don't want to disclose it. And so what the U.S. people misunderstood this on Dee Dee's Twitter feed. I saw a few people misunderstanding this. What this is saying is that, and it's really weird that they're doing this, but they're saying basically like, listen, Proctor testified in the Reed case. Reed's lawyers, Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, had access, and it was the first one. So Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Eliza Little, and Tanis Yannetti, okay? First trial. They had access to that confidential material. They could have used it to impeach Proctor, and therefore, because Proctor was subject to cross-examination when he testified at the state court trial, and incorporated by reference into that cross-examination was the fact that David Yannetti, Eliza Little, and Alan Jackson and Tanis Yannetti had access to the federal grand jury material related to Proctor. That is a sufficient basis for Proctor's state court testimony in the Reed case standing alone to serve as sufficient purposes for any potential further impeachment needs of the 6 defendants who are moving to try to get the grand jury testimony. It's a wild structure, but it's great. I mean, that's the right analysis. But what it's basically saying is, if Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Tanis Yannetti and Eliza Little didn't have access to those documents, then maybe Proctor's testimony during the first trial wouldn't be enough to argue that that is a sufficient alternative grounds upon which these 6 defendants can pursue impeachment against Proctor, like impeachment of his testimony in their cases. But because Yannetti and Jackson and Little and Tanis Yannetti did have access to the federal records, it is enough to say that because Proctor testified in the Reed case, anything you need to impeach him on, you can get from the state court testimony. It's brilliant, and it's undercutting the arguments of the defense attorneys in the other matters, the Walsh case and otherwise, who might want to get that material. It's brilliant, all right? They're undercutting them tactically at every step. They're basically saying, don't even bother motioning the courts about this. We're just going to run you over with this stuff. We're going to absolutely bury you in federal law and process, and we're right, and we have all the power. That's what this letter is saying. It's not saying it to the Norfolk DA. It's actually helping the Norfolk DA's office, perhaps begrudgingly. Well, I also wonder if the feds forced the Norfolk DA's office to clean up that MSP unit, like Tully and John Fanning and, Yuri Buchanan and whatever. I wonder if the feds forced them to clean it up. That kind of makes me think that this makes a lot more sense to me now. Like, it's not that the feds don't like Michael Morrissey right now. It's that they didn't like that unit. I don't think they like Karen Reed, the current DOJ. I don't think they like Jessica Leslie. I don't think, well, they're protecting her, I think, but I don't think they like Karen Reed or Turtle Boy or Alan Jackson or David Yannetti. I don't think they like Kate Peter or Brian Tully or Marty Kraft or Yuri Buchanan or John Fanning or Nick Garino. All right. And so that's why I think there's apoplectic levels of chaos right now, because the reality is the only people who got out of this unscathed were the Norfolk DA and Hank Brennan. Okay, and I truly believe, although I can't confirm this and was spoken to the man other than when he told me I could call him Hank, I truly believe that Hank Brennan negotiated a deal wherein the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office gave up his own guys, the Norfolk County DA, Michael Morrissey, gave up his own guys related to the Birchmore cover-up. And I have real reason to believe this because in August of 2024, when Michael Morrissey found out that Farwell got indicted for Sandra Birchmore's murder under 28 U.S.C. 1853, murder of a cooperating federal witness, Michael Morrissey sent Brian Tully and John Fanning an email saying, is this true? which means Morrissey, from the very minute he found out Farwell got federally indicted, was ready to give up Tully and Fanning. Tully and Fanning were partners for like 20 years. Remember, Sandra Birchmore was the woman who got murdered by a former Stoughton cop, allegedly, Matthew Farwell. And Farwell used to work in Stoughton as a police officer, where two of these members of Morrissey's state police unit, John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan, used to work. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, this is a lot to keep track of. Is there any way maybe you can give us a chart? Yes, I just have charts just waiting to bring up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have a chart. That's the chart. You see the chart? That's the chart. Have you not seen the chart before? That's the chart. All right, that's the chart, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just a chart, it is the chart to end all charts. That explains everything. All right, it even involves Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction being released by the same MSP unit. It wasn't just that Aidan Kearney, Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, David Yannetti, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and others did bad things involving leaking protected grand jury information, in my opinion, and using it to weaponize public perception around Reed's case in order to poison the jury pool. It's also that the Norfolk DA's CPAC unit, in my opinion, covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder and then worked with Kate Peter to investigate Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed, which involved leaking Lindsay Gattani's unredacted cell phone production under color of law, which was also a bad thing that Brian Tully did. And so therefore, I believe Hank Brennan negotiated some kind of weird deal where the Norfolk DA gave up his own CPAC unit, the MSP unit that used to work for him under former Commander Brian Tully, related to all of this. And that's why we see this weird tone. Okay, this really weird tone in this letter. It's like it's a letter that helps the Norfolk DA, but yet you have Kate Peter threatening the Norfolk DA on Twitter over recent weeks, and it's pretty clear why. The Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey, is clearly on good terms with the feds, but Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and the other folks involved with the Birchmore stuff, the Lindsay Gattani stuff, whatever, got thrown to the wolves, as did all the people involved with Jessica Leslie's leaks, because Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy are out of power at the DOJ now. That's why the Free Karen Reed movement is in freaking apoplectic chaos as well. So you got people around Kate Peter and Marty Kraft and Brian Tully literally melting down because they have no protection anymore from the Norfolk DA's office. And then you got Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed and all their people freaking out because they have no protection from the DOJ anymore, because Rollins and Levy are also in the crosshairs of the federal investigators, in my opinion. It's freaking apoplectic levels of chaos, and this letter spells it out. I mean, a lot of people, I don't think they understand how to read these letters, and I'm not being pejorative. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But these are letters where it's like a lot of the language is not direct. Like, you have to infer based on what the letter is accomplishing tactically and the tone it's taking and the posture it's taking, who they're supporting and why and what their ends are. And the ends of the U.S. Attorney's Office in this letter are very clear. They want these cases prosecuted. They don't see a problem cooperating with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, and they don't want these defendants weaponizing specters and apparitions to induce artificial reasonable doubt at the expense of the fact that there was a federal investigation of John O'Keefe's death and that MSP unit related to Tully and Proctor, not in the context of the Reed probe and O'Keefe probe, but at least in the context of Birchmore and then the Turtle Boy stuff and the Lindsay leak, was weird. All right? Like, the feds are basically saying, okay, we're all right with the Norfolk DA, but they don't say it in this letter, but like the tone of this letter coupled with developments over the past few weeks reaffirms a lot of what I've been thinking, which is that Hank Brennan and Leah Foley have been the adults in the room the whole time since January of 2025 and figured out some kind of like way to solve all this chaos and protect the justice system, and they're just not talking about it fully yet. That's what I believe is going on. So, as a result, and I just really want to narrow in on this, what this letter is saying, and it's going to become more and more clear here, is that the U.S. Attorney's Office wants these people convicted. They don't want them using the defendants using Proctor. The U.S. Attorney's Office doesn't appear to want these defendants using Proctor as a shield to avoid conviction. Well, that's a weird position to take, right? Like, so that means you must have felt that way about the Reed case. But we didn't see this kind of intervention, right? We saw it a little bit before the Reed case, but it was very mild confirmation of the end of the probe through the Canton PD and the Norfolk DA's office, etc. But, it wasn't like this. It didn't tip their hand. So why not do that? why let the public in the jury pool, like, why not let them on to this a lot earlier? I think I know, because I was right, and that probe of that second trial was a honeypot. It was a 100% honeypot. It was a honeypot to catch Turtle Boy and Karen trying to interfere with the state court jury, and I bet they did catch him. This DOJ wanted to get Karen. I think they still do. I think they really want to get her. She killed a cop, allegedly, in the civil suit. Allegedly. They want to get her. She killed a cop. Like, you put your hands on a cop right now, the DOJ will rain hell down on you. She allegedly killed a cop. So I think they want to get her. And I think if you read into this letter, like, inductively, the posture of the U.S. Attorney's Office, they want to get Karen Reed just as bad as they want Michael Walsh to be held accountable and some of these other folks. It's incredible. I mean, the tone of it is so, it's interesting, because I feel like the one thing that throws a wrench into all of this is they're not afraid to charge cops, the DOJ, but I don't think they want the public to have the perception that cops are dirty. The DOJ seems to want to support prosecutions of criminals while also making an example of, like, bad cops and bad prosecutors and bad sheriffs, especially if they're Democrats. Now, there's something larger bubbling up here too. The DOJ just sent a letter to Mayor Michelle Wu in Boston that led Wu to have, like, this firm press conference today targeting the federal government. One second. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. This is one of those days. If you get certain kind of calls on a certain kind of day, you got to answer it. All right, so let's pay attention. Well, I'm so sorry about having to go away there for a second, but this is one of those days. All right, so let's continue reading this letter. If you're just tuning in, what we were talking about is why the nature of this letter is so insightful, okay? And the reason why it's insightful is it talks a little bit about it gives you hints into what the U.S. Attorney's Office is thinking. And what the U.S. Attorney's Office is thinking is they don't want people repeating what Karen Reed did. They don't want the defendants putting out these apparitions like innocence of innocence that are not real, okay, for the purposes of subverting public perception and poisoning the jury pool. And this is how they're putting a stop to it. That's my read of it. So let's get back to the letter. We were just getting into the part of the letter where the U.S. Attorney's Office is asserting the grounds for why there are alternative remedies for disclosure that do not require, alternative remedies for impeaching Proctor that do not involve giving over this grand jury material, all right? And the biggest argument was, listen, Proctor was subject to cross-examination by people who had access to those federally protected grand jury material in the first Reed trial. Therefore, whatever that record is from the state trial, the questions are sufficient and an alternative to Proctor to have to the feds disclosing the grand jury information, because the defendants in the 6 other cases, the Walsh case, the other cases, can just use that Proctor cross-examination as grounds to impeach him if they need to. It's brilliant. Finally, okay, so hold on. So that was the sentence. Furthermore, assuming arguendo that the confidential materials contained Proctor's grand jury testimony, he testified at the first trial in the Reed matter and would have been subject to impeachment with the grand jury testimony. The trial testimony from the Reed matter, therefore, would be more than a sufficient alternative to assess Proctor's bias. Finally, any grand jury testimony by Proctor would be cumulative of other sources of evidence of Proctor's bias as to Ms. Reed already available to the defendants in the other matters, the Walsh, etc., including the extensive trial record in the Reed matter, the Massachusetts state disciplinary proceedings against Proctor, and all statements produced with this letter. Similarly, my office will not seek a further amendment of the protective order at the U.S. Federal District Court to allow ADAs prosecuting the other matters to review the entirety of the confidential materials for potentially discoverable information. Now, remind you, it may seem like they're saying the Norfolk DA's office can't do this, but they already let the Norfolk DA's prosecutors do this in the Reed case. What they're saying is they're not going to seek federal court permission to allow those other ADAs to look at these materials for the purposes of facilitating compliance with discovery obligations. And the reason why is for the reasons just laid out, which is there's nothing in there that's discoverable really for those other matters. And so they're not going to do this, and they're not going to move at the request of basically the defendants in those other matters to go to the federal district court. Even though it seems like it's a request coming from the Norfolk DA's office, really it's a request from the Norfolk DA's office to facilitate discovery compliance, and it's coming from the defendants, Brian Walsh, etc. And so here we go. There is no reason why, there's no reason why the non-Proctor records within the confidential materials would be relevant to the other matters, given the scope of my office's investigation. Hold on. Similarly, I have to reread this. Similarly, my office will not seek a further amendment of the protective order to allow ADAs prosecuting the other matters to review the entirety of the confidential materials for potentially discoverable information. Oh, I get it. So U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office is saying, I'll turn over what I feel comfortable with under 1621C. I'm not turning over stuff that's protected federal grand jury information, and then I'm not turning over certain other stuff. All right. Basically, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office is saying, we'll release some stuff to you. It's not really relevant to your case, but we're not giving you the whole record. And furthermore, we're not letting the DAs in those other matters, the ADAs, go through the material and have them decide what's discoverable. We've decided under 1621C, that's the end of it. So that's what that says. There is no reason why the non-Proctor records in the confidential materials from the Reed case, is what that's saying, within the confidential materials would be relevant to the other matters, given the scope of my office's investigation, which is in the TUI records from the Reed case. It's talking about just that investigation, not anything else, not Birchmore, not CDL, not anything else, just the summer 2023 and February 2024 investigation into John O'Keefe's death, federal, okay? There is no reason why the non-Proctor records within the confidential material would be relevant to the other matters, given the scope of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office's investigation. As mentioned previously, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office's investigation focused on the circumstances, and this is that one investigation that produced TUI records for the Reed case, focused on the circumstances underlying the Reed matter. Because remember, we're only talking about the confidential materials turned over to the Reed defense and prosecutors in the TUI request related to the Reed case. Okay, so it's not even touching on other investigations. As mentioned previously, my office's investigation focused on the circumstances underlying the Reed matter, included here only those materials from that investigation that were highly relevant to that matter. We, so her office, accordingly have no basis to believe that there is anything else relevant to the other matters, which means the Walsh matter or any of the other defendants investigated by Proctor, in the confidential materials, which is just the TUI response sent to the Reed and defense and Reed prosecutors. Further, supporting this position, besides Proctor's statements, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and Defense Counsel in the other matters, so in like the Walsh case, have not identified any documents or categories of documents that might be included in the confidential materials from the Reed Reed case that are relevant to the other matters, the Walsh case, etc., despite many of the confidential materials being referenced during the public proceedings in the Reed matter. Nor would it be appropriate for U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, or any defendant to comb through the confidential materials on the mere possibility that such relevant information might exist. My office appreciates the concerns of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, defense counsel in the other matters, Walsh, etc., and the state judges presiding over the other matters. My office, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office, is keenly aware of the seriousness of the charges in some of the other matters and wishes to see that justice is done. So this is an anti-defense position. Now, Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy would not have taken the position. Court is back in session. We're almost done with the letter. My office is keenly aware of the seriousness of the charges in some of the other matters and wishes to see that justice is done. This response, I believe, does that while balancing the United States interests and compliance with federal law. Given this response and the fact that the Reed matter has concluded, there you go, confirmation, federal probe into the Reed case, over, boom, there it is, in writing. Take it home, take it to the bank, seal it and deliver it, make a cake, put it in the sky, fly a plane, tell Turtle Boy about it. Given the fact that the Reed matter has concluded, there it is, and it could also be the state matter. But either way, they also confirm that the Reed federal probe was closed 3 times in this letter. So given this response and the fact that the Reed matter, which I think might be the state matter, but either way, if you didn't see it above, it confirmed that the Reed matter, the federal probe, is closed as well. Given the response and the fact that the Reed matter is concluded, the U.S. requests that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office comply with the protective order, the existing protective order, and destroy its copies of the confidential materials according to the deadline set in the U.S. District Court's July 21st, 2025 order. So I think it was August 21st, 2025. They gave them 30 days. So those records are getting destroyed 2 days from now. I nevertheless want to make 2 points that I hope will guide the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office decisions about future action. First, given that the federal court's protective order sets forth strict parameters for dissemination of the confidential materials and noncompliance with that order affects a federal interest, the United States is obligated to ensure compliance with the protective order. Should any Massachusetts court authorize the unsealing of the confidential materials in a manner that is inconsistent with the protective order, the United States may need to take appropriate action to ensure that the protective order, as a federal court order, and the United States interests are adequately enforced, which could include removal to federal court of any adverse ruling pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1442. So what that's saying is that if any state court tries to unseal these materials, not even just tries to unseal the grand jury stuff, if anybody anywhere tries to unseal these federal materials, I mean, they can be given over in discovery, but if anyone tries to unseal them at any point, the U.S. is going to intervene, and if they lose, or if they can't intervene, they're going to just remove it to federal court. To be sure, the United States has no interest in that course of action, particularly that it believes it has provided any material from the confidential materials that could be relevant to the other matters, the Walsh case, etc., as permitted by law, and the parties in the other matter have more than ample publicly available material concerning Proctor's bias, as to Ms. Reed. Second, in the United States' view, it would be inappropriate for the Norfolk County DA or defense counsel in the other matters, Walsh, etc., to seek to intervene in the U.S. District Court matter and move to amend the protective order. Not only is there no basis for either party to intervene in that federal court matter, but any such motion should be dismissed because the parties have failed to comply with the so-called TUI regulations, 28 CFR 16.21, etc. These regulations, the predecessor of which was upheld by the Supreme Court in U.S. XREL 2 v. Reagan 340 U.S. 462 Pin site 468, 1951, I thought it was 85, requires parties seeking federal records to meet certain requirements, including submitting a written demand identifying the specific material sought and its relevance to the proceeding. 28 CFR 1622D. To the extent certain Norfolk County DA's office, assistant DAs, and the defense counsel have submitted TUI requests seeking federal records concerning the Reed matter for use in the other matters, the U.S. has or will consider them in due course. To the extent a party submitting such a TUI request is dissatisfied with the United States response, the only legally appropriate avenue for challenging the U.S. decision is to file an action in federal court under the Administrative Procedures Act, 5 U.S.C. 551, etc., not seek to amend the protective order. Should you have any questions, you can call the U.S. Attorney's Office. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to switch back to the other matter, our other matter, and we're going to watch what's going on in the Donna Adelson case. Oh, okay, so the potential jurors are just being asked their questions now. That was your update on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. I read the full letter. I previewed it for you. I analyzed it. Let's go back to Katie Magbonna's testimony. I need a little bit more time to process that letter. I have to make some calls. I need some time. But I think I know what's going on there. That's pretty interesting. It really shows that we're putting an end to the weaponization of any specters of the federal probe to help other criminal defendants. But what does it mean for Aidan Kearney? That's really what it means. You know, we saw in that statement right there an intent to seek justice against Aidan Kearney. You never are going to get anything too direct in a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office, but my word, folks. Got a big grin on my face. I'm a little towel. All right, I'll be back for more towel trivia in just about an hour. We're not going to be able to make our originally scheduled 2:45 towel trivia because I had to break in. So towel trivia is going to start, ladies and gentlemen, in roughly 57 minutes. So the next towel trivia round, due to our breaking news, is going to start at roughly 3:10 p.m. All right, 3:10. I'm sorry for the delay. 3:10 p.m. All right, next towel trivia round, 3:10 p.m. Here's the rest of Katie Magbonna's testimony. A lot to think about, a lot to talk about.
Do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it because you want to go home? And that's the only way that you could ever go home is to help them. That's the only way you can go home by not being dead.
I was not promised anything. I'm doing this solely on myself. Clearly, you don't even see my attorneys in this room.
Let's talk about the second trial. Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did you lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy's divorce, Wendy Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you've met with them a couple times since then, right?
A couple times.
Have you met with them
After?
since? Yeah, after that point?
Probably one time.
You met with Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I was already in DOC.
Okay.
In Lowell.
You met with them in prison?
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time, you met with them at the state attorney's office, right? Here in Tallahassee?
Yes, sir.
And both times, Special Agent Sanford was there?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Jason Newland was there?
Yes, sir.
And TPD Investigator Sherry Bennett were there?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions?
Yes, sir.
And each time, you told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours that you met with them?
I believe so, but I think the first time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but let's look. The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m., so a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so, yes, sir.
You believe so or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe so.
You absolutely know so?
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly what I said.
Isn't it true that during the entire first interview you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes and we'll see if your memory can be refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, during any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new? Any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about what you said. During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
You raised your hand and they put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
And throughout the proffer, the agents, particularly Special Agent Sanford, kept on telling you that you have to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't believe you.
I mean, whatever his reasons are.
Was he frustrated with you during the interview?
Yes, sir.
In fact, 1 hour and 8 minutes into the proffer, he said to you that you were minimizing your involvement.
Hold on. What is the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please approach.
So let's go back. Your position, what you've told this jury, is you are completely consistent. You told the same story during the entire proffer, right?
I can't, like I told you, I can't remember verbatim what I've said from the first proffer and the second proffer.
Let's just talk about the first proffer.
Yes, sir.
Your view is that from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer, you said the same thing throughout. That's what you're telling this jury.
From the first proffer to the second proffer, that I'm saying the same exact thing? I don't remember verbatim what I've said.
How about from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer? What you told the jury is you were consistent from the beginning of the first proffer to the end of the first proffer. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that still your testimony?
No, that I was consistent about it? No, because it was very hard for me to confess what I've done.
So let me ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that during the first proffer, for the first 1 hour and 8 minutes, you continued to say that you didn't murder Professor Markell?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
I don't understand your answer, so let me rephrase.
Okay.
Isn't it true that for the first half of the first proffer, you denied participation in the murder of Professor Markel?
No, sir. I was telling him what happened and how my involvement in it.
So your position is that throughout the entire first proffer, you admitted that you participated in the murder of Professor Markel?
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I proceed now? Would it surprise you that 1 hour and 8 minutes into the first proffer, Special Agent Sanford said that you were minimizing your involvement in Professor Markel's murder?
Like he stated, I was minimizing it. It was hard for me to confess everything that I've suppressed for the past 7 years.
11 minutes later, he said that what you were telling him made absolutely no sense. Do you recall him saying that?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, let me see if I can show you. Does this refresh your recollection that Special Agent Sanford said all of it doesn't make sense? I'll withdraw it.
Please allow her to.
Does this refresh your recollection of what Agent Sanford said?
Just the line that you highlighted?
You can read before and after to make sure I'm not doing lawyer tricks.
Yes, sir. Can I?
Of course.
Yes, sir. Yes, Agent Sanford is saying that why am I not remember conversations, specific conversations, and I told him I can't recall those specific conversations.
Was he telling you that what you were saying didn't make sense to him?
I'm going to object to what Agent Sanford said or his opinions.
Sustain. Please lay the foundation to impeach specifically.
At some point in the interview, did he walk out on you?
Yes, he did. On the second interview.
Yeah, okay. We're going to get to that. That's like 4 hours into your combined interviews, right?
I believe so.
Right? So you come back, and I think it's over an hour into the second interview. So actually, my math isn't great. It's like 3.5 hours into interviewing. Agent Sanford gets so upset.
Judge, I'm going to object to Agent Sanford's opinions
I'll
or
rephrase.
actions or words.
He's withdrawing the question. Please move on.
Around 3 hours into these interviews, Agent Sanford decides to leave the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He was frustrated with you, right?
I believe so.
Truthfully, during your first interview, you kept on saying all of these things were jumbled in your head, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that about 11 times. Do you recall that?
I don't recall how many times I said it. No, sir.
You said that eventually, 33 minutes into the interview, you said you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened it, for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question.
33 minutes into the interview,
Yes, sir.
you admitted that you arranged through an envelope that Charlie gave you, but that you never opened,
Yes, sir.
for Sigfredo to rough up Professor Markel. Do you recall that?
I've never said Professor Markel's name.
To rough up the deceased.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain?
You told them 33 minutes into the interview,
Yes.
that Charlie had given you an envelope that you had never opened, that miraculously got to Sigfredo Garcia, and the purpose of it was to rough up his ex-brother-in-law?
No, because I didn't know what the contents of what was in the envelope, so I wouldn't have said that.
You said that somehow that plan had transitioned to murder, but according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that happened. Do you recall saying that?
Repeat the question again, sir.
You said that somehow the rough-up plan had transitioned to murder.
I never said rough up or any of those words. That's why it's confusing me what you're stating.
Let's say it again.
Yes, sir.
You said that somehow the plan had transitioned to murder, but according to what you told investigators, you never knew when that transition happened.
Well, at that time, I didn't know.
At the time that you were interviewing?
No, not in my interview, but when it was happening, as they're interviewing me and we're going through the scenario.
I'm going to show you 186 to 187. You know what, I'll just move on. You told investigators during your first interview, 2 hours into it, 2 hours and 1 minute to be exact,
Yes, sir.
that you never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans,
I never spoke to Charlie about the change in plans.
meaning it going to become a murder.
I'm confused about the questions you're asking. Is this what I said?
Yes, what you said to these investigators just a year ago after you were convicted for life, didn't you tell investigators you didn't know it was going to be a murder?
When we were talking about this, like I said, it was hard for me to confess my involvement in this.
Right, so
Can you show me where I said this?
Let's just go with what you just said.
Yes, sir.
So 2 hours into your first interview, when you said this, you still were not admitting that you had a part in the murder.
Yes, it was very hard for me to do this, especially that they came to me in prison where, why are all these investigators coming in?
Okay, so we are now where we started, which is during this first proffer, just a year ago, under oath again, you refused to admit at first that you had anything to do with the murder, that you were a part of the murder.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
It's hard for me to admit it. Yes, sir, it is. It's still hard for me to admit it right now.
Okay. During your first proffer, 9 minutes and 14 seconds into it, do you recall being asked the following questions? And as you saw in trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip in June. What can you tell us about that? Answer. See, like I don't even remember. I mean, obviously, like you're telling me to, like, remember from what I heard at trial. I learned a lot of things from trial. That's why it's so hard. And I want to say the right thing, but like, I don't remember them going up on a first trip. Do you recall saying that during this proffer?
I don't recall it. If you could show it to me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Does that refresh your recollection that you said that?
Yes, sir.
You were asked during your proffer on page 68, I don't know how long into it, probably about a third into it. Question, before that trip, you knew that Lewis was going to go with him on that trip. Answer, no, I never knew he was going with him. Do you recall answering that way?
Yes, sir.
You also said during that proffer, 63 minutes in, that you didn't know Luis Rivera was going on the second trip to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
During that interview on page 83, you told investigators, this is just a year ago, that on the night of July 18th, you didn't know that Charlie's brother-in-law had been shot.
Can you show me that, sir?
Sure.
Yes, because I'm emphasizing I don't know Dan Markel.
You said that you didn't know that Dan Markel had been shot, right?
Yes, sir.
You told that to investigators a year ago, that's what, on that night, you had no idea that there was a shooting.
Yes, I was partly denying probably still my involvement in it. This is something I've suppressed for a long time, sir.
Now, what's also interesting is when you described July 18th, you said Charlie was panicked.
Yes, sir.
You said he took a Xanax and you took a Xanax.
Yes, sir. He gave me.
You said that he was upset.
I never said he was upset. He was just frantic.
Let's move on to the second proffer.
Yes, sir.
The second proffer was 6 weeks after the first proffer. Do you recall that?
This is when I came back. I came here?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you met with investigators for 3.5 hours this time.
If that's what it states.
From 10:06 in the morning to 1:38 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the interview, you told investigators you didn't know why you were there, right?
Yes, I didn't know what I got pulled out for.
And 15 minutes into the interview, Agent Sanford left the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't come back.
No, sir.
During the interview, you recall being told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you.
Repeat that question, sir.
Do you recall that during the interview, you were told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you?
Who stated that?
Investigator Bennett.
Okay, yes, sir.
She was upset.
I mean, we were just talking about the same thing over again.
When she said that you had a real issue, right?
Not that I can recall. What's the issue?
Well, if you didn't help the state and give them something that they could work with, there was only one way you were ever getting out of prison, and that's in a box.
Why do you keep stating that, sir?
You're in jail for the rest of your life, right?
Yes, sir.
If the state doesn't help you, the only way you're getting out of prison is when you die.
But they never said they were going to help me. I wasn't promised
That's
anything.
not my question. What's the only way that you're getting out of prison if the state doesn't help you?
I'll die in prison.
During this second proffer, They asked you, you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came to Tallahassee? Answer, he never told me he was going to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that you didn't know that Sigfredo Garcia was going to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I never knew he went to Tallahassee.
You never knew Sigfredo Garcia went to Tallahassee?
No, sir.
Okay. During these proffers, you never told the state about monthly payments, did you?
Monthly payments?
That Charlie was making monthly payments to you?
What, the checks from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
They were aware of that.
How about the cash he was giving you every month?
He wasn't giving me any cash every month.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He wasn't giving you $2,000 of cash every single month that you're heard on the wires trying to accept?
No, sir.
He was just giving you an Adelson Institute check?
Yes, sir. What would the $2,000 be for?
Before he gave you the Adelson Institute checks, you were getting $3,000 a month, right?
No, sir.
It wasn't until 1 hour and 13 minutes in the first proffer that you first admitted that you didn't work for the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, sir. I lied about it.
In the proffer?
In the proffer, I don't know when I said it, but I lied in my trials about getting those checks from the Adelson Institute. So I said those were checks that I needed to show so that I can get insurance for my children.
You recall them asking you about a meeting with Charlie in the car before Dolce Vita?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you couldn't recall what was discussed?
Yes, sir.
You recall that during the second proffer, you told the state that you didn't know the police were at your door during the wire? And if you had known they were at the door, you would have let them in?
I don't think I mentioned it in that way, but they didn't announce themselves when they were knocking on the door.
In fact, aren't we going to see in the wires that you were hiding from the police?
I was not hiding. I was at home.
Weren't you hiding at home?
From what? I was working from home that day.
Weren't you making a bunch of phone calls to a lot of people saying, the police are at my door, I don't know what to do, I can't answer the door, I'm afraid? Weren't you hiding from them?
Somebody was knocking at the door. They didn't state who they were, so I was calling Sigfredo, and nobody was picking up. Then one of his coworkers finally called back and said that there's FBI over there speaking to him, and he's going to come by the house.
And he came by the house?
Yes.
And you all discussed how you were going to stay hidden and not answer the door, right?
I didn't discuss anything. They just said that there was like an FBI agent or an agent outside. So
and
I just never answered.
And you decided not to answer the door and let them in, right?
No, why would I let them in?
But let me make sure that we're being clear here.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the police were outside your door?
I didn't know who was outside my door. I didn't know until his coworker had stated that there was an undercover or an agent outside.
And after he stated that, did you know that there was police outside your door?
They were gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they knocked.
Okay.
And then they were gone.
You didn't stay hidden for over 45 minutes while these phone calls are happening?
I was at home. I just didn't open the door.
Okay. During the entire first proffer and 2/3 of the second proffer, you never said that Charlie did it or ordered it. Isn't that true?
Not specifically, no.
Now today you come in here and you talk about how on Halloween, Charlie asked you if there was someone who could hurt his ex-brother-in-law, right?
I stated that on the proffer.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
It took you a while to state it in the proffer, but I admit you did. It took you about an hour and 40 minutes. But today, that's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that you had only started dating Charlie Adelson about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Probably. We just started talking. I don't know specifically if it was 2 weeks.
Do you know that at the time of Halloween 2013, Charlie Adelson had absolutely no idea anything about your ex?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you recall text messages in November 27th of 2013 where you said to...
Okay. Please show the witness the document.
But let me ask some questions first.
Go ahead.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson didn't know about your ex until November 27th, 2013?
I wouldn't know, sir.
And even then, he didn't know much about him?
I wouldn't know.
Let me approach with... what number is it? Defense Exhibit 34.
May I see the items, Mr. Rushmore?
You have it. Text messages.
What am I looking at, sir?
These text messages between you and Charlie Adelson. Does that refresh your recollection that he didn't know about your ex until at the earliest, November 27, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Halloween's in October, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talk about this letter and Charlie printing it up. In all the times in Charlie's house, you ever see him, does he have a computer? He doesn't own a computer, right?
He had a little office in his house, but I don't know if there was a computer or not. I don't recall.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you whether Charlie gave you money during the trips?
Repeat the question, sir.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you, asking you a lot of questions about whether Charlie Adelson gave you any money before the two men took the trips?
Yes, and I answered them.
I know you did.
Okay.
And it took you 22 minutes left in the second proffer where you finally said he gave you a few $100s before each trip.
Yes, sir.
Repeatedly before then, you couldn't even remember that, right? You were confused as you said it.
No, I could remember it. It was just very hard when I was speaking, especially when I was speaking with Sergeant Sanford in the room because he was frustrated with me. So once he left the room, it was an easier conversation to have, and I wasn't so pressured.
It was an easier conversation to have because, in fact, Investigator Bennett started to play the part of Katie Magbanawa, right?
I don't know what you mean by that,
Well,
sir.
she started to testify for you.
No, sir, she did not.
It wasn't mostly her talking and you saying yes?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until an hour and 16 minutes and 31 seconds into the second proffer where you were still continuing to say that you didn't become aware that this was going to be a murder until sometime between the first and second trips to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I told you it was very hard for me to admit my part in all of this. I'm sorry.
So 4 hours into your proffers, you were still saying that you didn't know the first trip was for a murder. That's fair to say, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on to a little different subject. You started dating Sigfredo Garcia just after high school.
Yes, sir.
By the time you broke up with him, you had been with Sigfredo on and off for more than a decade.
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he thought you were broken up with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
I was broken up with him.
Well, did you have sexual relations with Sigfredo Garcia while dating Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Charlie didn't know that, right?
I mean, that's not something I would tell him.
Now, you considered him to be your husband.
Yes, sir.
You met Charlie Adelson at work.
Yes, sir.
At a place called Sophie Dental.
Sophie Dental.
Sorry, Sophie Dental.
Yes, sir.
And that was in South Beach.
Yes, sir.
And you started dating in the middle of October of 2013.
In the middle of October? No, we started dating before that.
When did you start dating?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was definitely before October.
If I told you
September.
do you recall that your first date was at a restaurant kind of in the building?
I believe so, yes.
If I told you that the date of that was October 9th, would that refresh your recollection? Could
Yes,
that be
sir.
right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Now, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he treated you well.
Yes, sir.
I think you said you didn't know he had money. You knew he had money.
I mean, he wasn't very flashy with it. I know he was well off.
He took you to nice dinners.
Yes, sir.
That was different than your past relationship, right?
I've been in nice dinners with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie treat you nicer than Sigfredo?
I wouldn't say that he treated me nicer at that time, yes, because I was going through a lot with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie ever lay hands on you?
No, sir.
Did Sigfredo?
We've gotten into arguments, yes.
One where he ripped off your necklace?
No, he's never ripped off any necklace
No?
of mine. No.
Now, at first, Charlie was the pursuer. Is that fair to say? He pursued you.
Yes, sir.
Over time, you became more serious.
I believe so.
And he made it clear to you over time, namely in the spring of 2014, that he didn't want anything different than casual, right?
I mean, I think we were both in agreement with that, yes.
But you had questions about it. You asked him, right?
I believe so.
And he told you, I like the way things are.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sigfredo came to know that you were dating Charlie, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during your second trial, you testified that you told Sigfredo about Charlie to make Sigfredo mad.
Probably.
You wanted to throw it in his face that you were dating a successful dentist, right?
That I was dating somebody, period, because I never really dated anybody after Sigfredo.
Sigfredo hated Charlie.
I mean, yes.
You told Charlie on one occasion, if you see him, run. Isn't that what you told him?
Not that I can recall now.
Is it possible that you told him that?
No, but he would be scared of Sigfredo, yes.
Sigfredo considered you the love of his life, right?
I believe so.
He made it clear to you that he wanted you back and didn't want you to be with Charlie, right?
It's not that he made it clear, but we were trying to work it out for our family.
Now, Charlie talks a lot, right?
Yes, he does.
And he repeats himself over and over.
Yes, sir.
As a traveling periodontist, he's in the car a lot for work, right?
Yes, sir.
And what does he do when he's in the car a lot? Talks on the phone?
Talk on the phone, yes, sir.
And he'd call you a lot on the phone, right?
He would at that time, yes.
And at that time, he would sometimes call you early in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
He'd call you sometimes in his breaks at work.
Yes, sir.
He'd call you late at night.
Yes, we were dating.
Exactly. He'd talk to you a ton.
Yes, sir.
He talks to his mom a lot on the phone too, right?
I believe so.
Well, you witnessed it, right?
Yes.
You would be with him a lot when he would talk to his mom, right? On the phone.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you talk on the phone a lot with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
And that makes sense because he's the father of your two children, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in 2014, you became aware of Charlie's family issues, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him talking on the phone a lot to his mom, right?
Yeah, he's always talking to his mom.
And also, when you guys would go out, as you know, Charlie likes to talk, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a topic of frequent conversation would be what he had just talked to his mom about, right?
No, he never told me what he was talking to his mom about.
No, so he never told you about the problems that his sister was having? He wouldn't recount those conversations that he was having with his mom?
Not when he's on the phone with his mom. Maybe if we're just, laying down or talking, he'd mention it once in a blue moon.
And you would ask him questions about it, right?
Not really.
He told you about this TV was cheaper than a hitman joke many times, right?
Yes, he's made that comment before.
And he repeated it to many people, right?
Yes, sir, he has.
He makes a lot of bad jokes, right?
Yes, he does.
Did you ever tell him, Charlie, why are you making that joke when we're actually hiring a hitman? Like, don't you think that's a bad idea? Did you ever say that to him?
No, because feels like he's untouchable.
No, because you really weren't hiring a hitman. He didn't know he was hiring a hitman, right? That's why you didn't tell him that, right?
He knew he was hiring a hitman.
So when he made that joke in front of Professor Lacoste on March 11th at Yardbird.
That he made that joke?
Yeah, you know he made the joke at that dinner, right?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Okay.
Unless I was talking to Wendy and I didn't pay attention to what they were talking about.
Well, let's talk about that dinner a little bit on March 11th, just 6 weeks before the first attempt that in your proffers you didn't know about. You all ate outside on the patio?
Yes, sir.
And during this dinner, you and Wendy talked a lot about your exes, didn't you?
Not that we talked a lot about the exes. I always speak of my children, so I'm pretty sure I mentioned my kids and she mentioned her kids.
You didn't probe information from Wendy about her ex, and while you were that's why you brought up your exes? Your ex?
No, sir. We did not talk about any exes.
Were you aware that Sigfredo and Luis Rivera were sitting in a car scoping you out?
I didn't know that until my trial.
Now, the state showed you a picture of you on the beach with Wendy Adelson.
Yes, sir.
No discussion about a murder plot during that
No.
The jet ski incident, was Charlie scared?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset?
Of course.
Did it cause a whole string of text messages and fights between you and Sigfredo?
After that incident, yes.
You were afraid that Charlie was going to break up with you, right?
Not really.
Really, your text messages don't show that you were upset that Charlie might break up with you? That Sigfredo was trying to run your life?
Well, I was upset, but I didn't really care if Charlie was going to break up with me or not.
Now, I want to take you to the week of the murder, and we'll start with July 14th. You had dinner with Charlie the night of July 14th, right?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, you don't recall having dinner with him the night of July 14th?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't have dinner with him the night of July 14th?
I can't recall. If you'd show me something.
Do you recall him working late and coming towards your house and meeting him at a place near the water on July 14th?
No, sir.
Well, let's do it this way. If you had dinner with him on July 14th, just 4 days before the murder.
Yes, sir.
Did you pick up money from him at that point in time?
No, sir, because I don't even remember that dinner.
Assuming that the dinner happened,
yes,
which I
sir.
think the state's going to prove.
Okay.
Did you pick up any money from him at that dinner?
No, sir. I don't even recall that dinner.
Fair enough. Do you recall having lunch with him on July 17th, the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Well, let me try to refresh your memory on this. Do you recall on July 16th that Charlie worked late and went out to dinner with Erica Johnson?
I can't recall.
Do you recall that you got in a fight with him that night because you thought he might be cheating on you?
No, sir, I don't recall it.
Do you recall that there are text messages in which you were upset that he was out so late? You don't recall that?
No, sir. Do you have something to show me?
I don't need to. Do you recall that he told you on that call that he had worked late, that he had gone out with Erica, and that he would have a lunch with you the next day?
I don't recall any of those days, sir.
Do you recall that on the call on that night, the evening of the 16th, it's actually the very morning of the 17th, it's after midnight, that you were adamant that you wanted to have dinner with him on the 18th?
No, sir. I don't
remember
recall
that?
any of those days. That's why I'm
You don't
asking if
remember that.
can
It's fine.
Show me.
The answer is you don't remember that, right?
No, I can't recall.
I get to ask the questions,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes.
That's how this works.
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to lunch with him near his house. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall going to Vila's? It's like a Cuban-Mexican place right by Charlie's house.
I know of the restaurant, but I don't remember the date when we went, or, we've eaten there before, yes?
You don't recall going there the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Nonetheless, if you had been there, you didn't collect any money that day, right?
No, sir.
And do you recall that during that lunch, you got in a big fight?
During what lunch?
The lunch on the 17th that you don't remember.
How can I tell you what happened if I don't remember the date and you're not showing me anything?
Let's talk about after the murder. One moment, Your Honor. Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson gave you $138,000 the night of the murder, not $100,000?
I never counted the money.
Isn't it true that you were paid $3,000 every month after the murder?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a terrible thing had happened? Your friend got an idea to do this. You didn't know anything about it, but you would help him.
Repeat that question, sir.
Isn't it true that you told Charlie Adelson that a friend of yours had done this, that you had talked too much, but that you would do everything you could to help Charlie Adelson?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you told him that if he ever went to the police, these people would do to him and his family what they had done to Professor Markell?
No, sir.
If the state proves that for the next 20 months you received payments, does the state have it wrong?
That I received payments?
For the next 20 months after July 18th, if the state proves, they're going to bring up a financial person who's going to show cash payments. When the state proves that, do they have it wrong?
No, because I deposited throughout every month.
The payments that Charlie were making to you?
No, what Sigfredo had given to me.
Isn't it true that you were the mastermind behind Professor Markell's murder?
No, sir. That was Charlie.
I'm sure it was.
I didn't have any information on Mr. Markell.
Do not volunteer information.
Yes.
Wait for a question, respond accordingly to the question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
By the way, on these wires that we're going to hear, you're repeatedly lying to Charlie, right?
Repeatedly lying about what?
Well, you're telling him that you're calling the undercover number, right?
Yes, I lied to him.
You never called the undercover number?
No, because I was telling Sigfredo to call that number.
Ma'am, let me ask the questions.
I'm asking.
I know you have an agenda, but let me ask the questions.
Objection, move to strike, argumentative.
Sustained. Members of the jury are to disregard the last comment about any agendas. Please continue.
On those wires, you tell Charlie Adelson that you've called the undercover number, don't you?
Yes, I said that.
And you never called the undercover number.
Of course, why would I call it?
You tell Charlie Adelson that you tried to call the number, but it's a non-working number. Do you recall saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes, we were all lying to each other.
You call, Judge.
He was responding to your question. You don't have to like the answer.
I actually love it. You never lied to Sigfredo on those wires, did you?
Yes, I did.
When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
Well, he was lying to me, actually.
I asked a different question. When did you lie to Sigfredo on those wires?
No.
Give me one example of lying to Sigfredo.
You're right. I'm stating that Sigfredo was lying to me.
Ms. McBanderwell, I'm going to ask the question one more time.
No, I didn't lie to Sigfredo.
You never once lied to Sigfredo Garcia on those wires.
Not that I can recall, no.
But you repeatedly lied to Charlie Adelson on those wires, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
By the way, you and Sigfredo Garcia talked about how you needed to get a burner phone, right?
No, Sigfredo was the one who got the burner phones.
Okay. You and Sigfredo got burner phones, right?
Sigfredo bought the burner phones, yes.
And you used a burner phone, right?
Yes, he advised me to do so.
Did you ever talk to Charlie Adelson about getting a burner phone?
I wasn't aware, but I thought he had one.
You told Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia left a voicemail for the undercover. You recall telling him that?
I believe so, yes.
That was a lie, right?
I believe Sigfredo did leave a voicemail to the undercover.
You think he did, or you think they just heard about the voicemail, that he actually never called the undercover?
If he said he did, he probably did.
Now, shortly after the murder, you and Charlie break up, right?
Yes, sir.
Like immediately after.
I don't know if it's immediately after, but we stopped, hanging out as much.
Now, you keep on saying that the state hasn't promised you anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're hoping that they're going to help you, right?
Of course, I want to see my children again.
Hello, folks. Grant Smith Ellis here. We are about ready to play Towel Trivia. 2-3-minute warning if you want to play some Towel Trivia. We're just getting to the end of Katie Magbano's testimony from the Charlie Adelson trial. You can see Charlie Adelson right there. Now, up in the top corner, you can see that still no second round of jury screening. If you want an update on the Donna Adelson jury selection process, which is ongoing in the top right of your screen, I have the sound off until the court pool feed comes back. But I will tell you what's going on is there were about, I'd say, 5 to 10 provisional jurors selected this morning. There's about a group of 300 that'll be screened over the next 3 days. The way it works is that jurors that get individually interviewed in a room behind the courtroom, okay, with the judge and attorneys for both sides, okay? Now, while those jurors are getting interviewed, it's like in first private voir dire. All right, there you can see there's no audio or video. And then jurors who get screened out just go home. Jurors who get selected in Florida for the second round, which is called group panel voir dire, come back Thursday. Okay, so that's Thursday, August 21st, 2 days from now in the afternoon at 11 a.m. Okay, so that means that between now and Thursday, there's going to be more than 12 or 16 or 20 or 30 jurors picked. There's going to be like 40. That means those jurors pass the initial individual voir dire, but they are not impaneled as jurors. Yes, exactly. Second round of juror. Yes, this is the second round of juror screening going on right now. That's the first one concluded in the morning before lunch. There was about, I'd say, we can't tell exactly, but there was about 5 to 10 people, probably more, maybe less, maybe more, impaneled, not actually impaneled as jurors, but selected to get through the first round after the initial group got screened this morning. The second group is being screened right now. Then there will be another session at the end of the second group being screened where the judge will come out again, ask them if they have any questions, and then tell them to go home and come back if they were selected for the second screening on Thursday. Okay, so that's how the process goes. And then Thursday, I believe, we do the final screening and then get our jury. The jury's told to come back Friday morning. Opening statements start Friday morning, 30 minutes per side. Then we go immediately into the presentation of evidence. So that's how it works down in Florida. It's a 2-round. It's a very extensive jury screening process that takes place over multiple rounds, multiple days. And they don't just do groups of jurors like in the courtroom. They bring them behind the judge's bench into a private room with the attorneys, with the judge, with the court reporter, and they ask them questions in private, and then they pick from the initial group, like they whittle it down to like 10 out of 50. Those 10 people are told to come back this Thursday at 11 a.m. They go through another group voir dire, and then the final jury is selected before Friday morning, including alternates. So it's a hell of a process down in Florida, folks. Now we're going to play some Towel Trivia. The reason why we're going to play Towel Trivia is we just finished up Katie Magbano's testimony from the first Charlie Adelson trial, and you saw it was quite interesting. There's about 3 minutes of that testimony left, so if you want to play Towel Trivia, the end of this testimony is going to be the signal for the start of Towel Trivia, and we're literally at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, we will, of course, interrupt Towel Trivia if the court comes back to announce its final, for the day, kind of group. It doesn't announce it. The judge stands in front of the jurors, takes their questions. You can hear the potential jurors ask their questions. Judge sends them home, says the group who were selected for second round screening, come back on Thursday. All right? We'll cut in if that happens. We won't miss that. We missed the last one while reading Leah Foley's letter. If you missed it, new letter released in the Brian Walsh case docket, I believe, from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It was released on August 5th. It was sent on August 5th, not released to the public, I believe, until today on Dee Dee's feed over on X. And it's a very interesting letter. It's a very interesting document. We already read it. If you missed it, you can just go back in the stream. You can also find it on my Twitter. All right, so it is a flood at, because this letter confirms the end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal probe, and then talks about the implications of Michael Proctor's messages about Reed in the context of other criminal cases that Proctor investigated, and discovery obligations that the U.S. Attorney's Office is helping the Norfolk DA meet in order to ensure those cases can be brought to justice. And the U.S. Attorney's Office was demonstrating a very clear favor towards the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office as opposed to the defense counsel in those other matters, Brian Walsh case, etc., etc., Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited because we're going to play some towel trivia in just a few minutes, little towels. 3-minute warning till we play some towel trivia, and then we're going to watch for the end of the day in the first day of jury selection in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markell case, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So as you can see up above me, we're waiting for Judge to come back with the second round of impaneled jurors, not impaneled jurors, provisional jurors, and we won't get an impaneled jury until Thursday. All right, here we go. Final 3 minutes of Katie Magbonowa's testimony from Charlie Adelson's trial. We're all experts at this point. We have watched almost like 20 different testimonies. We're not as good as some of the other experts on this case. There are some really good experts on this case, ladies and gentlemen, on the Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Dan Markell, Katie Magbonowa, Latin King hitmen situation with Professor Markell being murdered. There are some experts, but we're getting there. Okay, I've only been covering this for about a year. All right, so I know a little bit about it. I'm learning more and more by the day, and certainly the only way to do it is to watch every single bit of testimony you can find. We didn't cover these trials live. I wasn't streaming back in 2022, 2019, etc. But we certainly are doing our best to get caught up, and I think that's important for us to be able to understand, one, whether Wendy Adelson's ever going to be charged or held accountable for Dan Markell's murder. Wendy Adelson was, of course, Dan Markell's ex-wife, and it was their contentious divorce which led to so many people going to prison for the contract hit being put out on Dan Markell. Yet Wendy Adelson's never been charged. All right, 3 more minutes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
I'm going to approach you with the text message exhibit that the defense showed you.
Hold on one second. So someone asked for a quick summary. Peggy Towell asked for a quick summary. It wasn't a Lurin kill. Dan Markell was a professor at Florida State University, a professor of law. Wendy Adelson was married to Dan Markell, and they were going through a contentious divorce. Dan wanted to raise the children more strictly Jewish. Wendy just wanted, whatever Wendy's motive, she wanted out of the marriage. Wendy, when the divorce was going through, the issue of relocation came up, and Wendy wanted to relocate the children to South Florida, all right? And that was being opposed by Dan Markell, and Dan Markell was a law professor. He was fighting it hard. Wendy couldn't just get what she wanted in family court, and so what that led to was allegedly Donna Adelson, the mother of Wendy, and Charlie Adelson, the brother of Wendy, conspiring to get this woman, Katie Magbonowa, to contact an old boyfriend of hers. Katie Magbonowa herself used to date Charlie Adelson, and then that boyfriend contracted 2 killers with the Latin Kings to kill Dan Markell so that Wendy Adelson would be able to, go about her divorce and move her kids without any interference from Dan Markell. Wendy Adelson did dumb things, like went to the scene of the crime right away, and then all of these people got caught. 4 of them are now in prison. The 2 shooters from the Latin Kings, Charlie Adelson, Katie Magbonowa, they are all in prison. Donna Adelson, the mother, is about to go on trial starting Monday, all for the same crime, which was the 2014 hit on Dan Markell. And then there was also a family dinner the night of the hit where the patriarch of the family was given like a gift, told he was given a gift, and then Wendy threw up at the table. All right, and the gift was apparently Dan Markel's assassination. Like, that's what we're talking about. This Adelson family was very wealthy. They were a dentistry practice. They owned it. They were very wealthy, very powerful, and God knows why the wife, Wendy Adelson, the ex-wife of Dan Markel, the victim, has not been charged. There's a lot of speculation. We don't really know why. She keeps getting immunity. She'll be testifying against her own mom on Friday or next week or whatever it is. She testified against her brother. With a compelled grant of immunity. She testified against others. We don't know why she hasn't been charged. Maybe the prosecutors are going to charge Wendy. That's the million-dollar question. Will Wendy Adelson ever be charged? In fact, let's do a little towel poll before we go play towel trivia, which we're going to do right now. All right. Will Wendy Adelson ever be indicted for Dan Markel's murder? Yes, no. All right, so will Wendy Adelson ever be indicted for Dan Markel's murder? That's a towel poll that's up right now. I think most people's feelings at this point is it's possible. A lot of people want it to happen. But whether or not it will actually happen, I think a lot of people think it's possible, but whether it will happen, and I said, will it happen? I think a lot of people are going to be inclined to say no, but we'll see, folks. All right, let's listen to the very end of Katie Margbono's redirect, and then we will go to play towel trivia until the end of the court day in the Donna Adelson case, first day of jury selection.
Maybe I misunderstood, but is this text showing that the defendant found out about Sigfredo in November, or that Sigfredo found out about the defendant in November?
From the text messages, it's that Sigfredo found out about Charlie.
All right. The job in this case, there's some question about, is it to harm, is it to rough up, is it to kill? What was the job?
It was to kill.
And you knew it was to kill?
Those exact words weren't mentioned, but
did you know that this was going to result in a death?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a roughing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know you don't, do you know precisely when you found out it was going to be a death?
No, ma'am.
But can you tell this jury it was definitely before the murder?
Before July.
And did Charlie Adelson know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did Sigfredo Garcia know it was a murder?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any point?
She could be, Judge. I would ask that she remain under the rule.
All right, folks. You saw it. Now, I'm surprised. A lot of people think Wendy Adelson is going to be indicted eventually. I mean, I don't know about that. We will see, that's for sure. All right, so, hello. Oh, it's Colleen Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the rule. Now, holistic psychology says, I hope Wendy will be indicted right after Donna's conviction, like 1 week later, Donna directly after Charlie. That would be so great. Well, you know what? If that happens, holistic psychology, I'm going to come back to your comment. I'm going to take a screenshot of it. I'm going to save it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be like, holistic psychology saw the future. Let's make holistic psychology the president of the universe. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's a title, but also Colleen Henry and Buck are here. You know what that means. Before we play towel trivia, there's a certain law, you know what I'm saying, in the towel universe. All right. Now, you might be saying, sir, there is no actual law. Oh, yes, there is, ladies and gentlemen. There is a law. Okay, there is an actual law in the towel universe about what happens when Colleen Henry and Buck show up. Okay, now you might be saying that's not true. There is no such law. Yes, there is. I made it a law in the towel universe that before we play towel trivia, if Colleen Henry and Buck show up, there's only one thing that must be done. Okay, now I think you all know what's coming. I think every single one of you knows what's coming. Try to contain your excitement. I don't know if you're going to be able to. All right, quite honestly. Hold on. Don't start playing yet. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Just pause. Pause. I don't want them to get too overly excited. I don't want Buck to invade Canada. All right. Try to keep yourself contained, Buck. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Before we play towel trivia, it is the It is what you all want. It is what the people demand, ladies and gentlemen. It is what the people demand. Some people, they get up in the morning, you know what they demand? Eggs and coffee. You know what Buck demands? You know what Colleen Henry demands? The Call Me Hank clip. All right? Buck just wakes up and he says, I would like to see the Call Me Hank clip. Well, you know what, Buck? I am not going to deny you. Buck's ears are burning everything. Why is the man on the TV talking about me? I'm a dog. Well, you know what, Buck? You are an internationally renowned dog. You have no idea how many people adore you, Buck. Have you considered becoming some kind of vigilant guardian for the United States? Do you hate the commies? Buck definitely hates the commies. All right, before we play Towel Trivia, obligatory Call Me Hank clip.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Time.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
All right, third time's the charm, and then we'll play. I mean, you know, 3 times lucky, ladies and gentlemen. 3 times lucky, not 7 times lucky, 3 times lucky.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Oh, you love to see it, little towels. You just love to see it. All right, that's enough. Oh, you love to see it, little towels. You just love to see it. That was fun. All right, folks, we're going to play some towel trivia. All right, I'm an excitable little towel. All right, towel trivia time. If you've been excited to play towel trivia, well, today is your day. Now is your moment. Carpe diem, ladies and gentlemen. Rise the day, seize the fish. I don't think that's what that phrase actually means. I'm changing it. Rise the day, seize the fish. Hold on. I'm going to find out how to say that in Latin. Hold on. This is very important before we begin towel trivia. Hold on. English to... I have no idea if this is actually going to work, okay? Rise to meet... Oh, hold on. No, hold on one more time. Rise to meet the day and then seize the fish. Okay, this is how that is pronounced.
Surgiut diemo cursus, de indepiscem cape.
One more time.
Surgiut diemo cursus, de indepiscem cape.
All right, there you go. So that is how you say rise to meet the day and then seize the fish in Latin. I know that all of you have spent your entire life wondering how to say rise to meet the day and then seize the fish in Latin. I'm so glad I was able to provide that for you. Now, let's get a reminder of the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, just to give folks a chance to come back and play for their points. Here's the scoreboard. All right, let me show you the scoreboard, not from yesterday, but from today, little towels. There you go. So our scoreboard heading into round 5 of Super Towel Trivia is Ruth is in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Paging Ruth, our first place towel champion, heading into round 5 of Towel Trivia. In second place, paging Allie and Rue. If you don't like Mayor Wu, vote for Rue. In third place, Little Towel. In fourth place, Jill Towel, 13.5 points, doing great. Fifth place, Vicky Towel, all the way from Canada, a true Canadian hero, 11.5 points. In fifth place, fifth place. In sixth place, Paula Towel, doing excellent with 11 points. Vicky had 11.5. Bunny Towel in 7th with 8 points. Nunya Towel in 8th with 6 points. Holistic Psychology in 9th, 2.5. Colleen Towel rounding out the top 10 with Buck, an ever-vigilant guardian of the plains, 2 points. And Barbara Towel just started playing at the end of our 4th round, 0.5 point up on the board in the position of honor. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much for tuning in. Julia G, hello. It's great to see you, my friend. Let's play some towel trivia until the end of the day. Remember, jury selection is still ongoing. Day 1 in the Donna Adelson case. I agree, Colleen. All right, folks. Round 1. of the second segment of Towel Trivia begins. Hope Steph Towel's okay. Steph Towel was wearing the crown yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. I'll send her a DM later today. Don't want to burden her, but I always miss Steph when we're playing Towel Trivia. Steph's super towel. All right, little towels. Let's play. All right, little towels. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. The very first round of today's Towel Trivia is going to be, the very first round of our second segment is going to be, let's find out here. And by the way, I have a new Towel Trivia setup. If you haven't seen it, it's really fun. It takes over like the whole screen. And then I go down to the bottom. Maybe I'll stay on the far left. We'll see how it turns out. And by the way, as soon as the Donna Adelson hearing comes back up, we'll be able to tell. I'm going to keep that on front so we can know when the judge is back. We're going to play 3 rounds, maybe 6 rounds, however many rounds we can play, ladies and gentlemen, until the end of the day in the Donna Adelson case. Here we go. Little towel. Oh, no, that was the wrong browser. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. That is not the worst thing to happen, though. I got a plan. Let me just go to this other browser. Here we go. You got to switch browsers to be able to keep doing the categories. Otherwise, it wants you to play like these categories we've already played, and I like to switch it up with new categories. World War II is going to be the category, ladies and gentlemen. World War II is going to be the first category out of the gate. First category out of the gate, World War II. All right. Peggy, I think World War II is a very, very interesting category, my dear friend. I read your little towel mind. I'm a little towel. All right, so the first category of our second series of rounds for the day is World War II. World War II, indeed. Oh, it's interesting. Peggy, you said interesting. You didn't say you had to be good at it. You just said it had to be interesting. I'm trying to live up to your high standards here, my dear friend. All right, here we go. And let me bring the Donna Adelson hearing up front. Give me 1 sec, all right? All right, let's get rid of... Wait a minute, why is it? I don't need it up twice. Let's get rid of that one. All right, give me 1 second, and then let me drag this one up front so we can keep an eye on the Donna Adelson hearing, and then we can cover up the Venmo. If you want to donate, that's cool. Actually, I guess we could move the Venmo. I think those questions might not be large enough, though. Hold on, let me make the window a little larger. All right, that should make the questions large enough. And then let me move this down here. I don't want to get in the way of any of the answers, so it might actually need to be over there. All right, here we go. So the Donna Adelson hearing is down at the bottom of your screen. If Judge comes back in the session, you will be the first to know. The first category of our second segment is World War II, ladies and gentlemen. World War II. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, World War II. Can't play, Grant. I have to translate too much. No, holistic psychology, I entirely understand. If you ever want to just take a guess, you just start guessing random numbers. Maybe you'll just get them right. Remember, the way Towel Trivia works is you guess, you answer 1, 2, 3, 4 based on the question and the answers you see up on the screen. If I get the question right, and you, according to the chat, get the question right first, you get a point, I get a point. Anyone who gets the question right after that subsequent first person to get it right gets half a point. If I get the question wrong, however, and it's a regular round, and you're the first one to get it right, you get 2 points. If I get it wrong and you get it right subsequent to that first person, you get a full point. If it's a double bonus round, of which there might be 1 more today, maybe 2, then, ladies and gentlemen, you get the very nice bonus of 4 points for getting it right first, 2 points for any subsequent right answer. Here we go. Towel Trivia. Oh no, Ruth, I hope she comes back. What global event began in 1939 and concluded in 1945? Was it the Vietnam War, World War I, World War II, or the Cold War? What global event began in 1939 and ended in 1945? The Vietnam War, World War I, World War II, or the Cold War? It is going to be World War II. All right, nice easy one to get us started off. The category is World War II. The answer was World War II. No, that was like when we asked it about me, and all it did was give answers that were me. That was hilarious. Great job, Julia G. Full point. Steph, ladies and gentlemen, do you see what happened there? I said Steph's name. She appeared like an apparition. Steph Towels on the board. Hi, Faith, you're here. Jump right into the game. Jill, it's great to see you. Jill picks up half a point, as did Steph Towel. Well, no, yeah, Steph Towel got half a point. Peggy Towel grabs half a point. Peggy Towel is on the board. Peggy Towel asked for an interesting category. Peggy Towel got one. Hello, Elijah Towel. It's great to see you, my friend. Hello, Nancy Towel. Great to see you as well. Nancy's on the board with half a point. Allie and Brew still here, still kicking butt, still taking names. Vicky Moore picks up half a point. Holistic Psychology got it right. Holistic Psychology has to translate and still nailed it. Everybody give a round of applause to the Super Towel Holistic Psychology. And Elijah Towel jumps in, always the vociferous player, half a point to start the day. Excellent job. Great job, folks. Great job. We have an expanded leaderboard now. A lot of ferocious competition going on. Next question about World War II. Here we go. Hello, Steph Towel. It's the Canadian Super Towel herself. Vicky Towel on one part of Mount Rushmore. Bret Hart on the other, Steph on the other, and then Winnie the Pooh in the middle. Those are the Canadian heroes. Just learn to live with it. Also, Canadians power their car based on maple syrup. Long story, no time to explain. It's great to see you, Jill. Which battle marked the turning point on the Eastern Front in 1942? Which battle marked the turning point on the Eastern Front in 1942? Was it the Battle of El Alamein, the Battle of Stalingrad, the Battle of Midway, or the Battle of Britain? Was it the Battle of El Alamein, the Battle of Stalingrad, the Battle of Midway, or the Battle of Britain? That little glimmer in my eye should tell you it was Stalingrad on the Volga in 42 when the 6th Army got encircled, ladies and gentlemen, because Hegel's form and content of his philosophy, the historical dialectic, met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 42. Hegel's form inspired radical Marxism. His content inspired Heidegger and the Third Reich. They met at Stalingrad on the Volga. The synthesis was born industrial capitalism. God bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I got a full point. Who else got the Battle of Stalingrad? Steph was the first one to get it. Did you all enjoy me pontificating there about the Battle of Stalingrad and Hegel's philosophy as made manifest in its form and content embodying the historical dialectic at Stalingrad? I'm a little towel. Great job, Steph. Great job, Julia G, picking up half a point. It is both trivia and a history lesson about Hegel, which is closer to applied sociology. Shout out Max Weber. Julia G gets half a point. Nancy from, like, is this a philosophy lecture or a trivia game? What is going on here? Nancy Towel picks up half a point. Peggy Towel picks up half a point. Allie 90211 and Bro pick up half a point. Jill, excellent job, picking up half a point. Good job, Holistic Psychology. It was not the Battle of Britain. That's a good guess. It was the Battle of Stalingrad. All right, we're learning, little towels. We're learning. All right, next question. World War II is the category. Which conference in 1945 aimed at determining post-war Europe? Which conference in 1945 aimed at determining post-war Europe? I already know the answer. Was it the Yalta Conference, the Treaty of Versailles, the Paris Peace Conference, or the Potomac Conference? Was it Yalta Conference, the Treaty of Versailles, Paris Peace Conference, or the Potomac? It was Yalta. They divided up Europe, ladies and gentlemen, the damn commies. We gave part of Europe to the damn commies. Julia G grabs it. Julia G knows FDR, Stalin, and Churchill were at Yalta. Yes, Charles de Gaulle may have been there as well. Free France, ladies and gentlemen. Free France. Elijah Towel picks up half a point. I'm in a mood. Can we tell the Towel's in a mood? I'm talking about liberating France from the Third Reich. Free the damn French, ladies and gentlemen. Long live Vichy, non-Vichy France. We will free the French. Good job, Holistic Psychology. Nailed it. Holistic Psychology knew it was all about freeing the French. It's not really about freeing the French. It was about the commies getting damn Europe, but you know what I'm saying? Free the French anyway. Rue, we have a mission. When you're mayor of Boston, we need to free the French people. Allie and Rue also get half a point. Good guess, Vicky. It wasn't the Versailles Treaty. That's what ended World War I. But I can see why you thought that, because it was tied to the end of a great war. So you were on point there, my friend. You were just one war off, so I can't fault you for that. The game did, but I can't fault you for that. Vive la France, ladies and gentlemen. Vive la France. Vive la France. Let's play the Marseillaise. Somebody play the Marseillaise. Where's my trumpet? Can we go into the movie Casablanca and just have the Marseillaise? I don't know how to say it. I'm not French. Can we just have the French national anthem played to intimidate the Third Reich? It's not really around anymore. But can we just do that anyway, just to mess with them? Anyway, we love France. Holistic psychology is like, I'm German, I still love France. Very good. Then you will appreciate when we play the Marseillaise. I don't know how to say the French national anthem in French. I'm a towel. Next question. It was, I forget what number was the answer, Vicky. I think it was number 1. Which operation in 1944 aimed to capture key bridges in the Netherlands? Which operation in 1944 aimed to capture key bridges in the Netherlands? Was it Operation Torch, Operation Overlord, Operation Barbossa, or Operation Market Garden? Was it Operation Torch, Operation Overlord, Operation Barbarossa, Operation Market Garden? Operation Market Garden. I thought it was Operation Overlord, but that might have been Finland. All right, who got Market Garden? Elijah Towell, our resident super towel expert, picks up 2 points. Market Garden. Peggy knew it as well, picks up a full point. Excellent job, Peggy Towell. Good guess, Allie and Rube. It was not Overlord. Yep. Well, Julia, that was a great guess. Julia G also got it right. Oh, no, Julia G didn't get it, but it was a good guess because I guessed that. Oh, wait a minute. We got Faith coming in here and grabbing a full point. See what I mean, Faith? Your confidence was rewarded. Your faith was rewarded. No pun intended. I bet you hear that often. I went with your confidence was rewarded first. Jill Towell picks up a full point. Excellent job, Jill Towell. Good guess, Vicky. It was not number 2. That's what I guessed. It was number 4. Holistic Psychology comes in and picks up a full point. Excellent job. Nancy was like, oh no, I meant number 4. Okay, that counts, Nancy. You typed 4 before 2, so I am giving you a full point. Excellent. Nancy's like, I should guess 42 more often. Next question. I need Ruth. What was the code name for Japan's planned defense against invasion? I don't speak Japanese. What was the code name for Japan's planned defense against invasion? Was it Operation Ketsugo, Operation Hutsuki, Operation Sea Lion, Operation Watchtower? Operation Ketsugo, Operation Hutsuki, Operation Sea Lion, Operation Watchtower. If it's anything but Operation Ketsugo, I was gonna say that's the only Japanese word on there. If they used American words, I'd be a little bit baffled. Holistic psychology. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. First of all, Julia G gets a full point. Second of all, Holistic Psychology guessed 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they technically guessed 1 first because they wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, so they get half a point. Steph gets a half a point. Excellent job, Steph Towell. Coming on strong. I hope you're having a good day, my dear Super Towel Canadian friend. Elijah Towell picks up half a point. Excellent job, Elijah Towell. We have Nancy from the 508 picking up half a point the hard way, as they would say. Didn't type 2 numbers this time. Vicky Moore picks up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job. We all speak fluent Japanese. Faith, excellent job, Faith. I always knew you spoke Japanese. The answer was number 1. Holistic Psychology, yes, I did give you half a point. Jill and Allie Towell both get half a point. Excellent job, Jill. Excellent job, Allie Towell. Half a point each. Everyone putting their answers in chat. Peggy, that's not actually what's happening, though, because sometimes it's your YouTube stream is so far ahead because of your internet or your quality of your phone. They're not actually seeing the answer. They're just lagged on their stream. So it's actually like a detriment to them because they can never get the double point. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know. But anyway, Peggy Towell, use it to your advantage. Get those double points, my dear friend. Thank you. Not my favorite of things, pick up and get busier, but I'll survive. You got it, Steph Towell. We're going to keep the faith. We're going to use Towel Trivia to engender Coach of Public Discourse, and we'll use happiness to find our eudaimonia or summum bonum in the Latin or the ancient Greek, respectively. I mean, the ancient Greek or the Latin, respectively, as towels. What is it, the summum bonum or the eudaimonia of a towel? I don't really know. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. If you know what the greatest good of a towel is, please inform me, because I'm still trying to figure it out. Which nation joined the Axis powers in 1941 after signing the Tripartite Pact? Which nation joined the Axis powers in 1941 after signing the Tripartite Pact? Was it Finland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, or Hungary? Was it Finland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, or Hungary? Oh, who joined it? I don't really know. Hungary? I got it. I didn't think any of those other ones actually joined. Now, you would think it would be Italy, you know what I'm saying? But I guess Hungary joined in 41. Steph Towel hits it out of the park, ladies and gentlemen, gets a full point. Elijah Towel comes in, grabs half a point. Excellent job. Julia G picking up a cool half point. Peggy Towel picking up a cool half point. Who else? We got Jill picking up a cool half point. Excellent job. Who else? Good guess, Faith. Good guess. Sweden definitely could have been one of the answers, but no, Hungary. Nancy from the 508 picking up half a point. Holistic Psychology nailed it. See what I mean? Holistic Psychology nailed it again. Allie and Rue also get half a point. Vicky Moore gets half a point as Holistic Psychology writes 4321 to make a point. Oh, I love Holistic Psychology style. Always one of my favorite parts of chat. Great to see you, my dear friend. All right, I got results. I got scores. I got scores for you. All right, let me update. Oh, goodness. There's so much going on here. This scoreboard has become very chaotic. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me. You want to see how hard it is to sort this thing? I'll show you what I do. All right, so watch me sort this thing in real time, all right? Hold on. No, keep that one. Hold on, I clicked the wrong button. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to get your scores up here in a second. I just clicked the wrong button. All right, come on now. Come on, get caught up. Come on now. There we go. It got caught up. All right, you want to see me sort your scores? Well, first of all, the scoreboard got a little bit bigger. Let's just say we have more people playing now. Things got a little bit chaotic, okay? To say things got a little bit chaotic is probably an understatement, all right? That is our new scoreboard, all right? Now, it's not in order. Let me just show you how I have to sort this stuff. So, see how I, take a look? All right, all this is looking pretty decent. Elijah Towel, though, is kind of jumping up the board. So, you see you do that. So, you throw Elijah Towel up with Julia G. Then you got to make Nancy go above Peggy Towel because Peggy Towel's got 2.5. So that all looks good. All right, what about up at the top there, right? That looks fine. Everybody seems to be in order. Everything seems to be in order here. All right, here we go, little towels. Take a look. Oh, yeah, Nancy Towel, I do know how to use Excel, and I kind of want to custom code a program that would take our answers from chat and then just based on what's showing on the screen, populate them, or I would like to find a streamlined way because I do this all manually. But I guess what I could do is I could use Excel and then I could have a custom column that sorts automatically based on the numerical value, and then you can actually write a function in the sorting cell of an Excel column so that it will auto sort. So yeah, Nancy, I absolutely should do that, and I can write a Python script that will just generate me the Excel file because I'm incredibly lazy, but I will code a Python script to generate me an Excel file that will function in that manner, and I'll have it rolled out by our next Towel Trivia. Thank you so much. All right, I think we all realize. So here's the thing. You can wait till the end of the question to answer. That's fine, but you can never get double points. So there's a built-in check and balance here. So girls just want to have fun, says Holistic Psychology. Cindy Lauper. Love it. All right, so here's our scoreboard heading into that was the 5th round. So we're heading into the 6th round going forward. Here we go. Our scoreboard is first place, still holding on to the first place title, ladies and gentlemen, although just barely. She performed really well earlier. We hope that she will pop back around to hold her crown if she can. It is Ruth Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, Steph Towel is wearing the crown from yesterday, if you need a reminder. Steph Towel wearing the crown, little towels, heading into today. But right now, here's the standings as things stand. Ruth in first place, 21.5. Alley Towel in second place with Rue. If you don't like Mayor Wu, vote for Rue. 20.5 points, Little Towels. In third place, it's Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. He's a Little Towel. It's me. I'm a Little Towel. 20 points. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Ruth, Alley Towel, and Towel. 21.5, 20.5, 20 points respectively. First, second, and third. It's horses racing for the title, ladies and gentlemen. Very close up at the top. In fourth place, though, keeping us all honest, right outside the top. She had her first ever podium position. Finish yesterday. Jill Towell in second place yesterday with 21. Today, Jill Towell's right outside the top 3 podium position heading into the next round. 16.5 points. Excellent job, Ruth Towell. Yep, Jill Towell. As I didn't mean to call you Ruth Towell, I was reading the comments where someone was saying Ruth Towell's kicking butt because the stream's like 20 seconds delayed. Jill Towell is also kicking butt and keeping us all on the podium honest heading into the next round. Jill Towell, fourth place, 16.5 Little Towels. In fifth place, look at Vicky Towell. Vicky Towell is competing. Vicky Towell is ferocious. Vicky Towell's right off the podium. Vicky Towell's all the way up in number 5. Vicky Towell along with Steph Towell, both Canadian heroes, 13 points. Excellent job, Vicky Towell. In sixth place, right behind Vicky Towell, Paula Towell with 11 points. Excellent job, Paula Towell. Right behind Paula Towell in seventh place, we have Bunny Towell with 8 points. Pete Bunny Towell is napping right now, but he says hello to you and Rue and Toffee Towell and all of the Pete Bunny Towell fans. He says he'll see you next round. He's just kind of waking up from his bunny nap. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place, Bunny Towell with 8 points. Eighth place, Nunya Towel, 6 points. Excellent job, Nunya Towel. Ninth place, the one and only Holistic Psychology. Holistic Psychology is absolutely dominating and rendering their answers in the best way I've ever seen in my entire life. Talk about hilarious. Holistic Psychology also performing very, very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ninth place for Holistic Psychology, 5.5 points. In 10th place, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 2-way tie. It is the one and only Elijah Towell. Don't sleep on Elijah Towell. We're lucky Elijah Towell wasn't here the whole day. They would absolutely destroy us. Elijah Towell is like a genius. You don't understand. We have a lot of geniuses here. When Steph starts playing, Allie Towell, Ruth Towell, Jill Towell, Vicky Towell, like Bunny Towell. So many different Towels are geniuses. But Elijah Towell, I'm telling you, Elijah Towell plays the whole day. We're all in a lot of trouble. Same with Steph Towell. Like, we're in trouble. Elijah Towell in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th place, I believe it was. 10th place for Elijah Towell. In 11th place, and Julia G. tied in 10th, of course. Julia G's been having a great day as well. I'm telling you, Julia G's only been playing one round as well. Julia G tends to get a lot of questions right. Elijah Towell, I remember when they first played their first game, came on the scene, blew us away. Don't sleep on Julia G either, though. I'm telling you, Julia G's only been playing a few rounds today, already climbing up the scoreboard on pace with Elijah Towell. That should tell you something about Julia G's intensity and intelligence and cogency. Ladies and gentlemen, erudition is indeed a virtue on Towel Stream. 10th place, Eliza Towell and Julia G, 4 points apiece. 11th place, we have a 2-way tie. It's the one and only Steph Towell. There is a Mount Rushmore of Canada now. It's Vicky Towell. It's Steph Towell. It is Bret Hart and Winnie the Pooh. All right, I'm going to build around Mount Rushmore into the rocks of Canada in the Rocky Mountains just to troll the world. So when people go there, they're like, who the hell is Steph? Who the hell is Vicky Towell? Why is Winnie the Pooh up there? And what is Bret Hart up there for? It will be the greatest monument to Canada the world has ever seen. They'll say, who built this and why? It'll be like the pyramids of our era, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be so baffled. There won't be a Sphinx. There'll be Steph and Vicky Towell and Winnie the Pooh and Bret Hart carved into the side of a mountain. You don't understand. I have big plans. Some people want to conquer the world. No. I just want to carve that into the Rocky Mountains. We're almost done Holistic Psychology. 12th place with the scoreboard. 12th place, Peggy Towell, 2.5. 13th place, Colleen, 2 points. 14th place, Faith Towell. Excellent job, Faith. First time on the scoreboard, I believe, 1.5. And 15th place, the position of honor heading into the next round. Barbara Towell, 0.5 point. Oh, I know you just want to have fun, holistic psychology, but that's why we have to build a Mount Rushmore in Canada for Vicky and Steph. I don't really have time to explain it all, but, you know. All right, so the next category is going to be girls just want to have fun. All right, I don't exactly know what this is going to do. We can put, oh, yes, Steph. Yep. No, well, Steph Owen Hart, we can make a mural to him. All right, it won't be part of our strange Mount Rushmore. We'll just have a mural at the base for Owen Hart. Absolutely. Hollywood heartthrobs. All right, we can do. All right. Hold on. So the next category at Allie's request, I would never turn down Allie for her request, is Hollywood heartthrobs. Okay. Now, hopefully, I spell this right because heartthrobs is quite a strange word. The next category after that is going to be girls just want to have fun. I don't exactly know what that's going to be, but I think I really like that song. You don't understand, especially like a techno remix. I agree, Steph. I want to dance and have fun. Okay, well, we can all dance and have fun. You want to listen to the towel trivia song after this next round? That's definitely a way to dance. All right, the next round, ladies and gentlemen, Hollywood Heartthrobs. This is a special request, special dedication on Towel Trivia Radio to Allie and the future mayor of Boston. If you don't like Michelle Wu, vote for Rue. This is a special dedication. Hollywood Heartthrobs, ladies and gentlemen. Hollywood Heart. I'm going to do absolutely terrible. I may be bi, but you know what I'm saying. I'm never actually, I just, but that's okay. My point is, I'm not going to do very well in this category. All right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to do very well. I want to admit this is not a double bonus category. I would get absolutely dominated. Alrighty. Here we go, little towels. Let me just get the jury selection back up. All right, here we go, little towels. Hollywood Heartthrobs is the category. Peggy is interested. All right, very good, Peggy. I'm thrilled. I'm happy for you all. Allie Towel has clearly found a winner. Hollywood Heartthrobs is the category. I don't know where this is going. Oh, God. Oh, dear God. Which actor starred in the movie Titanic? Which actor starred in the movie Titanic? Was it Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, or Johnny Depp? Was it Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, or Johnny Depp? Clearly Matt Damon. I mean, his role in that film, when he had to, drown and he had to save the main woman, No, it was Leo. Come on. Let's see who got it right. Everybody got it right, but Steph is the biggest Leo fan in the house. Steph gets the full point. Jill, right behind Steph, picking up half a point. Ruth, oh no, folks, we're all in trouble. The Lita has returned. Ruth is back. Ruth picks up half a point. Ruth, it's so good to see you, my dear friend. I'm glad I delayed long enough for you to return. I literally was praying for you to return so that you could hold your lead. Allie Towel and Brew, half a point. Elijah Towel, half a point. Holistic Psychology, nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. Julia G, absolutely nailed it. 4.5 points. Well, you got a half point. You're up to 4.5. Faith, excellent job, my dear friend. Grabbed another half a point. Faith was playing this morning and waiting for her chance to answer because she was getting them all right to herself. Vicky gets half a point. Excellent job. Vicky Towel, representing Canada, waving the flag. Holistic Psychology guessed 2. So that's 222,002. I probably got that wrong. Either way, Holistic Psychology, you got it right. You got half a point. Peggy Towel gets half a point. And Nancy Towel gets half a point. Where's Nancy Towel? Half a point. Excellent job. Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't think you have to be hot to be a heartthrob. You just have to make people's heart throb. You know what I'm saying? You don't necessarily have to be hot. Have you ever seen Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie when they were together? It's how the man carries himself. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to speak generally. Maybe men like that too sometimes. But it's not necessarily just about how hot the guy is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, don't get me started, Peggy. I know the truth about Justin Trudeau, too. He is a communist. He's clearly Fidel Castro's son. Next question. Who played the lead role in The Notebook? Who played the lead role in The Notebook? Was it Ryan Gosling, Channing Tatum, Chris Evans, Zac Efron? Was it Ryan Gosling, Channing Tatum, Chris Evans, or Zac Efron? If I get this right, I swear to God, it's because I watched this movie with my high school sweetheart. I hate myself. I mean, she loved me for it, but I hate myself. And yes, she absolutely loved that movie. Steph was the first one to get it right. Excellent job, Steph. Holistic psychology, half a point. Elijah Towel, half a point. I cannot believe I remember that, but I definitely watched it. She liked it a lot. I didn't really, well, I guess I thought it was okay. Elijah Towel gets half. It was very sappy for my 17-year-old self. Elijah Towel, half a point. Allie Towel and Bro, half a point. Jill, half a point. Julia G, half a point. We got a lot of people playing. This is really fun. Ruth Lang adds to her lead, half a point. Vicky, half a point. Holistic psychology, half a point. Faith, oh, very good guess, Faith. It was actually Ryan Gosling. Peggy Towel, though, half a point. I feel you, though, Faith. I almost said it was Zac Efron at first, too. Steph is doing great. All of you are doing really, really, really good. All right, next question, Little Towels. Which actor's portrayal in The Wolf of Wall Street garnered significant acclaim? Which actor's portrayal in The Wolf of Wall Street garnered significant acclaim? Matthew McConaughey, Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, or Johnny Depp? Matthew McConaughey, Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, or Johnny Depp? It's Leonardo DiCaprio. Again, wow. Listen, it really thinks Leo's a heartthrob. I'm telling you. Elijah Towel, quick draw. Elijah Towel McGraw, ladies and gentlemen, with the full point. Jill with half a point. Allie and Bo, half a point. Julia G, half a point. Colleen Henry, half a point. Ruth, half a point, keeping her lead. Steph, half a point. I think Steph's gotten everything right that she's answered. Faith, half a point. Faith is at like 97%. She's only gotten one wrong that she's answered. Holistic psychology, absolutely correct, my dear friend, half a point. Vicky, absolutely correct. The Canadian contingent getting it right all across the board. Peggy Towel, half a point. And Nancy from the 508 coming in and grabbing half a point. There you go, Little Towels. Yep, I haven't seen Wolf of Wall Street in a while, Steph. It's not really my favorite movie. It's a little profane. It's kind of funny, but it's mostly like about drugs and like sex. So it's not really my thing. So it's a little weird. It's kind of like conspicuous consumption embodied in a movie. And he throws lobsters at FBI agents, which I really didn't like. Kind of pissed me off a little bit. So, I don't know. Jordan Buffont is the real guy it's based on. His interviews are kind of interesting. But the movie itself is gaudy. Like, Gawdy. Unnecessarily so. Like, very, very profane. David Yannetti might call it pornographic. And I would be hard-pressed to disagree with him. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, by the way. So listen, a lot of people have asked David Yannetti if he'd be willing to do an interview with someone who would be a little harder on him. I think we might have to pre-screen the questions, but I would be willing to interview David Yannetti. So I don't think he'll do it, but I was thinking about it today. I would interview him. I think he's a very intelligent and witty man. I would interview David Yannetti. Next question. On that note. Who starred in The Great Gatsby alongside Carey Mulligan? I have no idea. Who starred in The Great Gatsby alongside Carey Mulligan? Was it Ryan Gosling, Robert Pattinson, Leonardo DiCaprio, or Chris Hemsworth? Was it Ryan Gosling, Robert Pattinson, Leo, or Chris Hemsworth? Was it Leo again? Wasn't Leo in The Great Gatsby? This category, Allie, listen, this category, they just love Leo, bro. I'm telling you, they think Leo is the hottest person of all time. Allie and Bro get the full point. Julia G picks up half a point. This category clearly thinks the only hot man in Hollywood is Leonardo DiCaprio. Faith picks up half a point. Listen, I don't know why. I think maybe the bot has a crush on Leo or something. Like, cool. It's good. Maybe it's got a bot crush on him. You know what I'm saying? That's cool, bro. Like, love whoever you want. If the bot wants to love Leo, bro, like, better the bot love Leo than the Oscars. You know what I'm saying? Ruth picks up half a point. Vicky Moore. Sometimes I just say funny things. And then I'm like, what are you saying? Vicky Moore picks up half a point. Jill picks up half a point. Holistic Psychology knows the drill. Just guess Leo every time. Nancy picks up half a point. Leo paid the algorithm. Yeah, that's true. He is known for being a bit of a jerk in production. He played too much movies. Yes, that's true, Holistic Psychology. He was in so many movies. Kind of prolific as an actor. All right, next question, Little Towels. Oh, no. Holistic Psychology, now that I realize... So at first I was kind of kidding because I thought you were just like putting Leo every time as a joke. And then I realized you know the Leo movies because you immediately were like, his canon is expansive. So I said that before I read your comment. No, I totally believe you know all these Leo movies. I buy it, my friend. I buy it. Trust, like, I've watched a lot of Leo movies, but even I am like, wait a minute. Now that I actually think about it, his filmography over 20 years is expansive. It's like, and he never won an Oscar for like 10 or 15 years of that, but he made some really, really good films. Wasn't he in Shutter Island as well? Wasn't he in Inception? He was in a lot of films. So yeah, no, I believe you've seen them. Truly. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't realize the scope of the films he was in. It's kind of impressive when you think about it, because you kind of think of him like he got pigeonholed at the beginning of his career as kind of like a Titanic like guy, but he has a wide range as an actor. He's just kind of has a reputation of being a bit of a jerk on screen, on set. So very good actor though. Time Traveler's Wife. Yep. Oh yeah, Shutter Island. Definitely. Yep, exactly. That was a great movie. He's really good at those roles. Like I bought him in Shutter Island. I really bought him in that role, and you had to play that right to make it believable and for it to work, and he did. And I'm a harsh critic. Like Kubrick's probably my favorite director. I'm a very harsh movie critic, but Leo's a good actor. Yeah, really, really good. Where would it take us next? Right? We should do a whole category on Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, why not? Steph, are you trying to tell us that you have a bit of a crush on Leo DiCaprio? It's totally okay. It's totally okay. It's totally okay. I said K at first. It's totally okay. Leonardo DiCaprio as a category. Some people like Leonardo da Vinci. We do Leonardo DiCaprio. All right. All right. Peggy's insight for us, which I welcome, is that Tom Cruise has big hips. All right. That's more power to you, Tom Cruise. You use those hips. Next question. Out of nowhere. Which star gained fame from the Pirates of the Caribbean series? Which star gained fame from the Pirates of the Caribbean series? Was it Amber Heard? No, I'm kidding. Was it Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, Orlando Bloom, or Johnny Depp? Was it Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, Orlando Bloom, or Johnny Depp? It was Johnny Depp, Little Towels. Towel 5 for 5 so far. Johnny Depp, and Steph Towel comes in, grabs the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towel grabs a full point. Elijah Towel right behind for half a point. Then we got Ruth adding another half point to her score. Then we got Jill and Holistic Psychology, both with half a point. Holistic Psychology is a beast at this category. She has gotten every single question right. More power to you. You're a super towel. Allie Towel with half a point. Good guess, Julia, but it was actually Johnny Depp. But Orlando Bloom, I'm pretty sure, played a role in the Pirates of the Caribbean series. I remember him as an actor. Colleen, Henry, and Buck absolutely nailed it. Buck's favorite actor is clearly Johnny Depp. Faith nailed it. Faith batting basically 98%, ladies and gentlemen. promote her to the major leagues. Peggy Towell, half a point. Excellent job, Peggy. You are super Towel. Vicky Towell, standing strong, Canadian contingent, batting 1,000 on that question. Oh, yes, Tanya. Yes, Tanya Vincent asked if we had a chance to talk about the Leah Foley document. I did indeed. Tanya, I will give you an exact timestamp for it in 1 second. Nancy from the 508, excellent job. Excellent job, Nancy. Hold on, where's Nancy from the 508? Nancy from the 508 got half a point. Excellent job. All right, so we're not going to go back and watch right now, but let me just give the Super Towel, Tanya, the timestamp. Give me 1 sec, little towels. 1 sec. It was not during Katie's. Yes, it was. Okay, so you want to go to roughly 2 hours and... All right, hold on. 2 hours and, hold on, 17, 20, 25, 2 hours and 35 minutes ago, 2 hours and 38 minutes, 42. So about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. So you want to go to about, I won't show a timestamp because I covered the clock, but if you scroll back about 2 hours and 45 minutes, so about, let's see, 1:20 p.m. around there in this stream, you will find my review of Leah Foley's, the new letter from Leah Foley's office that was just released, and you will be able to find that Super Towels. So I got us all caught up, and if you go back 2 hours and about 45 minutes, you in this stream on the DVR, you'll be able to find the review of the Leah Foley letter if that's what you're tuning in for. All right. All right. I think we're all on the same planet. I'm not exactly following the chat, but I promise at least I'm on Towel Planet. All right. So if you're on my planet, I want to be on your planet. You can be in my dream. If I can be in your dream, I said that. Let's go. Which actor is known for his role in the series Friends? Which actor is known for his role in the series Friends? Oh no, we're screwed. Is it Matthew Perry, Courtney Cox, Matt LeBlanc, or David Schwimmer? Is it Matthew Perry, Courtney Cox, Matt LeBlanc, or David Schwimmer? What do we do? What do we do? Oh no! Oh no! What do we do? 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 It's all of them. Oh, thank goodness. I just went with the first answer, and that was the right one. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. We got screwed. Julia G was the first one to just commit. Julia G gets the full point. Allie and Brew committed, get half a point. Sometimes you just got to pot commit. Jill, ladies and gentlemen, half a point. Faith Chavez, half a point. Excellent job. Faith, where's Faith? I see you on here. You are on my list. Excellent job. Then we got Vicky Moore coming in with half a point. Excellent job. Vicky Moore, half a point. Then we got Peggy and Colleen Henry. Well, hold on. So we got Peggy. Where's Peggy Towel? There's Peggy. We got Colleen Henry grabbing half a point. Holistic Psychology technically put one first. So she put 1, 2, 3, and 4. She gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 also put 1, 2, 3, and 4. I love it. Nancy gets half a point. Steph Towel. Did I get Steph Towel? I don't see her. No, Steph Towel, I didn't. I'm so sorry. I actually gave Julia the full point. Steph Towel got the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. So I'm going to give Julia G. Hold on. I just have to reduce you to just half a point. All right. There we go, little towels. Excellent job. Excellent job. Hold on. What are you doing, Peggy? Oh, hold on. Peggy. We welcome all sorts of comments, but let's. I know we like to be funny, but we don't have to call Sandra Bullock a man. Okay, that I'm just. I don't even know. She's not even on the list. I know we're trying to be tolerant of everyone, so I don't want to make anyone feel like. But let's just focus on the game. All right. If Sandra Bullock had been on the list, I would at least understand. But let's just focus on that, all right? So let's look at your scores, all right? Let's all focus on the scores. Sandra, where did Sandra Bullock come into this? Poor Sandra Bullock. I'm sorry, Sandra Bullock. We have disgraced your honor. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Sandra Bullock. It was not on purpose. It was a byproduct of circumstance. Oh, I'm going to have to apologize to Sandra Bullock next time I see her. She might be friends with my mom. You'd be surprised. You know what I'm saying? My mom just knows these people. You know, and I'll be like, hi, Sandra Bullock. How are you doing? Why are you here? No, your mom and I, we were in L.A. one time, and, you know, I did that. One time my mom was like, here's, like, a blank's, like, daughter. And I was like, what do you mean you're blank's daughter? Like, what are you freaking talking about? He was like, oh, she was like, my dad, like, plays in this band, and plays in a band? That's like the biggest band in the world. What are you talking about? These are Towel Mom's friends. So all I'm saying is one day I might meet Sandra Bullock and I'm going to have to be like, I'm really sorry, Sandra Bullock. I didn't mean to call you a horse. Wait a minute. I didn't call her a horse. Do you see what we have done? Do you see what you have done to me? I understand. Listen, Peggy Towell, you can't do anything about the fact that Family Guy called Sandra Bullock a horse, and I, by accidentally, repeated it. All right, I'll take the blame. Peggy Towell, when I see Sandra Bullock, I'll apologize to her. She's going to find out about this. She's going to be pissed. I'm telling you. All right, here we go. Me and Sandra Bullock. Imagine me and Sandra Bullock in a room. That would be a fun conversation. I'd be like, you want to talk about James Joyce? Sometimes I just meet really famous people around Towel Mom, and I just troll the hell out of them. It's really funny. You'd be surprised, because I don't think they're really, like, I'm just like, whatever, been there, done that. And I'm like, what do you want to talk about? Troll the hell out of them. Sometimes I flex on them, like, just for fun, you know, just to be like, you'll never be want for discussion at a New York high society fashion party if you can discuss Vico's theory as made manifest in James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. All right, all the world is a stage indeed. I'm not really sure who Surviving the Survivor has commenting on their pool feed, but they do have someone on waiting for the court to come back into session. We're just not pulling it because it's not the court pool feed, it's their commentary. But as soon as the court comes back into session in the Donna Adelson case, we'll take that, and that'll be the end of our day. So who knows when Towel Trivia is going to end. But by the way, folks, we have an updated scoreboard heading into our next round. Here, I don't know, Nunya. I've never asked Sandra Bullock who she likes to date. That's really not my business. She can date whoever she wants. Anyway, in first place, it is, oh, hello. That is Joe, J-O. Grant Smith Ellis, she is very well versed. That is Joe. I was like, wait a minute, is that Joe in the chat? No, Steph was saying that's Joe from J-O or Joe. I don't know if it's like J-O is her initials or if her name is Joe. Joe is the commentator right now on Surviving the Survivor, and this is the reason why they have commentary on is there's nothing on the pool feed. The judge is still talking to the jurors. She is or was an attorney, and Steph doesn't remember her expertise. So, Joe Pepto, thank you, Elijah. Joe Pepto, Petpo, P-E-T-P-T-O. That's a very hard name to pronounce, but thank you very much to those of you who shared Joe's name. Joe is the commentator below me. We're not pulling the audio. We're just waiting for the Donna Adelson jury selection to come back into session. Joe Patuto, I think that, no, don't get me wrong. It's a name I may have seen spelled wrong in the chat, so I'm trying to learn how to pronounce her last name. I've never watched her commentary, but if she's on Surviving the Survivor, she's definitely great. That's what I would say, because Surviving the Survivor is really good. Petto Joe. What? Are you trolling Nunya, or is that actually her name? Sometimes I can't tell with Nunya. Nunya's sometimes very good. Nunya's sometimes just laughing. All right, here we go. Heading into the next round of Towel Trivia. We are through, what is that, 6th round? 1, 2, 3, 4. That was our 6th round, ladies and gentlemen. Heading into our 7th round. We have finally Towel charged, all right, in that last round, only because of Ruth somehow, and to my luck, all right, Ruth somehow being a little late. Thank goodness. I'm not flouting on you, Ruth. I just got very lucky. Towel, ladies and gentlemen, first place. Little Towel, first place. Oh, you pop back in if you can, Faith. We're going to play until the end of the day in the Donna Adelson case. So if we're still going, you pop back in. Otherwise, we'll pick up with another round tomorrow. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Towel in first place. In second place, we have a two-way tie. They're positioned to take down Little Towel at any moment's notice. It is Ruth Towel and Allie Towel, and Rue Towel and Toffee Towel, Rue snoring though, tied in second place, 24 points. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Towel, second podium position in a row, Jill Towel, as of right now, depending on how Ruth and Allie Towel's score plays out, or if anyone else ties. Jill Towel on the podium again. You got it, Holistic Psychology. Yes, we have a lot of people playing today. Very big towel trivia day. This is a lot of fun. You got it, Holistic Psychology. We'll do another movie trivia category next. Towel, then Ruth and Allie tied at 24, then Jill Towel, 19.5, rounding out the podium. Excellent job, Jill Towel. Right behind Jill Towel, in fourth place now, one of her highest finishes, I believe, of all time, ladies and gentlemen, heading into what could be our penultimate, maybe our last round. We'll see how much longer the day goes. Vicky Towel, 16 points, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, Vicky Towel. Right behind Vicky Towel in fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, Paula Towel, 11 points in fifth place. In sixth place, the movie expert themselves, they are the beloved Holistic Psychology. Fifth place, 9.5 points. Hold on, let me double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth place, 9.5 points. In seventh place, Bunny Towel. Pete Bunny Towel is still napping you. All right. He's waking up now, and he just wants to say he loves you all, and his name is Pete Bunny Towel, and also he doesn't like commies, and congratulations, Bunny Towel, for being in seventh place with 8 points. He's a bunny. All right, he's a bunny, and he wants to say he's a bunny. You are a bunny, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Bunny. Pete Bunny Towel, out. You can hang out here. You want to say hi to Peggy? Yeah, all right. All right, so, in short, ladies and gentlemen, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place, Bunny Towel. In 8th place, hold on. We have two people out of order here. In 8th place, it is a tie, Julia G. and Steph Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Julia G. and Steph Towel both doing excellent. Steph Towel representing the Canadian contingent. She is a Canadian hero. Julia G. representing the Julia G. contingent. She is a Julia G. contingent hero. They are in... let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place, tied with 7 points apiece. Now, in 9th place, hold on, we have to make one more adjustment. Nunya keeps getting pumped down the scoreboard. In 9th place, ladies and gentlemen, Elijah Towel, fighting hard, rising into the top 10 after just a few rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Elijah Towel, 9th place. Nunya Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Nunya Towel fell down that scoreboard a little bit there. Tumbling, Nunya Towel. Like Alan Jackson trying to roll his Sisyphean boulder up the hill over and over and over again, only to be pummeled downward. Rounding out the top 10, it is Captain Nunya, the good ship Nunya. The Nunya's taking Bunny Towel and Pete Bunny Towel over to Russia to fight the damn commies. Nunya Towel coming in at 10th place. In 11th place, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towel, right outside the top 10, but only by half a point. Nancy Towel's got the support of Bunny Towel and all of Pete Bunny Towel's army. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. In 12th place, just a half point behind, just 1 point out of the top 10, it is one of Pete Bunny Towel's biggest supporters. Pete Bunny Towel has just been chomping at the bit, quite literally banging his head off the microphone to let Peggy Towel know that she is supported and loved by Pete Bunny Towel. It is indeed Peggy Towel coming in 12th place, 5 points. Excellent job. In 13th place, it's a two-way tie, Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. Faith Towel, ladies and gentlemen, excellent job. 14th place, two-way tie. Colleen Henry, Buck, and Faith Towel, 4 points apiece. All right, I'll tell them. And in 15th place, the position of honor, Barbara Towel, half a point. So, in short, Oh, so holistic psychology, that's your chat XP. You're in third place in chat. If you go ahead and click the number 3 next to your name, you'll see that there are various people that are in first, second, and third based on how often they chat, the number of super chats they send per day. It ranks you. It's like a meta game in chat. It has nothing to do with trivia, but you right now are number 3 holistic psychology. Vicky Moore's number 2, and your crown that you're wearing, according to Bunny Towel, is based on your participation rate in chat, and then also the number of XP you get over the day for doing things like interacting with others, making super chattos, whatever it is. It apparently gives you more XP, and then you get a crown next to your name. And also Bunny Towel wants to let you all know he loves you dearly, and you're all doing excellent. Anything else? You love America? I love America. You want some food? He wants some food. He said, did you have a good nap? Oh, he's an excited. You want to listen to the song after the final round? Oh, he loves the song. He absolutely loves the song. All right. That's the Towel Trivia Mascot. Sometimes we just talk to Pete Bunny Towel. He has a lot of things to say, you know what I'm saying? Much better Pete Bunny Towel than some of the talking heads out there. Pete Bunny Towel is strangely erudite. You would be surprised. All right, little towels, let's take a kitty intermission break. We're going to do our next round. Our next round is going to be about movies. Did you know these are the pets of the day? That is Vicky Moore's kitties. Have you ever said to yourself, wow, I'm playing trivia, this is awesome. Those are kitties. Yes, that is what you just said to yourself. You're playing trivia, we're having a great time, and now you have kitties. Look at the kitties. Little kitties. All right. You see the kitties? Listen, whatever we think about Hollywood, who likes little kitties, okay? How can you not like those kitties of the day? Say hello. They are adorable. Little kitty, right? Little kitty. All right, you know what I'm saying? No, little kitties, all right? Everybody loves little kitties. Excellent job, you little kitties. Everybody loves the cute little kitties, all right? That's called your eye bleach for the day, all right? Little kitties, all right? Everybody loves little kitties. Can't hate on the little kitties. Everybody loves little kitties. Oh, I ran out in between questions of the toilet and almost fell over. Oh, no, holistic psychology. We are glad you're safe. I made sure to give you some delay. We took a little kitty break. All right, we look at little kitties. They're very nice kitties. All right, next category. It's going to be a double bonus category so we can get some points flying up on the board. None of your business says they also have a kitty. We love kitties. That's very good. All right. Here we go, little towels. Here we go. We're going to do a double bonus category about films, all right? Double bonus category about films. So, you know what that means. You know what that means. Oh, that's your pot plant. Your pot pie. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what that means. Faith has a new kitty. Oh, Faith, if you want to send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com with your kitty, with the picture of the new kitty you rescued, I will make it one of the kitties of the day. That will make me very happy. A towel. I'm very glad you're safe, holistic psychology. I was very worried when you let us know you fell over, but as long as you're safe, I'm happy. All right? You be safe, my friend. All right, so the next category, it's a double bonus category. It's about films, okay? And the double bonus category is going to be the films of Stanley Kubrick. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, that's adorable, Faith. The films, this is a double bonus category. The films, that's how you spell films. How dare you? Films of Stanley Kubrick. Ladies and gentlemen, the films of Stanley Kubrick. All right? The films of Stanley Kubrick. Oh, goodness, little towels. This could be excitable. So, you asked for a movie category. Here we go. Oh, sure, Faith. So it's just my name, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. All right? Wait, we did this, Allie? Hold on. We're not going to do a double bonus. We've already done. I'm pausing. Are you sure we did the films of Stanley Kubrick? If so, we won't do that as a double bonus category. I'm going to have to get a little creative. All right? Let me see. Going to have to think on this, all right? All right. Gotcha. All right. Okay. We did Kubrick. All right. That's fine. Remember, I can only do a double bonus categories are hard because I have to know a lot about it. All right. Brian De Palma. I don't know what that is. So I would love to be able to do that, but I can't. So it has to be about, I want to do something about movies for holistic psychology, but it's got to be something I know a lot about, and then it's got to be something related to films. Okay, let's see. Now, I can't take suggestions for this category because it's a double bonus, so I got to make it something really hard. To make it hard, I have to know about it. Governors of Massachusetts. The movie Scarface. That would be a good one. But I don't know if I can do that as a double bonus category. All right, I know what we're doing. The Grand Theft Auto video game series. Sorry, holistic psychology. It's not quite a movie, but it has a lot of movie tie-ins, so we can do movies next. The Grand Theft Auto video game series. Here we go. The Grand Theft Auto video game series. Oh, interesting, Allie. I'll definitely check him out. He did Scarface. I didn't know that. Ancient sex. What? No, Nanya. We're not doing ancient sex rituals. What is wrong with you? Nanya. First of all, who studies that? Second of all, no. Here we go. The category is the Grand Theft Auto video game series. Remember, this double bonus. So it's not so much about the content. It's can you get... Oh, holistic psychology. Oh, no. Don't worry. You just guess randomly. It's double bonus. If you get any of them right, you will automatically get 4 points or 2 points if I get it wrong. So, oh, no, I don't want to make holistic psychology not able to play. Let's see. Guessing is fine. All right, you guess holistic psychology. Just guess, and it is about movies, kind of. Here we go. Which city does the game set in? Which city does the game set in during its initial installment? Which city, Grand Theft Auto, does the game set in during its initial installment? Is it Vice City, Los Santos, San Andreas, or Liberty City? Is it Vice City, Los Santos, San Andreas, or Liberty City? It's Liberty City. Now, GTA 1, I'm pretty sure, wasn't even in Liberty City. So, remember, this is a double bonus round. Great guesses, but this is a double bonus round. A lot of people thought it was San Andreas. Ruth was the first one to get the full point. Number 4 was the right answer. Jill comes in and grabs half a point. Holistic psychology guessed one that was not on the board, but I like your strategy. Vicky Moore nailed it. Excellent job, Vicky. I like your strategy. All right, next question. What year marked the release of Grand Theft Auto 5? Was it 2018, 2010, 2013, 2015? Was it 2018, 2010, 2013, 2015? So this was on the PS3, and I'm pretty sure it came out 6 years after GTA 4, which was 2008. So I'm thinking 2013. Yes, I nailed it. I bought it on launch. That's why I knew it. Who got it? Steph Towel absolutely nailed it. See what I mean? Sometimes you don't think you know the category, but you just guess it. Maybe Jill Towel and Steph Towel both have a secret knowledge of GTA, you know what I'm saying? Because they both nailed it. Good guess, Vicky. Only 2 years off, my dear friend. Ruth and Allie Towel both pick up half a point. Excellent job. Good guess, holistic psychology. It was released on PS4 recently, but it had its original iteration on PS3 way back in the day. All right, next question in our double bonus category. Hopefully I get one of these wrong. I'm trying to give out points. In which programming language was the original Grand Theft Auto developed? Are you kidding me? In which programming language was the original Grand Theft Auto developed? I don't know this. C, Java, Python, C++. So C++ is a compiler language, which I guess would make sense. If it was written in Python, that would blow my freaking mind. Might have been written in Java. Oh, it was written in Basic C. I was going to say, it's not a compiler, but wow, so who's going to get the 4 points? Who is going to get the 4 points, ladies and gentlemen? Did anyone guess number 1 on this one? Holistic Psychology, I think, guessed number 1 on the last one. Did anyone guess number 1 on this one? There's 4 points on the board, ladies and gentlemen, for the first person to get... Oh, Ruth Lang grabbed 4 points. Allie and Brew grabbed 2 points. Oh, my God. I told you I was trying to give away points. There you go, folks. Ruth Lang speaks programming. Allie, Tao, and Rue have been coding in C for decades. Excellent job. Yes. No, Allie, it was. I know on your phone it might have looked like you, but Towel on the Towel chat, I have Ruth Lang first and then Allie right behind. Wow. I told you I was going to get one wrong. That was a hell of a question. Great job, both Allie and Ruth. Both Allie and Ruth have been coding for many, many years. Rue, actually, as part of his mayoral campaign, I heard is going to be pushing to bring more C coding classes to Boston schools. Vote Rue. He's better than Michelle Wu. Yes, go very slow, Holistic Psychology. Go very slow. I don't want you to have... Oh, I know you got it right, Allie. Don't worry, I got your 2 points. I understand. Holistic Psychology, if you have to go, we will give you a few minutes. I'll give you like 30 seconds or more. I don't want you to fall. Nanya says their neighbor just brought them some potato salad. Show me potato salad. I remember that episode of Family Guy very well. Okay, Holistic Psychology, we'll be here when you get back. I didn't want you to have to rush or fall. I would get very sad. All right, next question. Here we go. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me convey a message to Holistic Psychology before they go. I have a plan. Hold on, I have a plan. I repeat, I have a towel plan. Before we go to our next question, I'm just gonna say hello to Holistic Psychology in German. Okay? Oh, that's fine, but I want to say this. Okay, Holistic PSYCH. Make sure you have a safe time, and we will be here when you return. Also, I am a towel speaking to you in German across the ocean. Isn't this very cool? I am a towel. Okay, ready?
Holistische Psychologie. Wir wünschen dir eine sichere Zeit. Wir sind für dich da, wenn du zurückkommst. Außerdem bin ich ein Handtuch, das über den Ozean hinweg auf Deutsch mit dir spricht. Ist das nicht cool? Ich bin ein Handtuch.
I'm very glad you're back. Did you enjoy your German message? Did it come across okay? No, oh goodness, I don't know exactly what it said. It was supposed to tell you that I'm a towel, speak to you in German across the ocean. Proceed. Nanya's like, oh no. Auf Wiedersehen. Nanya, you don't understand. I like potato salad. This is the best chat of all. I love this chat. Alright, here we go. Next question. What year did Rockstar Games release the first GTA series? What year did Rockstar Games release the first GTA series? 1995, 1999, 1997, 2001. 1995, 1999, 1997, 2001. I think it was 97. Yeah, got it. Nailed it, Jill. Excellent job. Full point. I'm Irish. I have a potato addiction. I like potatoes. I had french fries today. Allie and Bro pick up half a point. Good guess, holistic psychology, only 2 years off. Good guess, Vicky, only 2 years off. Any more guesses on this one? Holistic psychology is like, wait, no, I meant 3. Nice try, holistic psychology. All right, next question in our double bonus round. Who composed the music for Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Who composed the music for Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Was it Tangerine Dream, James Horner, Hans Zimmer, or Danny Elfman? Was it Tangerine Dream, James Horner, Hans Zimmer, or Danny Elfman? I have that game like right here. I don't know who composed it. It's either Elfman or Zimmer, I think. How would I have known that? I have no idea. How did you know that, Nanya? Nanya grabs 4 points. Steph Towell picks up 2 big points. Ruth Lang, 2 more points. Excellent job. That was a big 2 points, Ruth. Allie and Rue, big 2 points. Good guess, holistic psychology. That's what I thought, too. Vicky Moore picks up a big 2 points. Jill picks up 2 points. Excellent job, Jill. Nanya just grabbed those points out of nowhere. Nanya just flexed on them. And by flexed on them, I meant flexed on me. It wasn't like the other options. Well, there you go, Nanya. You started a parade of answers, and you got the 4 points. Leap of faith is right, and you got rewarded with 4 points. Next question, Little Towels. Which Grand Theft Auto game first introduced the feature of buying properties? Which Grand Theft Auto game first introduced the feature of buying properties? Was it GTA 3, Liberty City Stories, San Andreas, or Vice City? Was it GTA 3, Liberty City Stories, San Andreas, or Vice City? Oh, fuck. I think you could buy properties in GTA 3. Oh, come on! I gave up more points. It was Vice City. I think you technically could buy garages, though, in GTA 3. So it's kind of a misleading question. Because you had to buy some access to some buildings, but there weren't really internals. Vice City, you could buy like the ice cream factory, the boatyard, different properties. So I guess that's a fair answer, but I object on principle. Jill gets the 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. Allie and Bro pick up 2 big points on our last question of this round. Excellent job, Allie and Rue. Oh, holistic psychology grabs 2 points as well. SimCity is not the answer. It was Vice City, but good job. Oh, holistic psychology. Wait a minute. You already guessed number 1. You can't get 2 points. It was number 4. Sorry, I burped. All right. This scoreboard is great. I love it. I love it. We can play up to 3 more rounds, by the way. Up to 3 more rounds, because we can play 10 rounds in a day. That's our max. We've played 7. So 3 rounds left at most. All right, 3 rounds at most. I'm not promising we're going to get to 3 more, but I will do my best. All right, it depends on how quick I can get through this. I want to end at about 5:15. If we do 3 rounds, I might not be able to do my traditional outro, and then I get cranky. All right. All right. Here's the scoreboard. Scoreboard coming up for you. Scoreboard. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. It's beautiful. Well, Allie Towel, whatever you're doing, it's working for you, my friend, because here's the scores. I told you I wanted to give away some points, ladies and gentlemen, and I gave them away. I said I was going to do it. I committed to it. I lived up to my promise. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Towel, 33.5. Ruth Towell in first place, wearing the crown, holding strong in first place, despite missing a few questions earlier. 31.5 points. Ruth is kicking butt, taking names, ladies and gentlemen. 31.5 points. In second place, not far behind at all, Allie Towell and Rue, just half a point off the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towell and Rue, 31 points, second place. Third place, rounding out the podium. I did my best that round. I was doing my best to hold on. I told you I was trying to give away points. You know him as Little Towel. I'm a Little Towel. Third place, 29 points. In fourth place, well, it was a bad category in terms of answers. It was a great category for Ruth and Allie Towell, who jumped up the podium. In fourth place, right outside the top three, heading into our final 3 rounds of the day, Jill Towell, 27.5 points. Jill Towell, some of those answers you got in that last round bumped you right up to podium position almost. You are threatening indeed Little Towell's podium position. Keep it up, my friend. Fifth place, right behind Jill Towell, Vicky Towell was also gaining a lot of points. Fifth place, 18.5 points. Excellent job, Vicky Towell. Fifth place so far. 3 rounds to go, 18.5. Sixth place, Paula Towell. Great job, Paula Towell, holding on strong, 11 points. Seventh place, 2-way tie. The Canadian contingent representing themselves. Steph Towell tied with Nunya Towell. 7th place, 10 points each. 8th place, ladies and gentlemen, 9.5 points. Holistic Psychology gained points in that round. Didn't know the questions, but still was gaining points. 7th place, 9 points. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8th place, 9.5 points. 9th place, it's Bunny Towell. Excellent job, Bunny Towell. 8 points. 10th place, rounding out the top 10. Julia G's been fighting hard all day. Julia G earned it, ladies and gentlemen. Julia G, ladies and gentlemen, has 10th place right now with 7 points. 11th place, right outside the top 10, but battling, fighting hard all day. Elijah Towell, 6.5 points. Excellent job. 12th place, Nancy Towell, 5.5 points. Right out of the top 10, but fighting hard. 13th place, the one and only Peggy Towell, 5 points. Great job, Peggy Towell. 14th place, Colleen Towell and Faith Towell. Buck Towell guarding as an ever-vigilant guardian of Colleen. 12th place, 4 points each. Excellent job. 13th place, the position of honor, Barbara Towell, half a point. Rue's been sleeping, but Allie Towell's kicking butt and taking names. All right, so we're going into our final 3 rounds of the day, Little Towels. Final 3 rounds of the day. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for joining in for Towel Trivia, and we are going, as I mentioned, into our final 3 rounds of the day. I didn't mean to hide the clock, by the way. I don't remember when I did that earlier. It made finding where you are in the stream really hard. Sorry about that. So I unhid the clock. There you go. Now, let us get ready, as I mentioned, for our final 3 rounds of the day. All right, final 3 Towel Trivia rounds of the day. I'm excited. You're excited. I'm a little towel. All right, so let's begin. All right, so let me bring that down and then bring this up. 3 categories to go, Little Towels. If you got category suggestions, one of them is going to be movie related. So if you got category suggestions, throw them out now. Ruth is like, this is my life. Well, we got a trial. This is our life indeed. And also, Vicky was like, my butt is numb. Well, I understand that. I sit a lot as well. And as I mentioned, we're about to go into our final 3 rounds and aim to end around 5 o'clock. If the judge comes back in the Adelson case for the end of the day, then yes, we'll end a little early. But as of right now, we got 3 rounds left to Towel Trivia, and then I'm ending even if the judge isn't back. We'll pick up tomorrow morning, more jury selection. Judge isn't really going to do anything other than say to the jurors, come back Thursday at 11, the ones who were picked. All right. And I got some things I got to do. I need to go for a walk. So let's play a few rounds. Let's see how much we can get through. Martin Scorsese is the category, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Scorsese is the category. Martin Scorsese films or just the man Martin Scorsese? I think we should do Martin Scorsese films because that way it'll be somewhat difficult. What are they can be anything you want. Oh, Vicky Moore will definitely do Donna Adelson next. Hold on. Donna Adelson and Dan Markle case. All right. So Martin Scorsese films. All right. We're going to do Martin Scorsese films, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Martin Scorsese films. All right. Martin Scorsese's filmography. That's how we're going to get it to be a smart little bot. Martin Scorsese's filmography. All right. That is the category, Martin Scorsese's filmography. So I'm just going to translate this to German. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to make sure holistic psychology is able to understand. I think they are, but I just want to make sure. Hello, my dear friend. Hold on. Hello, my dear friend. This is a category about Martin Scorsese and his filmography. Also, you are a super towel and best of luck. Okay, here we go.
Hallo mein lieber Freund. Dies ist eine Kategorie über Martin Scorsese und seine Filmografie. Außerdem bist du ein super Handtuch und viel Glück.
Okay, there we go. I enjoy being able to do this, okay? I enjoy this very much. I don't think you understand. That's wonderful. Well, I figured you already understood what we were talking about. I just wanted to do it in German anyway. It was a little for you. It was a little for me. I just, you know what I'm saying? I really enjoyed it. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Scorsese's filmography is the category. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's do it. Oh, I wish I could understand German as well as I can get it to translate, but unfortunately, I'm not there yet. I'm not quite there. I'm getting there, one day at a time. All right, let me get the Adelson case here up to the front. Hold on. All right, there we go, just in case Judge comes back. All right, here we go. Martin Scorsese filmography. All right, Martin Scorsese's filmography. Here we go, little towels. Not a double bonus category. Let's go. Here we go. Give it a second. Give it a second. It's doing its best. Which film involved a caper with a ruthless gang in New York? Was it The Aviator, Taxi Driver, Gangs in New York, or Raging Bull? Which film involved a caper with a ruthless gang in New York? Was it The Aviator, Taxi Driver, Gangs in New York, or Raging Bull? Show me Gangs in New York. It was Gangs in New York, ladies and gentlemen. Gangs of New York. Towel gets a full point. Who else got it? Nanya. Nanya comes in, grabs a full point. Steph, half a point. Excellent job, Steph Towel. Ruth picks up half a point. Ferocious competition right now. Vicky Moore picks up half a point. Jill picks up half a point. Allie and Bro, half a point. Holistic psychology, half a point. Excellent job, my friend. Faith picks up half a point. Leo again, Vicky, exactly. Next question, here we go. Little towels, here we go. Categories, Martin Scorsese's filmography. Which movie features a mobster reflecting on his life story? Is it Goodfellas, Casino, Wolf of Wall Street, or The Departed? Which movie features a mobster reflecting on his life story? Goodfellas, Casino, Wolf of Wall Street, or The Departed? It's definitely Goodfellas. Oh, for sure. Because he has the narration throughout it. Towel gets the full point. Steph Towel grabs the full point on this one. Nanya comes in and grabs half a point. Then we got Jill with half a point. Then we got Ruth with another half a point. We got Holistic Psychology with half a point. Faith and Vicky Moore both pick up half a point. Excellent job, Faith and Vicky Moore. Allie and Bro also pick up half a point, as does Elijah Towell picking up another half a point. Excellent job, folks. Excellent job. Next question. In which film does a character explore the nature of faith and redemption in 19th century Japan? In which film does a character explore the nature of faith and redemption in 19th century Japan? The Aviator, Silence, Hugo, Shutter Island. The Aviator, Silence, Hugo, Shutter Island. Silence or Hugo, I would guess. Sounds more like Silence. Got it. The answer is Silence, ladies and gentlemen. Silence is the answer. Number 2. I'll make it larger, Peggy. 1 second. Elijah Towel gets the full point. Who got number 2? Ruth Lang gets half a point. Jill gets half a point. Peggy, half a point. Allie and Brew, Holistic Psychology, and Vicky Moore all get half a point. Excellent job, Little Towels. Excellent job. Now let me try to make the question a little larger. All right, I got a plan. I got a plan here. I'm the towel with the plan. All right, so watch this. There we go. Question larger. Move my head over this way. There we go, Little Towels. Question is not... Now I should have made it a little bit larger. Okay, so we'll just go up like that. Or like this. Okay, here we go, Little Towels. Next question. I hope that's helpful, Peggy. Which motion picture depicts the tumultuous partnership of two mobsters in the 70s? Which motion picture depicts the tumultuous partnership of two mobsters in the 70s? Is it Gangs in New York, Mean Streets, Casino, or Goodfellas? Is it Gangs in New York, Mean Street, Casino, or Goodfellas? I don't know. Could be Casino or Goodfellas. Oh, I should have gone with Goodfellas again. They tricked us, folks. It was Goodfellas. Oh, goodness. 2 points up for auction. 2 points. Who's going to know? Nope. Everyone thought it was Mean Streets, but it was Goodfellas. Faith, great job, my friend. Faith picks up the full 2 points. Faith was the only one, folks. Faith was the only one. Wow, very impressive, folks. Very impressive, Faith. Very impressive. Hard one to get right, Little Towels. Faith was the only one to pick up points. Next question. Which title features a central character dealing with obsession and betrayal in the world of New York City's cab drivers? Is it Casino, Taxi Driver, Goodfellas, or Raging Bull? Which title features a central character dealing with obsession and betrayal in the world of New York City cab drivers? Casino, Taxi Driver, Goodfellas, or Raging Bull? Taxi Driver, ladies and gentlemen. Taxi Driver. Nanya with the internet speed picking up a full point. We got Nanya, then we got Ruth picking up half a point. Then we got Allie and Bro picking up half a point. Then we got Jill and Holistic Psychology both picking up half a point. Then we got Vicky Moore and Peggy Towel both picking up half a point. Vicky Moore and Peggy Towel both picking up half a point. Excellent job. It's the brain speed, says Nanya. Brain and internet speed. That's a deadly combination. Next question. Which film showcases a gangster's rise and fall over 3 decades in a detailed narrative style? The Departed, Mean Streets, Cape Fear, The Irishman. Which film showcases a gangster's rise and fall over 3 decades in a detailed narrative style? The Departed, Mean Streets, Cape Fear, The Irishman. I'm going The Irishman. Nailed it. I watched that one recently. Tao got it. Nanya nailed it again, my friend. Nanya got the full point. Ruth Lang gets half a point. Nanya nailed it. Ruth came in and got half a point. Towel got the point. Who else? Jill grabs half a point. 30 points for Jill. Very impressive. Vicky Moore grabs half a point. 21 points for Vicky. Who else? Allie and Bro, half a point. Oh, good guess. Departed is a great film based in the city that I live. Holistic psychology. I am from Boston. All right, that was the end of that round. 2 rounds to go. Little Towel is going to try to do this as quick as I can. Let us see what we got going on. Oh, wow, what a leaderboard. What a leaderboard. We got some smart people playing, ladies and gentlemen. Smart people indeed. Look at this. Look at this. We got to be pretty quick. I'm going to try to get the last 2 rounds in. I'm going to end around 5:15. That's as late as I can go. I got stuff to do. And I'm going to do a truncated ending, and I'm going to be mad. All right, here we go. Here we go, Little Towels. Oh, no, hold on. We got Peggy Towel moving up the board. We got Faith Towel jumping up that board. All right, here we go. Scores. And drum roll. 2 rounds left. Here are your scores. Scores, ladies and gentlemen. Hollywood Heartthrob is one of the categories. Scores, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Wicked smart. Wicked smart indeed. We got Ruth Towel and Towel tied for first with 2 rounds left. 34 points apiece. Excellent job, Ruth Towel. Fighting hard. You're wearing the crown right now. Wicked smart indeed. Second place, only half a point off, ladies and gentlemen. Half a point off first place. Allie and Bo vote Rue. Don't vote Michelle Wu. Vote Rue. 33.5 points, just half a point off the lead. We almost had a 3-way tie for first. We've never even had that before. That would be unheard of. Excellent job, Allie and Bro. Second place with 2 rounds to go, 33.5. In third place on the podium, second day in a row, ladies and gentlemen, she has 30 points. Look at how close Jill is to the top of the podium. It's anyone's game. 30 points for Jill. Third place. So the podium, Ruth Towel and Towel tied in first, Allie in second with 33.5, and Jill in third, 34, 33.5, 30, respectively, 1, 2, and 3. Right outside the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I wish, Jill, I wish. 2 rounds to go. Right outside of the top 3, Vicky Towel, 21 points in fourth place. Excellent job. Excellent job, Vicky Towel. Canadian hero, truly. In fifth place, Nunya Towel, 13.5. In sixth place, the other Canadian hero, the Canadian contingent, doing well, 11.5 points. Steph Towel, 1, 2, 3, 4, sixth place, 11.5. Tied with Holistic Psychology, representing the German contingent, 11.5 points. Excellent job. In sixth place, I believe that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth place. Holistic Psychology and Steph. Seventh place, ladies and gentlemen, Paula Towel, 11 points. Eighth place, we've never had this before. Serendipitously enough, we have a 2-way tie for eighth. Both people have 8 points. I love everything about it. Bunny Towel, Elijah Towel. Pete Bunny Towel is thrilled that we have a serendipitous 2-way tie, 8 points apiece in eighth place. Excellent job. Ninth place, Julia G, 7 points. Excellent job. 10th place, Faith, 6.5, jumping up big there at the end of the day. Congratulations, Faith. Excellent job. So that was 8th, 9th, 10th, Faith in the top 10. 11th place, ladies and gentlemen, Peggy Towel, 6th place, right outside the top 10, 6 points. 11th place, Bunny Towel's thrilled with Peggy Towel charging towards the top 10. 12th place, Nancy Towel, 5.5. Excellent job, Nancy Towel. 13th place, Colleen Towel and Buck Towel, guardian of Colleen Towel, 4 points. And 14th place, position of honor, Barbara Towel, half a point. No, we have 2 rounds to go. 2 rounds to go. Now I already have the next round ready for you. It's going to be the Donna Adelson case, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the next round is going to be the Donna Adelson and Dan Markle case. So here we go. That is going to be the next round. Little Towels, the Donna Adelson and Dan Markle case. The Donna Adelson and Dan Markle case. Okay, ready, ladies and gentlemen? The next category is the Donna Adelson and Dan Markle case. Towel trivia, 2 rounds to go for the day. This is the penultimate round. Let's do it. Who participated in the Florida law faculty at Florida State University? Was it Dan Markell, Donna Adelson, Barbara Quinn, or Jeffrey Selbin? Who participated in the Florida law faculty at FSU? Was it Dan Markell, Donna Adelson, Barbara Quinn, or Jeffrey Selbin? I'm going to go with Dan Markell. It was indeed Dan Markell. Little Towel's answer is number 1. Steph Towel was the one to get the full point. Jill and Ruth both pick up half a point. Who else? Holistic Psychology and Allie both pick up half a point. Excellent job, Allie and Rue, and Holistic Psychology. Peggy and Vicky and Faith all pick up half a point. Excellent job, Peggy. Excellent job, Faith. Excellent job, Vicky Towel. All right. Great job, folks. Great job on the first question. Next question. Which individual had a background in psychology and wanted to pursue research? Was it Samantha Green, Michael O'Hara, Dan Markell, or Donna Adelson? Who had a background in psychology and wanted to pursue research? Samantha Green, Michael O'Hara, Dan Markell, or Donna Adelson? I don't know if it was Dan or Donna. Did Donna have a background in psychology? Damn. It was Donna. I almost guessed Donna. Nanya picks up 2 points, Little Towels. Jill and Ruth both pick up a full point. Peggy and Allie Towel and Boo all pick up a full point. Vicky picks up a full point. Holistic Psychology and Faith both pick up a full point. Excellent job. Yeah, I didn't know that about Donna. I feel like I read it on Twitter the other day. Well, you made a good guess indeed, Nanya. Next question. Which professional role did Dan Markell hold before he passed away? Which professional role did Dan Markell hold before he passed away? Law professor, psychologist, forensic expert, medical doctor. Law professor, psychologist, forensic expert, medical doctor. Law professor, psychologist, forensic expert, medical doctor. Law professor. It was indeed a law professor. Little Towel. Steph was the first one to get it. Full point. Ruth picks up half a point. Jill picks up half a point. Nanya picks up half a point. Allie and Bo, half a point. Vicky and Faith both get half a point. Excellent job. I feel that, Steph. Sometimes you just got to wing it. Next question, Little Towels. What was the family relationship between Donna Adelson and the woman Dan Markell divorced? What was the family relationship between Donna Adelson and the woman Dan Markell divorced? Rest in peace, Dan. The mother-in-law, the aunt, the cousin, the sister. What was the family relationship between Donna Adelson and the woman Dan Markell divorced? Well, it could only be her mother-in-law. Exactly. Towel gets a full point. Steph was the first one to get that right, ladies and gentlemen. Full point. Nanya came in and got half a point. Then we got Allie 90211 and Bo getting half a point. And Ruth and Jill both getting half a point. Excellent job, Little Towels. Then we got, right, it was a weird way of asking it. And then Vicky Towel got half a point. It was not a well-asked question. Faith got half a point. Don't fault yourself for struggling with that one, no matter how you took it. That was a hard and weirdly worded question. Yeah, very weird. That's what I mean. Like, the answer should be daughter or whatever, but it was just wrong. You know what I mean? It should be mother. The answer was really daughter, because it was asking about the woman between Donna and Wendy, and that should be daughter. And I don't even think she is her mother-in-law. It's her mother. So and remember, this is a bot. A human didn't write these. A bot wrote them. So the question is technically wrong on both accounts. But if you said number one, you got it right. We go by the answer on the board. One time the board didn't even have a right answer. I don't know what to tell you about that. Next question. All right, keep brewing. Which type of vehicle is implicated in the surveillance footage related to Dan Markell's murder? Which type of vehicle is implicated in the surveillance footage related to Dan Markell's murder? Is it a Prius, a Camry, an Accord, or a Civic? Is it a Prius, a Camry, an Accord, or a Civic? Is it a Prius, a Camry, an Accord, or a Civic? It's either an Accord or a Civic. Is it a Prius, an Accord, or a Civic? I'm guessing. Oh, no, you know what? I knew it was a Prius. I thought it was an Accord, but it was a Prius because I watched the vehicle getting pulled over. I was like, why do I think it's like a weird car to get pulled over in? And then I was like, oh, it was a Prius. Steph Towel. I guessed on that one, though. A lot of you know this case super well. Steph Towel, full point. Ruth Towel comes in, half a point. Nanya, half a point. Faith, half a point. Jill, half a point. Holistic psychology. Oh, I almost went with a quarter Civic. I only went with Prius because the police video that we just watched last week flashed in my eye. Allie and Bro, half a point. And Vicky Moore, half a point. Excellent job, folks. Yeah, it is a weird car. I agree. Next question. What is the name of the law enforcement agency leading the investigation of the Dan Markel case? What is the name of the law enforcement agency leading the investigation of the Dan Markel case? Is it the Tallahassee Police Department, the Orlando Police Department, the Florida Highway Patrol, or the Miami-Dade Police Department? Is it the Tallahassee Police Department, the Orlando Police Department, the Florida Highway Patrol, or the Miami-Dade Police Department? I'm going Tallahassee. I got it right, I guessed. I got it right. It was only because the Tallahassee Democrat was broadcasting. Steph Towel, full point. Nanya, half point. Ruth, half a point. Jill, half a point. Faith, half a point. Holistic psychology, half a point. Vicky and Allie and Bro, half a point. All right, next question. Oh, that was the last question. All right, our final round's about to start. Oh my goodness, look at these scores. I better do well in this last round or I'm screwed. My voice is about to go anyway, so this is really our last round. After this next round is our last round. So heading into our last round, here are your scores. Oh goodness, I must have been yelling today if my voice is going like this. Or I just need water. All right, here we go, little towels. Here are your scores. Scores, please. There they are. Heading into our last round. In first place, you know him as Little Towel. He's Little Towel. 39 points for Little Towel. I'm doing my best. In second place, just a point and a half behind, it's Ruth Towel. She's been fighting all day. Is she going to be able to beat Towel out in the final round? Tune in for these last 6 questions to find out. In third place, Little Towels. Lots of trivia, of course, Allie. It was a good day. And we'll have more tomorrow during jury selection, indeed. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie and Brew, just half a point off second place. There you go, Allie and Brew. Third place, 37 points. There's the podium, Towel, Ruth, and Allie Towel. Right outside the podium, Jill Towel. Anything could happen, 33.5 points. Fourth place, excellent job. Fifth place, battling hard all day, Vicky Towel, representing the Canadian contingent, 24.5. Sixth place, oh, thank you so much, Allie. God bless. Oh, my goodness, look at the cheerleader, ladies and gentlemen. It's the greatest super towel emoji I've ever seen. It's a cheerleader jumping up and down. Wait till you see it on your screen right now. Thank you for your support, Allie Towel. And Boo Towel loves you all very much. And Toffee Towel. Towel loves you all dearly. In fourth place, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Towel, 33.5. In fifth place, Vicky Towel, 24.5. Excellent job. In sixth place, Nanya Towel, 17.5. Great job. In seventh place, Steph Towel, 16.5. Great job. Eighth place, Holistic Psychology, 13.5. Ninth place, Paula Towel, 11. 10th place, serendipitously enough, rounding out the top 10, Faith Towel, 10. Bunny Towel, 11th place, tied with Elijah Towel, 8 points apiece. Love you too, Holistic Psychology. You are wonderful. 11th place, Bunny Towel and Elijah Towel, 8 points apiece. 12th place, ladies and gentlemen, 12th place, we have Peggy Towel. Peggy Towel coming in with 7.5 points. Pete Bunny Towel says hello to Peggy Towel and Bunny Towel. In 13th place, Julia G, 7 points. Excellent job. 14th place, oh, hello, cheerleader girl. Look at her jumping up and down. Look at her jumping up and down. How great is that? Jump. Pete Bunny towel, how much do you love that cheerleader towel? Look at her go. Jump. 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 Oh, he's having a great time. In 13th place, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towel, 5.5. 14th place, Colleen Henry Towel and Bucket Towel, 4 points. And 15th place, Barbara Towel, 0.5 point. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. One more round to go. Here we go. Let's do it. Last round of towel trivia. Last round of the day. We're starting right before 5:15, so we technically made it. Last round of the day. All right? The last round of the day is going to be... It is going to be little towels. Let's see. Yeah, good time to get ad-marked. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last round of the day is going to be... different types of towels. Ladies and gentlemen, different types of towels. I have no idea if this is going to be easy. I have no idea if this is going to be hard. I have no idea if there are types of towels I have never heard of before. Sorry, Nanya. I made an executive decision. The answer is different types of towels. All right? It is the perfect category to end the day. Different types of towels. Our final category with it all on the line. Just give you one more reminder of the scores. With everything on the line, ladies and gentlemen, those are the scores. The final category is different types of towels. Here we go. Everything on the line. Let's do it. It all's come down to this. First question. What type of towel is commonly used in the kitchen for drying dishes? I can't. No, I can't. Is it a tea towel, a beach towel, a bath towel, or a hand towel? I got it wrong. I can't do this. Steph, how dare you? How did you know that one? Oh, Steph gets 2 points. Oh, Ruth gets a full point. Oh, a tea towel. God help us all. What the hell is a tea towel? Vicky Moore gets a full point. I knew it. I fell off the chair. Well, Steph, God bless you for knowing about a tea towel. God bless you. No, you are not a junk towel. I don't know what a tea towel is. It's apparently a thing. All right, you tea towels. Next question. Woe is me. Next question. What type of towel is typically used to wrap around the body after a shower? Is it finger towel? What the hell is a finger towel? A washcloth? A golf towel? Or if it's a bath towel? If it's a finger towel? What the fuck is a finger towel? Steph got it right first. And then Ruth got half a point. What the hell is a finger towel? You're a finger towel. None, you're gonna have a point. Jill got to have a point. I don't know if I can do this. Faith got to have a point. Where are you, Faith? I know you're on the list. There you are. Holistic psychology, Allie and Rue all got half a point. I don't know if I'm going to make it. It's so small you can't see it. It's like John Cena. All right, next question. I'm crying from laughter. All right, next question. What type of towel? I can't do it. What type of towel is specifically? I can't do it. I can't beat it. I got her. We can't do any more towel-based categories. I got it right. Oh, Steph got it right first. Steph gets a full point. Oh, goodness. Nanya gets half a point. This is not a good idea. Ruth gets half a point. Jill gets half a point. Oh, my dear goodness. Who allowed me to do this category? Holistic psychology. Half a point. Allie gets half a point. Faith, I appreciate that you use beach towels for that purpose, but the answer was a massage towel. Vicky Towel gets half a point. Oh, goodness. Yes, girls have fun and boys have fun too. That is true. Oh, goodness. I'm a finger towel. All right, next question. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do it. All right. What towel is crafted for optimizing hair drying efficiency without causing damage? What the fuck are you talking about? A face towel, a tea towel, a hand towel, or a microfiber hair? A microfiber hair towel. What the fuck? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. No, I've always wanted, I knew microfiber hair towels were real. Oh, I always believed in you. Oh, I knew it. I used to say there are microfiber towels. I knew it. They're specially designed for hair drying efficiency. Steph Towel gets the full point. Nanya Towel. All right, we might have to do one towel-based category a day, because this is what we all need in our lives, ladies and gentlemen. We all need towel just laughing at every single question. Oh, goodness. This is what the world needs. This is what your girl needs. This is healing, ladies and gentlemen. This is healing. Faith, Chavez, and Holistic also get half a point. Everyone who put number 4 is getting half a point, even if I don't say your name. I promise I'm just laughing. Everyone who put number 4, Allie and Brew and Peggy Towel, both get half a point. Oh, goodness. If I keep laughing, I'm going to have 12 abs by the end of this. Do you understand? It's starting to hurt my stomach. I am laughing so much. Vicky Moore, half a point. All right. All right. I love how you have so much fun, says Holistic Psychology. Well, yes, you can accuse me of a lot of things. You cannot accuse me of being a communist, and you can't accuse me of not having fun. Next question. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Which fabric is often employed for spa towels due to its high absorbency and softness? Which fabric is often employed by spa towels due to its high absorbency and softness? Cotton, silk, polyester, nylon, or grant? Cotton, silk, polyester, nylon, or grant? I want to go with grant. No, the answer is cotton. I swore it was going to be grant, number 5, but it is indeed cotton. Ruth gets the full point. Peggy towel gets half a point. I need a finger and a tea towel instantly. That's great. Peggy towel, half a point. Allie towel and bro, half a point. Holistic psychology, half a point. Let's get her a finger towel and a tea towel immediately. Stat, someone call the German Prime Minister. This is a national priority. Hold on. Jill gets half a point. And then Elizabeth Lander is here and would like to vote number 5. Elizabeth, you get 40 million bonus points. Elizabeth, 40 million bonus points for picking Grant as the best possible towel. There you go. Now, I have to send a message to Holistic Psychology. Hold on. Dear Holistic Psychology, I am going to do whatever it takes to work with the German government to obtain you a finger towel and a tea towel. I will make sure the Prime Minister understands that this is a national priority. Someone call the Foreign Office. Okay, ready, Holistic Psychology? I have a message for you.
Liebe holistische Psychologie, ich werde alles tun, um mit der deutschen Regierung zusammenzuarbeiten und Ihnen ein Handtuch und ein Geschirrtuch zu besorgen. Ich werde dafür sorgen, dass der Ministerpräsident versteht, dass dies eine nationale Priorität ist. Jemand soll das Auswärtige Amt anrufen.
Holistic psychology, it's also possible that I want to learn German, so it's starting to become a little bit more for me than for you, but I'm really enjoying it, and I just want to let you know I appreciate your indulgence. You know, when we have fun, sometimes I need to learn how to speak German. Next question. What type of towel is known for being lightweight and quick drying, often used by travelers? What type of towel is known for being lightweight and quick drying, often used by travelers? Microfiber towels, canvas towels, terry cloth towels, or bamboo towels? What do you mean there's bamboo-based towels? Listen, I have no freaking idea. Show me terry cloth. Microfiber. Oh, goodness gracious. I gave up 2 points at a time when I could not afford to do so. Steph Towel gets 2 points. Ruth picks up a full point. Oh, that was the last question. Oh, goodness. Steph gets 2 points. Ruth grabs a point. Faith grabs a full point. This was the last question of the day. Holistic Psychology grabs a full point. Vicky grabs a full point. All right, we're about to set. Okay, Holistic Psychology. I think we might have had a very much a passionate expression of Holistic Psychology appreciating microfiber towels, and I'm all about it. No, Holistic Psychology, nothing's wrong. I just think you really like microfiber towels. I'm all about it. All right, folks, I got the final scores of the day. I'm calculating them up right now. I can see them. You can't. And I'm an excitable little towel. All right, so this is the final round of the day. We're going to end, even if jury selection's not over in the Adelson case. We'll pick it up tomorrow morning at 8:30. We have another full day. So get ready. Here's the announcements of your final scores. We played 10 rounds of towel trivia. 60 possible points were up on the board. Let's see how everybody shook out. Now, it was close. I'm very lucky that that round ended when it did. Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it was close. It was down to the wire. It was horse racing announcer towel mode until the very end. I'll tell you what, right now, it was close. It was close. It was really, really, really close. A number of you fought well. Pete Bunny Towel was proud. He's going to go to bed tonight. He's already kind of napping. I gave him some lettuce earlier from my cheeseburger. I did get a towel cheeseburger. Thank you so much to Bunny Towel. Towel, we should have stoned earlier, but then we would have missed this wonderful towel category. We should have stopped earlier, but then we would have missed this wonderful towel category. I'm a little tea towel. I love it. Tea towels have been added to the repertoire. We have all we have to do these towel categories just so we can learn about all the types of towels that are out there. Finger towels, tea towels. Oh my goodness. Microfiber hair towels to prevent damage. I didn't even know that was a thing, little towels. Microfiber hair towels to prevent damage. I gotta talk to some of the women in my life and find out why they have been hiding from me the existence of microfiber hair towels that prevent damage to the hair, all right, and facilitate efficient drying. Is this some kind of secret that the women have been keeping from the men? Listen, I understand if you want to keep secrets from us, but I'm a towel. You know what I'm saying? So if it's about my peoples, okay? I'm not trying to say you women have to give me all of your secrets, but if it's about my peoples, the towels, just got to tell me. You'd think someone would have told me, you know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Final scores. Ladies and gentlemen, I have officially your final scores. Yes, we are YouTube towels. There's no doubt about that. There's your final scores for towel trivia of the day. Elizabeth Lander has 40 million bonus points for picking towel, ladies and gentlemen, as the correct answer. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the towels, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the towels. Here is the final results of towel trivia. I know. First towel was the loin towel. I'm sure it was. Cavemen needed towels too. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your scores. Oh, hold on. I got to make one adjustment. One adjustment, because it turns out we have a tie for 12th. All right. So, any other ties? No. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. The final scores, towel trivia. Here we go. First place, Little Towel. He counts his scores down. 43 points. 43 right out of 60 today. Not bad for Little Towel. Good job. That's a passing score on the bar. If I'd say myself, do say so myself. Good job, Little Towel. Second place, so my points don't count. So really, the winner going into today, Ruth Towel almost took Towel down by 1 point. It was just a 1 point difference. That's how little it can come down to. Ruth Towel, excellent job on the podium. Second place, 42 points. Pete Bunny Towel, how proud are you of everyone? You want to bang your head off the microphone every single time someone gets announced? Oh, okay. Ruth Towel, he's very proud of you. He's like banging his head around. He's so excitable. All right, don't hurt yourself. All right, they whiplash. You know what I'm saying? Pete Bunny Towel whiplash. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is why Pete Bunny Towel came up on the screen. He really wanted to say hello to Toffee Towel, who he's courting. Hello, Toffee Towel. Let's go to France. He wants to take Toffee Towel to the Paris Ritz and buy her expensive lobster. Anyway, Allie and Ruth Towel, 39 points, closing out the podium. Excellent job. Excellent job. Faith, you did so well. We were so honored to have you with us. You come back and play tomorrow. We're going to have another full day of Towel trivia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first, second, and third, 43 points for Towel, 42 points for Ruth, 39 points for Allie Towel. In fourth place. Oh, and by the way, some people might wonder why we have moments of levity. As if you didn't watch previous trials on this channel, even though we may be covering very intense subjects, and trust me, we provide the reverence, and I try to provide the reverence those subjects deserve and require, there are moments of levity. It's the only way we can get through day after day of very overwhelming material, and some of those moments of levity come in the form of this. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, Little Towels. In fourth place, Jill Towel, 35.5 points. Excellent job. Jill Towel, fourth place, right outside the top three, 35.5 points. In fifth place, Vicky Towel, 27.5 points. Excellent job, Vicky Towel, representing the Canadian contingent. Right behind Jill Towel, who had been battling all day as well. Excellent job, Jill Towel. Congratulations, Vicky Towel. 35.5 points in fourth for Jill Towel, as a reminder. Fifth place, Vicky Towel, 27.5. Excellent job. Thank you, Steph. We had a fun time. In sixth place, speak of the Canadian contingent, Steph Towel. If Steph Towel had been here for the earlier rounds, we were all in trouble. Sixth place, 24.5 points. Pete Bunny Towel is literally losing his mind over all these excellent performances. 24.5 points for Steph Towel, sixth place. Seventh place, Nanya Towel, coming in with a 19-point performance today. Excellent job, Nanya Towel. Pete Bunny Towel is a big fan. 8th place, holistic psychology, the most wonderful, the super towel. Excellent job, girls, and holistic psychologies, and towels, and Peep Bunny towels, and microfiber towels, and finger towels. All just want to have fun. Excellent job, holistic psychology. Faith Towel coming in with 12 points in number 9. Excellent job, my friend. Faith Towel, 12 points. 10th place, Paula Towel with 11 points. Excellent job, Faith. Her first participation in Towel Trivia, which means you get the special star. Hold on. First Towel Trivia. Excellent job, Faith. 12 points, first Towel Trivia. Faith coming in 9th, inside the top 10. In 10th place, Paula Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent day. Oh, wow, LA Connection. It was Turtle Boy, was it? I am not surprised at all. He looked like Weird Al stepping out of an Escalade. I bet he heard you were coming, LA Connection. He was like, I got to go there to troll her. It's definitely Turtle Boy. Well, it looks like Weird Al. Was it Ernie Bach? Ernie Bach, I got it. Ernie Bach Jr. Stay away from his private plane, apparently, LA Connection. It goes all sorts of interesting places. He was a big Karen Reed funder. You know what I'm saying? He owns the Wang Center. You know what I'm saying? He owns the Wang Center. It's the Bach Wang Theater. You know what I'm saying? That's his building, so of course he's there. If he wants to go, he goes. Oh, yeah, he also plays guitar, but he really is the son of an auto magnet. All right, let me get back to the scoreboard. Faith Towel, 12 points, number 9. Paula Towel, excellent job, 10th place, rounding out the top 10, 11 points. 11th place, Peggy Towel, excellent job, Peggy Towel, Pete Bunny Towel's proud of you, 8.5 points. 12th place, Bunny Towel and Elijah Towel, tied with 8 points apiece. Pete Bunny Towel now is really losing his mind. 13th place, Julia G, 7 points. Excellent job, Julia G. 14th place, Nancy Towel, 5.5. Oh, I absolutely understand. Steph Towel, family always comes first, my friend. You just reach out on DM if you ever need me, but I know you're with us in spirit. 13th place, Julia G, 7 points. Excellent job. Hi, Julia G. You did very well today, my friend. 14th place, Nancy Towel, 5.5. Excellent job. 15th place, Colleen Towel, 4 points. 16th place, Barbara Towel, half a point. Excellent job, Colleen, Henry, and Buck, and Nancy Towel, by the way. Barbara Towel, half a point. And the position of honor, Elizabeth Lander, 40 million bonus points for picking towel as the right answer to what is the most fluffy, absorbent towel. Now, you know what we like to do at the end of the day. Well, Faith, I absolutely understand. You come back anytime. We will be around for the next few weeks watching the Adelson trial, sitting with Comfort Pete Bunny Towel, and most importantly, little towels, I am going to play for you what is our favorite way to end the day. You know what it is. I know what it is. It is the anthem of all anthems, ladies and gentlemen. Every single one of us loves it. We've learned to love it. We've come to love it. It is the Towel Trivia song. That's how we'll end the day, and then we'll end the stream right after that. I'm going to do a truncated ending, all right? So here we go. Towel Trivia, theme song, my favorite way to end the day. Pete Bunny Towel loves it. You love it. We love it. Great job, everyone. Congratulations on a very well-played round. Let's listen to the song, and then let's try to close up by 5:45, all right? I think I can do that. All right, here we go. Towel Trivia theme song. Thank you very much to all who played today. It was fun. It was wonderful. I'm a towel. You're all towels. Towel loves you very much. Let's listen to it. All right. Let me just bring your scores up to the front. All right, scores up to the front. And then let's listen to the song.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you knowledge junkies, go grab your wrench and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got lots of questions. questions, so we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the top community, and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitties 1993 is not too far behind. Tater, Bug, and Dewdrops are smart and so kind. For one family, we're family. Ruth and Cap Don know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but Bunny does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deb Potter's on the ball. Sometimes we grumble when our scores get called. Now Harvard Yard keeps guessing answers that ain't up on the board. Don't ask me how, but she just scored. Bossy Texas Chicken Bell are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. That's alright. That's what they don't let it in. Every day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to the struggling, we all play along in this corner of the internet where we all belong. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Towel Trivia time. Towel Trivia time. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know you know. Ooh, 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 Towel Pride.
Yeehaw, ladies and gentlemen. Pink Bunny Towel was dancing away. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for being with me today. We'll be back tomorrow for more Donna Adelson, Dan Markell, jury selection coverage. For now, here's a few things. If you want to support this stream, first of all, we've been doing the fundraiser for Lindsay Gattani. Please consider taking a look at that fundraiser. You should be able to donate to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser by going to givesendgo.com/GEFJ4. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you make any donation between August 18th and September 3rd, the first $500 worth of donations, Little Towel is going to be matching 1 for 1. So here's some information on that fundraiser. We'll do a towel-thon between now and then. Please consider supporting Lindsay Gattani. Givesendgo.com/GEFG4. If you haven't already, you can you can send a message to Lindsay by giving a prayer on that fundraiser. You can share the fundraiser on your social media, whatever it is you feel is best. If you benefited from today, if you want to help out, Lindsay Gattani deserves your support. If you benefited from this public information service in other ways, you can also support Little Towel. All right, there's multiple different ways to support Little Towel directly. This is a service that I operate at a loss. I basically operate everything myself. I do it gladly, and I help where I can. You helping me helps me continue to do this. This is designed, the public information service I try to run here, to educate, inform, and entertain the public. We use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse, such as to engender the cogency of public. We use entertainment as a hook, such as to educate and inform the wider public, and engender cogent public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. We've been going for about 10 hours today. I've been sitting a lot. It does make me feel better to sit rather than stand, but it's hard. All right, so I do it at a loss, and I do it because I appreciate all of you. If you want to help Lindsay, that's great. That's her direct fundraiser. You want to help Little Towel. Someone asked me, Grant, you said yesterday, send money to Lindsay or don't donate, because I said, oh, don't donate to me today, donate to Lindsay. You can do both if you want. You can do either or. I'm not telling you who to donate to, who not to donate to. God bless you all for your support. So the other thing is, I want to say hello to some of you in the chat. Holistic Psychology, was great to see you. Rue, thank you. You're a quizmaster. Jill, it was great to see you. Thanks for playing. Peggy, Steph, Allie, and Rue, you have a great night. LA Connection, have an awesome time at your show tonight at the Wang. It was great to see you. Peggy, Towel, God bless you. Faith, thanks so much. We'll see you in a few days. We'll be with you in spirit as you go to work, my dear friend. Thank you so much. Steph Towel, God bless you. Have a great rest of your day. And, of course, you pop in anytime you want over the coming weeks as you get ready for the start of the school year. Who else did I see in there? I saw Vicky again. Hello, Nanya. Thank you for being with us today, my dear friend. God bless you for hanging out. Elizabeth Lander, I saw you pop in there in chat for your 40 million bonus points. Thank you so much for doing so. I saw Colleen, Henry, and Buck hanging out at a certain point earlier. Thank you so much for doing so. Allie, thank you again for your super chat. And Bunny as well. God bless both of you for supporting Towel Channel. Tanya as well, thank you for becoming a member. Selma, thank you so much for tuning in earlier to watch the review of the Leah Foley document. If you missed it earlier today, we'll do another review tomorrow related to the Michael Proctor disclosures. We'll talk about it. I analyzed it today. We'll talk more tomorrow. And Bunny Towel, thank you so much for sending Towel some support for lunch. I got a Towel cheeseburger and a free Whopper at Burger King. It's buy one, get one free week at Burger King for Whoppers. That was great. God bless you all, Towel friends. Thank you so much. You know what I'm going to say, though. If you learned something today, if you had fun here, if you benefited from this stream, if you enjoyed the presence of your Towel friends, there's one way you can pay it forward that I am going to center every time, which is look for reasons to do small acts of kindness and service for the people around you. It can be something as simple as donating to homeless veterans. There should not be a single veteran in the United States that's homeless against their will. They want to go live in the woods. That's fine. We're not going to stop them. Not one single veteran should be homeless against their will in the U.S., or we have failed as a society. You could also donate to animal shelters run by veterans. People like animals. They like veterans. That's a great idea. You could also consider donating to animal shelters in general. If you're in the UK, you could donate to The Big Issue, which is a way to help populations experiencing homelessness. But you could also do something as simple as smile at someone on the street, say hello to a friend or family member you haven't talked to in a while, or donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that through those small acts of service and kindness rippling outwards, we can bring about a change in the current realpolitik from one centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love and small acts of service. In turn, we can bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel, and I truly believe it's possible because of you all. God bless each and every one of you as we try to find our towel eudaimonias or summum bonums in the ancient Greek or the Latin, our greatest good, whether it's a finger towel or a microfiber towel or a hair towel or a tea towel or a flannel or a washcloth or a soap dispenser or a beach towel or a washcloth or otherwise, or a towelette. You're always welcome here. God bless each and every one of you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. See you bright and early tomorrow, sometime after 8 a.m. for more jury selection, more trivia, more review of prior testimony in the Adelson Markle case. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Towel friends on the X, you know I'm going to let you go a little bit early. God bless each and every one of you. Thanks so much for watching today. Towel loves you very much. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and Towel appreciates you so much. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Until tomorrow. Towel loves you. Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. You know the Towel friends on the X got a few minutes at the end, extra at the beginning today, but I really got to get things done tonight. I want to go for a walk. So God bless you, Towel friends. Thank you for being with me again on Towel friends on the YouTube. I'll throw up tomorrow's link any second now. It'll start after 8 a.m. tomorrow for more jury selection. Thanks for playing trivia with me today. Thank you for being so kind to your Towel friends. Love you so much. Towel loves and appreciates you. Come by anytime. Anytime you want to play trivia, we're here. It's a very welcoming space, and I appreciate how you all make it such. The connections mean a lot to me, and we laugh. Sometimes we cry. We cover intense material, and we do it together, and that's what matters. And we're still going to be here day after day. Come whenever you'd like. Take some time off. Come back. We'll still be here. Towel loves you very much. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. See you bright and early tomorrow.